Ladies and gentlemen, Regina Dugan, Vice President of Engineering, Advanced Technology, and Projects at Google.
One year ago, on June 26, 2014, you met ATAP, a small band of pirates trying to do epic shit by closing the gap between what if and what is. A team that is mobile first, lean and agile, open, optimized for speed. We wanted you to know that about us. But what we wanted you to remember about us is that ATAP is full of doer dreamers like you, who dare to try even when it means we might fail. And that doing so is terrifying and hard because it is authentic and human and scary to believe and dream and do. Now, we've spent a year in that feeling. We are reminded every day that we face a choice: play it safe or go for it. We push each other, we push ourselves, because it's not easy, but it is what matters. It's why I'm here, and I suspect it's why you're back, why we all go back. And I don't mean to I.O. I mean to that terrifying place where you take the risk and you make something new. So we're going to go for it. No holding back. Welcome to ATAP. Game on. All right, so what kind of trouble have we made in the intervening 11 months and 3 days? A lot. We've crashed more than a few RFOs, because that's what happens when you're revving a new engine for a race that is fast and worth winning. Add furious to fast, and you get storytelling Justin Lin style, our first live-action 360-degree Google Spotlight story. We're making a mobile movie theater, and it opens today. Now, we got a little impatient with the false choice between the ever-shrinking screen size and rich user interactions, so we created new materials for wearables. Now, that would be enough for today, but we're also going to talk about our continuing efforts in authentication as we made the move from tattoos to completely passive authentication. Our early results hint at a time when passwords and PINs are considered the relics of an inconvenient past. Yeah. And we're going to show you big mobile security in a very small micro package. Now, to accomplish this, our internal team of fewer than 100 has built a global network of partners measuring 1,000. In the last 11 months, the number of ATAP external partners has grown from 305 to 514, from 22 countries to 27, from 3 continents to 5. That means every day in ATAP, on average, we sign a new partner. That's innovation in the open on steroids. We seek these partnerships because we believe that the answer is out there, somewhere, if we are humble enough to find it. In every ATAP project, we see the inherent creativity of others at work, from Oscar-winning storytellers to system engineers, musicians to mathematicians. Our lean internal team gives us speed. Our external partnerships give us scale and expertise not available in our small team. Together, we have the ability to solve hard problems, problems you can't solve by yourself. You might say that ATAP has the spirit of a startup, the agility and scale that comes with a global network of the best minds in the world, all with the daring of Google. Okay, now on the day that we released the abstract for this breakout session, which, as you know, said jokingly, we're going to introduce wearables that we hope will blow your socks off, we mean this more literally than you might think. That day, the ATAP chatter on Reddit went something like this: smart socks confirmed. What? Is there a self-destruct feature? It just displays how smelly your feet are on your watch. Now, we've been talking about wearables for 2 decades, maybe longer. And whenever I've seen a field where many smart people have worked for a long time and we've struggled for big breakthroughs, it's been because there's some underlying scientific principle that we're missing. And if we can find it, it might unlock new strategies or opportunities. We asked this question about wearables, and here's what we discovered. A work from Paul Fitts. It was entitled "The Information Capacity of the Human Motor System." It was written in June of 1954. That was 6 years after Shannon's seminal work on information theory. And many people were beginning to use information theory to explain things that they hadn't understood before. Now, Fitts used these basic concepts from Shannon's theory to demonstrate that our brains and bodies combine to create an information system with a certain capacity. Now, there were controversies about Fitts's work and nuances to it, but that science taught us something interesting about wearables. Let's look. If we look across the x-axis as screen size, this is tablets, smaller smartphones, against the y-axis. This is the load on the human motor cortex system, measured in bits per second. And if we look at the dependency between these two things for the human body, this is what we discover. Now, how did Fitts measure this? What he did is he took 2 bars, a certain thickness and a certain distance apart, and he asked his subjects to tap between those 2 bars. Now, while they're thick and far apart, this tapping task is easy. And when they're thin and close together, this tapping task is hard. And that's what's represented by this red line. Now, if we look at the limit that is imposed by the system that goes from my shoulder to the tip of my finger, which is the system that I use to interact with most consumer electronics devices, what I find is that it intersects the line, this red line, in an interesting place. Now, Ivan Pupirev, he also revisited this and discovered something similar. Now, what does this tell us? Right at that intersection, we find the screen size of a smartwatch. So what we learn from that is that as the screen size shrinks to the point where we can put it on our body, we are approaching the limit of our ability to interact with it. Now, we have 2 projects that Ivan will talk about today. Project Soli, which seeks to break this tension by increasing the bandwidth of the system that we use to interact, and Project Jacquard, which seeks to create a larger surface area in which we can interact. Now, Ivan has been working on these technologies, ones that blend digital and physical interactivity, for a good portion of his career. And there are efforts to ease the interaction burden through voice and gesture, but Ivan is going to show you something very different. 2 projects, Project Soli and Project Jacquard, which seek to break this fundamental tension. Ivan.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's talk about Project Soli. Our hand is an amazing instrument. It's very fast and precise, particularly when we're using tools that require full dexterity of our fingers. The sensitivity and accuracy is very, very natural to us. We use it every day. We don't even notice it. But we're still not able to capture this sensitivity in our user interfaces, which are still quite clunky. There are many reasons why fingers and using fingers for manipulation is superior. For example, if you measure the bandwidth from the cortex to the tip of your fingers, it's 20 times the bandwidth to the elbow. So what if we can capture this power of fingers, these powerful capabilities of hand and fingers, and use for user interaction? What kind of interfaces can we build for wearables or other devices? And I've been asking these questions for a long time. Now, one approach is to give everybody a tool. Give everybody a pen and go with that. Not scalable. What we propose instead is that to use your hand motion vocabulary, a familiar hand motions you already learn from tools you're using every day for the interaction. For example, we all learn this motion, right? We're using a mobile phone all the time. We're manipulating this every day. And we don't have to learn it again. It's very intuitive. What if we remove the mobile phone and only leave the motion, which you already know, and then this motion, decoupled from the physical device, decoupled from the mobile phone, can be used to control other devices and becomes more generic input modality for everything else. It doesn't have to be only virtual touchpad. There's a multiple motions. There's a broad vocabulary of motions which can be created by your hand. Your hand can become a variety of controls, such as virtual dial, a slider, or anything else. So note how haptic feedback came naturally, because your hand provides you haptic feedback while you're using it. So these are very powerful physical metaphors, which we're already aware of, and they can form interaction vocabulary that can be applied to multiple contexts of use for multiple devices. For example, you can use, your virtual touchpad to control the map on the watch, or you can make a virtual dial to control your radio and volume of radio go through stations. Multiple things you can do. So what we propose is your hand can be complete, self-contained interface control. Always with you, intuitive, easy to use, and very, very ergonomic. In fact, it can be the only interface control and only interface device that you would ever need for wearables. All physical controls replaced by your hand. Now, to accomplish that, we need a sensor. And not every sensor would work. What we need is a sensor that can capture sub-millimeter motions of your fingers that are overlapped in 3D space. Because we want to put it into the small devices, such as wearables, it has to walk through materials, has to go through materials, work day and night, and be small enough to fit into the device. So we also don't want to instrument the user. We don't want to put things in your hand. So we have to go, so we looked at the electromagnetic spectrum, like the entire one, and still we couldn't find anything appropriate. Capacitive sensing is very nice, but it cannot track 3D. Cameras would struggle with overlapped fingers. However, in between these two extremes, there is a sensor which is almost perfect, would fit all our requirements, and that's radar. The radar can do almost all of that. All of the things I talked about, fast, precise, can work through materials, all of that, except for one thing, it doesn't fit in a watch. And I have to make it smaller, otherwise it's not going to be wearable. So, and that's kind of hard. So we didn't have to start with a dish, thankfully. This is our first prototype with about this size on a table. And then over the course of time, we worked with our partners and industrial collaborators to go through many prototypes like that. And today, we have our first gesture radar that is small enough to fit into the wearable. Here it is. A radar in the pocket. So this is a new category of interaction sensors running at 60 gigahertz that can capture the motion of your fingers and hand in free space, touchless, at resolutions and speed not possible before. And you don't have to be a RF engineer to use it. Everything you need is inside, antennas, control electronics, and we can make it at scale. When we connect to a computer, we can run it at speeds up to 10,000 frames per second. And because we are fast and furious, here's an ATAP, as Regina mentioned. We went from the first prototype to this chip I just showed you in 10 months. So it's not only hardware that matters. The real essence of the radar, the richness of it, is in the signal. So originally we think about the radar as something like an echo. We send a signal, it bounces back from the object, give you a single return. However, to capture the complexity of the hand motion, the close range, what you would have to do, you would have to have the narrow beams scanning the entire hand in real time, which is really expensive, both in hardware-wise and computationally. We cannot do wearable radar this way. Instead, what we do, we illuminate the entire hand with a broad beam and treat the received signal as a complex superposition of reflections from different parts of your hand as it changes and moves in space. And as the hand moves, you can see that the shape of the signal changes. So we track changes in the signal, then change of the signal, and estimate shape of the hand from the signal changes. And now to explain how it works, I would like to invite on the stage Jamie Lean, our lead research engineer and radar expert.
Thank you, Ivan. The radar signal contains a lot of complexity and information about my hand when it's in the field of view. So we have a short demonstration showing how we interpret and extract this information for gesture sensing. Let's start with the raw radar signal shown in this plot here. This one signal actually contains a lot of information about my hand's size, shape, pose, and dynamics. You can see how responsive it is to any slight motion. So how do we capture all of this information? We first transform the signal into various representations which help us to visualize and understand the radio wave's response to my hand. For example, on the left, in the range Doppler image, the specular reflections off of my hand are mapped according to velocity and distance. If I move my hand up and down over the sensor, you can see this little ball of energy tracking my motion very finely. And if I start wiggling 2 fingers, suddenly we can resolve 2 moving components instead of just 1. Similarly, we have other transformations which help us to interpret immediate changes in the signal phase and amplitude, as well as frequency-dependent electromagnetic phenomena, which depend on my hand's size and pose. From these signal representations, we can extract features which directly measure my hand's characteristics and dynamics. These features are fed into machine learning algorithms, which interpret them into gesture labels. And now, the sensor can tell if I'm wiggling my fingers or holding still. So you can see at each stage of this pipeline, we abstract more and more from the original radar signal as we extract more and more concrete information about the gesture that I'm performing. And we'll be making this entire pipeline available to developers in the API that we're building. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. So this is the world's first radio frequency sensor used for touch and gesture interactions. So we talked about all these small, tiny gestures. Let me try to show you another demo where we actually try to do this. This is very early work. It just we just finished a week ago, I guess so. So first of all, there's the detection of the hand, right? So the radar can detect presence, can lock in your hand or lock out from your hand, can lock on the hand. And I'm trying to do is to directly map motion of the hand. See how precise it is. This is direct mapping, where I map 1-to-1. So even tiny motions like this produce exact large motions on the screen. So I can control this little blob really, really precisely with just tiny motions of my fingers. Now, this was an interpreted motion of my hand, right? Direct mapping from the motion of the fingers to the control of the screen. So now we do some simple interpretations, which allows you to do things, control the gestures. I can do really, really fast. So this is some of the machine learning and intelligence we can build in the user interfaces. What's exciting about the radar is we have multiple modalities. I can track gestures and distance. So the next demo, we can create multiple controls separated in space. But in this case, I can control hour. What time it is? I think about 9 or something, no? Okay, 10. Okay. And here, we can control minutes. And I can go back to hours and control hours again. And I can control minutes again. I can do the whole day. Now, let's not forget, this is not just a micro sensor and micro gesture sensor, right? It can do a lot of things. It can be a natural gesture sensor. We made a small game, a soccer game, where I can push the ball. Yay! I rigged this game so I always win. I can't lose in this game. So back to the project. So in Project Sole, our what if became what is. We built a sensor that is small enough to fit into the wearables, a new sensor to fit on the wearables, but powerful enough to capture the exquisite manipulation capabilities of your hand. It's very powerful, a new sensor modality. We're working on finalizing developing of the brand of the board and software API that we're planning to release to developers later this year, so that you too can begin experiment and play with this new sensor modality and create new amazing things. So let's move to another project. As you remember from the earlier slide that Regina showed with the graph, there's two directions. One, to increase the capability of the sensors through of the interfaces through using faster and better manipulations and interactions using our hand. And the second one, to increase the space where we can interact. So let's talk about Project Jacquard, which approaches this problem. So Project Jacquard is about textiles. The idea from the project comes from observing similarity between multi-touch panels, which we use on mobile phones, and textiles. Both are interlocking grids. Therefore, if we can replace some of the yarns on textile with conductive yarns, what we can do is to weave multi-touch textile sensors. We can weave multi-touch panels, weave them, that are as flexible, colorful, tactile, made of silk, wool, cotton, any other materials, like any other textile. You can weave interactive input devices. And if we make garment out of such textiles, it would be immediately interactive and responsive, and you would not call it a wearable. You would call it a jacket. So we have seen instances of interactive garments before, people have done this, but we want to move beyond novelty. We want to move beyond a single case use cases. We want to make interactive garments at scale, so everybody can make them and everybody can buy them. And when we go this direction, we have to think about multiple clothes. We have to think about different clothes from multiple brands. So we have to think about making interactive textiles at the scale of the global apparel fashion industry, which sells 19 billion garments a year, which is 150 times more than mobile phones. We cannot expect global fashion industry to change just for us, even though we Google. We have to make interactive garments possible using existing manufacturing techniques and existing manufacturing supply chains. We have to adapt to textile industry. So every textile mill in the world can weave interactive textiles. So can we really manufacture interactive textiles, interactive garments for this reason at scale? So that's the question. We traveled the world. We went to multiple countries, Japan, Europe. We learned about industry. We made friends. This is one of our partner mills in Japan. It turned out that the very basic fundamental technologies and materials that are required to manufacture interactive textiles simply are not available. You cannot buy them off the shelf. So we had to invent them as we were building the capability. starting with conductive yarns. Conductive yarns that can withstand harsh industrial processes of textile manufacturing, which involve burning textiles with open fire, stretching, washing them, and pulling them with metal clothes. I saw it myself. This is not very friendly to electronics. So another problem was a choice of colors of materials. This is an example of a catalog of yarn swatches which textile designers use when they make fabrics. This is the choice of conductive yarns. Comes in one color, gray. And it's not even that conductive. So we had to go into invent our own yarns. You see in this picture, not only they are hundreds of times more conductive, they could withstand all the burning and pulling forces of textile manufacturing, all those conditions, but they also look and feel completely normal to textile designer or to you. They look indistinguishable from normal yarns. However, if you look at them at the microscope, you will see that in fact they are complex multi-layer structures where highly conductive metallic alloys are braided together with thin silk fibers to give this yarn supreme strength and durability. And at the same time, we can make it in multiple colors. So let me show a video how these yarns are made. So you can see from the center, you can see the conductive core comes in and it's braided around with a sleeve of additional yarns which give it strength, but also can be of any color. It's a heavy industrial process. This is very different experience from programming. This is multiple colors which we can produce with our manufacturing approaches. Now, a challenge of producing interactive textiles is also about connecting them to the digital world. It's not just to make textile and be happy about it, but you want to actually use it. So when we made the first textile, we were very naive, and we just made this whole thing interactive, all 20 meters of it. But that created a connectivity problem. How would you take this textile and connect it to electronics? So we tried the brute force, more brute force, a little bit less brute force, but still didn't work, because I have to pull out each of the yarns by hand, and it just doesn't work. So what we did, we went back to the original idea. We went back to the craft. I thought, how can you weave interactive textiles in a way so it's easy to connect to electronics, not the other way around, how does electronics to attach to the textiles. So we went back to our partners in textile industry and figured out how we can weave our patches precisely where we want them to be, to localize them. So the problem is localized in one place, not on 20 meters textile. On the back, we designed three-dimensional weaving techniques where we can change directions of the yarn, going from the top surface of the yarn to the bottom and then free float outside so that we can access them with tools and machines required to make connection. At the same time, we're able to keep the structure of textiles, the structure of the yarns, in touch so that we can connect yarns and connect order. So the order of connection is very important. So at the end, we get something like this. And that can be connected to electronics really easily and without any efforts. So let me show how interactive textiles is woven. There is many, many moving parts. This is one of our partners, one of the experts in textile manufacturing and textile design in Japan. One of the best ones. So you can see our yarn coming in, our conductive yarn. And you can see by weaving the interactive panel coming out. This is our yarns inside the woven textile. This is the woven panel coming in. And we can place it anywhere we want on a piece of textile, and we can do it with anything you like. So using this established process, we can weave interactive touch panels. They don't have to be gray. They can be any color, any shape. Contemporary designs, there's interactivity woven there. Classics, transparent, invisible, stretchable, and of course we can make it on any size. We can weave interactive panels as large as you want. And now we can connect the interactive textiles to the digital world. We can connect them and control our devices with that. So let me show a demo how it works. First of all, let me show the textile. This is a piece of textile you saw at the video. This is how it looks like. It's real. It's not, there you go. Yeah. This is the back of the textile, you can see. We cut out the yarns to separate them. And now I'll show how it works. You can see the grid, and as I approach, and you can see the black square over here. Yeah, here you go. That is interactive area. As I approach it in my hand, you can see it moves. So that's, you see the difference between our work and the touch panels. Again, it's designed to sense your entire hand, because we don't expect people to use the fingers when they interact with the clothes like this. But you also can use fingers, of course. Here we go. So you can draw, you can write something. You can do multi-touch, like this. You can do the little waves across the textile, like this. Oh, but different directions, like this too, you know. To you, wave to you, wave out you. So we don't expect these textiles to be replacement of the touchscreens. The material properties and the quality of textiles completely different, right? There's something you can put on your body, or on your couch, or on your pillow. On many places you use textile, and then it becomes interactive, not by precise manipulations, but using broad gestures of your hand, when you can just swipe across and control anything you would like to control. So what are we doing right now? Let's switch back to the slides. We are building the entire pipeline. We're going through the textiles, from the yarns to textile structures, to connectors, to wireless connectivity, mobile systems, and then to applications and services, which you can control with the textiles. This is a website where you can follow our progress, and please follow us and let us know what you think. Because what we're trying to build ecosystem where people can design applications for this technology and build new services based on soft computing, soft, flexible, textile computing. Now, the story would not be complete. Oh, sorry, wrong clicker. Here you go. So the story would not be complete if we actually try to build a garment. How do we know that we succeed? And the only way to know that you can succeed is to actually make a garment, interactive garment, and we give it to a tailor to do it. Not yourself. Somebody else has to do it. So we went to London, Savile Row. We have a long, renowned history of bespoke suit tailoring. We went to tailor and gave him an interactive textile, raw interactive textiles, and asked to make a jacket. And that short movie which shows the experience. Creating jackets is a 200-year-old tradition. It's a craft and art. People learn from generation to generation. The tools and materials, they don't change as much as we used to in our digital world. It's all about feeling, how you cut it, how it feels on your hands. So we give them the new material, our interactive textile. They were really excited, because rarely in this industry something new and completely different comes in. It's industry built on tradition and craft and respect for the craft and respect for traditions. The brands we're working with have been around for, a lot of the brands, clothes brands, have been around for hundreds of years. This is a connecting. They designed a little pouch to put electronics. You close it in. Does the jacket come to life? You swipe across the sleeve and make a phone call. Your jacket has arrived. And you can see this jacket right here, me wearing it. I actually quite like it. So it's about combining technology and fashion and making things fashionable, beautiful. That's the answer. Now we think about jacquard as a raw material that will make computation part of the language which apparel designers and textile designers and fashion industries speak. We want digital to be just the same thing as quality of yarns or color use, how digital it is. And we cannot do it by ourselves. We have to, and we wanted to work with creatives from the fashion industry. And today with us is our first partner, a historic brand sister San Francisco company. It was here long before we arrived here. They came with the gold rush and built their company by designing functional and fashionable, highly innovative garments. Our partnership is continuation of that tradition, and that's Levi's. And I would like to introduce my colleague, Paul Dillinger, a head of global product innovation from Levi Strauss Company.
Thanks, Alon. Thank you. Thanks. This is really, really exciting. As a kid, when I decided to become a fashion designer at 12, this is not the company I thought I would be keeping. I did not anticipate playing in this sandbox with these pirates. This is great. None of the future that we're experiencing right now was imaginable. This was science fiction not too long ago. This opportunity, this extraordinary pioneering spirit that ATAP embodies, it makes me think about our own history at Levi's. Levi Strauss was a German immigrant who decided to go west with the gold rush, like so many other people, to find his fortune in California. And he was a dry goods purveyor, selling the supplies to the miners going up into the gold fields, Sutter's Mill. And the miners were wearing cotton pants, right? And they were falling apart. They were ripping at these stress points. And there was this point of innovation where Levi Strauss and his friend Jacob Davies discovered that if they could use a copper rivet to create a point of strength where there had been a point of weakness, that they could solve a real problem. And there's an interesting symmetry here. The use of a metal alloy, copper, from an unexpected place, an unexpected technology, machine tools, creating strength in apparel. There's a nice symmetry of innovation between what's happening here at ATAP with Project Jacquard and what happened at Levi's over nearly 150 years ago. And I think if Levi Strauss was here with us today, looking for the next gold rush, there's a lot in common between Silicon Valley and Sutter's Mill. We think about the optimism, the creativity, the energy, the excitement around invention that these two cultures share. And it's only appropriate that these two great global brands rooted in San Francisco come together for an exciting opportunity like this. Now, the question is why? You know, when you think about the innovation, yes, the dazzling opportunity that we see in this new technology, yes, this great platform that's been enabled, yes, but why? And I would think about this, and all of us working on this project would think about why. I mean, I'd be driving to work in the morning thinking why, and some guy would cut me off because he's texting while driving. I would think about why as I'm biking around the city, struggling to get my navigation function from my phone as I'm navigating the grid of San Francisco. I'm sitting at dinner and I'm looking at someone else at a table sitting across from their partner and their phone buried up to their face. Phone to face, that's a why right there. We live in a beautiful, richly textured, real world, but ever increasing need and engagement with the digital world. And these worlds exist with a certain tension. If there's a chance to enable the clothes that we already love to help us facilitate access to the best and most necessary of this digital world while maintaining eye contact with the person we're eating dinner with, right? This is a real value. If we can deliver that value in the form of the clothes that you as friends and fans of this brand already love, that is a project worth doing. But as a fashion designer, it's not really a project that I'm entirely equipped to take on. We've got the genius pirates at ATAP who can help us develop and deliver this platform. And now we have all this great capability at Levi's. We've got experts in fabric creation and supply chain. We've got designers who can help us bring this form to life, and the merchants who can package it up and bring it to the consumer in a really compelling way. But there's a third creative constituency that we must activate. And so now, my friends, you are all fashion designers along with us. You have the. We can tailor a few specific applications for the exact consumer that we know, but the real opportunity is a creative unlock in this community to activate this new platform in ways that we have not yet imagined. And it's going to be iterative, and it's going to be fast and fun. And we're inviting you to come along on this journey with us as the fashion designers of the future to make something really special happen with Project Jacquard. All right? Yeah? Cool. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Paul. And with us today is James Curley, or JC as we know him, president of the Levi's brand. JC. When I spoke to JC this Wednesday, he told me that at Levi's, they were focused on two things: driving their iconic brand and innovation. And last week, on the 142-year anniversary of the 501s, they found a 130-year-old pair of Levi's from the 1880s. That's iconic. And this week, we announce our partnership to work on new wearables. That's innovation. So congrats, JC. Now, Yvonne's project makes it possible to have more intuitive interactions with your mobile devices. But if you have to enter a PIN or a password, it sort of spoils the mood. Because authentication sucks. Passwords suck. We forget them to our frustration. We reuse them to our peril. We need better methods, and squirrel noises are not scalable. 70% of users forget their password once a month. We try, on average, 2.4 passwords before we have the right login. Humans are a bad source of entropy, the entropy we need for security, because we need patterns to remember things. In the last few years, we've seen the emergence of dedicated sensors, like fingerprint sensors. New phones have them, but what if your phone doesn't? What if instead of a single sensor, we could use a combination of sensors that would allow you and your interactions with the device to become your authentication? Your keystroke patterns, not what you type, but how you type. Your patterns of speaking, not what you say, but how you say it. This combination with local-only processing might provide not only stronger security guarantees, but do so completely passively. And not as a binary, single yes-no score, but as a continuum of trust. This next frontier of authentication moves the burdens of PINs and passwords from the user to the device itself, thereby trading human cycles for machine cycles. Now, might we use advances in machine learning to ensure that only you can access your security-sensitive information? And do we have proof points that would lead us to believe it's even possible? We saw promising results from individual research labs across the globe, single modalities like gait and keystroke patterns, but none even as secure as a 4-digit PIN, and mostly demonstrated on small laboratory-scale data sets. We hypothesized, however, that if they were sufficiently independent, they might combine to offer authentication better than fingerprints or even passwords. To solve for multimodal authentication, though, we needed an interdisciplinary research team recruited from 13 universities and a large, comprehensive data set for them to work on. Now, ATAP exists at the intersection between a driving application and ambitious science. And Deepak Chandra's project, Project Abacus, has illustrated the benefit of this commitment over the last year. We needed the ability to get our partners in universities in to work with us faster than the typical 9 to 12 months. So in June of 2013, we signed a multi-university research agreement with 8 of the country's top universities. Last year at I/O, that 8 had turned into 16. This year, 16 is 33, including international universities. We can now partner with any one of them in less than 30 days, and we did. A team of 25 experts from 16 institutions traveled from 10 countries to facilitate the cross-pollination of ideas. They joined us in Mountain View for a 90-day intensive research sprint. Our data set was built from 1,500 data donors who signed up to contribute their smartphone sensor information. By the end of the study, we had created a 40-terabyte research data set, as far as we know, the largest of its kind. And we assembled 360 cores across 3 clusters, pulled all of the power from the first floor, and dropped power from the second. The result? Proof of the hypothesis, a new method of authentication that may prove to be tenfold more secure than the best fingerprint sensors. With only a software update, the hope is that we can provide this level of security to millions of Android devices. And we want to move beyond phone unlock to allow an application's authentication needs to be individually met using a system-wide API. The result might look something like this. Throughout your day, a continuous trust score running while you type, walk, browse, not what you do, but how you do it, to allow access to a game which might require little or no authentication, or a banking app which might require much more. An authentication system that accepts you and rejects imposters in real time on device. Now, on the right side of the screen, you see 2 of our researchers, Hong Tai from Columbia University and Sujit from the University of Illinois. They are using a research debug interface to show you how the system might detect an imposter through differences in typing patterns and other signals. Now, these results are hot off the sprint, so we're continuing development and hope that in the future, from high security to low security, developers and users will choose. Now, better authentication is only part of the better security story here. Project Vault is a hardware and software isolated environment in the form of a micro SD card. It can be used from mobile to desktop to the Internet of Things. Mudge and his team have jammed a security-dedicated computer into a micro SD card with a simple, driver-free interface and a suite of encryption primitives. Project Vault will enable secure communications and storage, initially for enterprises, eventually for individuals too. As our smartphones have become more capable, the code that runs them does too. Large code bases made by humans have errors. Errors may be exploited to place some of our most important information at risk, like encryption keys, sensitive documents, or the sensor parameters that I just mentioned. There's an inherent tension between the desire to create capability and the ability to secure the very code that drives those capabilities. Think of it like this. My home has windows and doors, a porous boundary, which is necessary for people and things to come and go. But those windows and doors make it harder for me to protect everything in the house. So I use a vault to store the most sensitive documents. It cannot store all of the contents of my house, but it can store my most precious possessions. Project Vault is your digital mobile safe. Big security, small package. Now, Mudge formerly led the Loft. That was the hacker group that in 1998 famously testified to the Senate that they could shut down the internet in 30 minutes. He was the original author of LoftCrack, the password cracking software that drove operating system security for years thereafter. And Project Vault is his program, Mudge.
Thank you. Thanks. So Project Vault is a small micro SD form factor device. It's a separate, ultra-secure mini computer. You plug it into any system that has a micro SD card slot or an SD card slot and make use of the suite of cryptographic services to manage your data needs, from encrypting data at rest to encrypting streaming end-to-end communications like messaging, voice, and video. Only you can unlock it, and any information and the algorithms inside Project Vault are never exposed to the system that you plug it into. So the question is, why build this, and why a micro SD form factor? It turns out you already have security elements in your phones and your computers. SIM cards, they protect the things that are important to the carriers. Trusted platform modules, or TPMs, they protect the things that are important to the OEMs and the content providers. These are services with very low bandwidth, few bits per second, and with minimal storage, measured in the order of kilobytes. So, where's the security element that protects the things that are important to you, that you have complete control over? So we made one. We needed a little more throughput because we wanted to be able to handle encrypting video. So at a bare minimum, 1 megabyte a second streaming. And we wanted it to be modular so that you could take it with you from device to device. And we also wanted gigabytes worth of storage for use cases like immutable logging systems. Now, an immutable logging system can be a really powerful deterrent to an adversary, where the evidence of their activities are forever captured on a separate security computer in a way that can't be tampered with or altered. Our first focus is the enterprise, because if it works for the enterprise, it'll work for the individual. What you're looking at here are the actual first versions of Project Vault, micro SD form factor. We're deploying about 500 of these within Google for authentication purposes, supporting things like Project Abacus that you just heard about, and the aforementioned immutable logs. Inside this little device is an ARM processor that runs our security-focused real-time operating system, or RTOS. It's got an NFC chip and antenna, same thing that's in your contactless payment systems. However, we're using it so that you can actually prove to Project Vault that you are in control of it and that it is authorized to perform sensitive processing on your behalf. We've loaded it up with a suite of cryptographic services, hashing, signing, bulk encryption, streaming encryption, a strong hardware random number generator, and 4 gigabytes of isolated, sealed storage. Vault, oh, thank you. Vault users can communicate end-to-end without exposing any cryptographically sensitive data to the host systems, and this provides a consistent set of security features regardless of how secure or insecure the host system might be, and very importantly, in a way that's easy enough for any novice to use. So what do developers have to do to get their phones or the laptops or Internet of Things devices ready to use Project Vault? Nothing. The host system just thinks this is a regular storage device. But actually, that's just an illusion that we're creating on the fly. So to geek out for just a moment, when we get the requests, we gen up an artificial disk label, a master boot record, the file allocation table. We populate it with a read file and a write file. We mark all of the other blocks as bad so that you can only interface with these 2 files. You want to ask of a service from Project Vault, you open up the write file. You send in your request. You want the ciphertext coming back out, you open up the read file. It's a proc file system without any kernel drivers. The fewer drivers you can load on, that you have to load up on the host system, the less of a security risk you pose to the host system. And more importantly, it makes us operating system agnostic. It doesn't matter what version of Android, iOS, Chromium, Linux, Windows you have. You just plug it in and it works. So that's what we're experimenting with inside ATAP right now. And it's still very much in the experimental stage. But what we're releasing today for everybody else is the full source code for our FPGA-based developers platform. So it's all Apache 2.0. This includes the Verilog and VHDL and all the code for the security-based RTOS, the SD controller firmware to allow communications with the host systems, the NAND flash translation layer so you can manipulate the sealed storage, my personal favorite, the hardened and accelerated hardware crypto cores, and the interface description language so you can talk to it. In fact, even the processor on this is open source, the OpenRISC 1200. We're doing this to be fully transparent because we want developers to be able to see how it works, understand it, trust it, and also then experiment with pulling certain sensitive applications outside of the general purpose operating systems that you're used to writing in, because these devices might be untrusted or just too complex to ever fully secure. And now you have an external isolated execution environment to run them in. So with that, I'd like to invite Tim Karstens up, my colleague who's done a lot of the Verilog VHDL work for these dev boards. If I could get the camera up, we're going to run a little demo. I'll log you in here. Oh, I hate passwords. Made a living off of them for a while, too. Oof. So on this side, if the camera can focus in on the laptop, we're looking at a chat server. And so this is a chat server running out of the East Coast, essentially the God's eye view. There's nothing there right now because we're going to see the communications as they come up. On the right, we have, of course, Bob and Alice. So Bob and Alice both have a Project Vault device. So if we could have Alice plug in the Project Vault here. Yep, there's the file system, the illusionary file system, with the read file and write file that it sees. So at this point, Alice would launch a chat application, and the chat application just opens those two files to make use of Project Vault. And if we go back over to the laptop, please, with the camera. If the demo gods are happy with us today, and it appears that they're cooperating, this is the ciphertext. So all the ciphertext on the server. So what's happening is Project Vault is ingesting this, decrypting it, looking for the hello messages from each other, from the contexts that are, again, stored in Project Vault, engaging in key negotiation, setting up a session key, and once that's done, they have an encrypted secure communications channel. So if we're back over on the phones, we're going to send some messages back and forth. The server or any third party only ever sees the ciphertext. The phones display to the users the decrypted communications, but none of the secrets, none of the private keys, or the actual algorithms that are operating with them are ever exposed to the device it's plugged into. So it shouldn't matter how many doors or windows your house has, as long as you have a vault in it. Thanks. Thank you very much.
That's big security in a very small package. But Spotlight Stories seeks to give you big movie experiences through the mobile window that used to feel like just a smaller screen. We combine traditional storytelling with interactive elements in a way that preserves the emotional connection of a linear narrative. Now, it's not often you get to be present when a new creative format is made. Henry Jenkins, founder of the MIT Comparative Media Studies program, explained that once we introduce a medium, a mode of human expression, into the universe, it tends to persist. Live theater persists in the face of cinema. Radio persists in the face of television. That's why it feels special, because a new format has a certain timelessness to it. Last year, Disney legend Glenn Keane completed 10,055 original drawings to create Duet. Duet was our third Spotlight story, and a few months after I/O, Duet shipped to millions of users on Motorola phones. The first wave of press coverage was in the tech and Android blogs. Then duet attracted a bit of attention in the entertainment community, and the artistic community recognized duet as well. There was Oscar buzz, and duet was nominated for an Annie, the highest award in animation. It won the film industry's award for Best Original Score. And while millions saw duet through a small mobile window, lucky passersby saw it on the largest screen in the US. We flooded Times Square with Scott Stafford's original score. And for a few minutes, in the rain and the cold, on Christmas Eve, people slowed down. In 2008, Jeremy Hsu wrote an article in Scientific American entitled "The Secrets of Storytelling: Why We Love a Good Yarn." And in it, he said that storytelling is one of the few human traits that are truly universal across culture and all known history. People in societies of all types weave narratives. And when a characteristic behavior shows up in so many different societies, its roots may reveal something about our evolutionary past. Simply put, we are wired for stories. It's part of being human. We long for new ways to experience and engage with stories, and storytellers look for new outlets. In Spotlight Stories, we found the answer right in front of us. Hundreds of millions of powerful media devices, millions more shipped every day, with ever more beautiful screens, powerful graphics, and precise sensors. Please welcome Jan and Rashid, quite the pair, creator and director of the original Spotlight story, Windy Day, Jan Pinkava, and with him, Rashid El Garab, the technical project lead for Spotlight Stories. Their goal: more great stories, more happy viewers, push the format. Gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, everybody wants more stories, but we can't make them all ourselves, of course. So how do we enable more creators to create these kind of stories? As developers, we of course create an SDK. In our case, it's a story development kit. Now, to enable filmmakers to create content for mobile, which is a different space, this SDK has to fit within their familiar film production pipeline. So for example, we integrate with standard animation and modeling tools like Maya, and we support standard technologies like Pixar's Open Subdiv surfaces and the Alembic geometry format from Sony and Lucasfilm, except these run normally on render farms and big servers, but we have to run them in real time, on mobile, and at 60 frames per second.
Now, for me as an animator and a director, that all looks like fairly familiar territory. But the SDK also has to be a bridge to the unfamiliar landscape of a new form of storytelling. Now the stories are interactive and immersive. They're real-time, continuous, and they feel more like shooting a movie than watching one. The flow is affected by the attention of the audience. That means they have to be structured differently in both time and space. You have to replace the traditional film language of cuts and shots with new techniques. For working with this interactive story structure, this SDK has a story editor. Now, let's say I want to make sure that the audience sees a key action, like here, Pepe about to pick up his hat. One technique is to make the story wait for you until you're watching. With the story editor, I can tell the action to pause and until your camera is pointing at Pepe. And then the action continues. Very simple. In this way, the story is interacting with you. When we're planning a story, we use storyboards. But it no longer makes sense to have just a sequence of storyboards as if the action is playing out on the screen. In an immersive story, we have a window onto a world all around us, and we have to deal with that space. So our 360 storyboard tool lets you place the boards all around you so that you can work out the story in space as well as time. And we can't stop at building these tools. We have to put them in the hands of storytellers, making it real, making it work as part of their process. And a growing number of award-winning filmmakers are exploring this new territory.
Working in a virtual world where the audience is essentially the camera changes things for you as a director.
We are trying to predict the curiosity of the viewer and make it all feel very seamless.
So I thought, well, what if I could structure it like a song with chorus and verse and the bridge?
You're kind of giving the control back to the audience, which I thought was a really interesting idea.
You can't just put a traditional story on this. You're going to have to think a lot about narrative in a different way.
Everything from the tools that we use to the way we write stories and the way we lay out narratives is going to change and become something exciting and new again.
Now, they're not just making stories, they're shaping the format. By using the tools, they're making the tools by telling us what they need to do. And of course, great storytellers need an audience.
So now we have to scale the distribution of these kind of stories and get them to more viewers. So this week, we launched the Google Spotlight Stories app for Android, and very soon after will be for iOS. Thank you. Where you can find curated stories by great storytellers. You can share them with your friends and look behind the scenes. And this summer, we're on YouTube. Our interactive format supported natively in YouTube Mobile. Thank you. So now, filmmakers have the means to make these stories, and we can put them at the hands of hundreds of millions of viewers. Done, we planned our vacation. Then somebody had to ask, what about live action? What are you doing there? And so that somebody was Justin Lin. And when Justin saw Windy Day the first time, our first story, he was instantly intrigued by this idea of telling stories that surround you. But he wanted to do it in his own way. He wanted a full Hollywood cinematic experience with high production value in 360 on mobile. And that, of course, created new challenges and goodbye vacation. So first, we had to figure out the camera. For his films, Justin needs professional-grade cameras that can capture a high resolution in low light, at night, and with fast-moving action. Now we have to do it in 360. And with our partners Bullet and The Mill, we looked at every 360 camera system out there to find one that could make the grade, and just didn't exist. So we had to build it. Our rig uses 4 Red Epic Dragon cameras with 8mm fisheye lenses from Canon, capturing at 6K resolution each. So you can see there Angus, the creative director from The Mill, looking a little bit worried about all that data coming out of the cameras. We created a custom casing that reduces the overall rig size and the offset between the nodal points of the lenses, which is very important for 360 video stitching, but also helps with tasks in post-production and visual effects down the line. But of course, it's not enough to just build the tech. We need to make sure that Justin can direct with it on the set in 360. So we set up on-set live stitching and streaming to 360 monitors with real-time feedback on custom mobile rigs so that Justin can see what the camera sees at every moment and what the viewer might see. Now we have to put it all together for you and deliver it to your device. And to do that at full resolution with cinematic field of view means streaming, decoding, and rendering the equivalent of 3 4K videos at once. That's like 3 HD, Ultra HD TV streams coming through your phone. Of course, few, if any, devices can handle that. But it turns out that only at most about 25% of that data is actually needed at any one time, because that's all you can see through your phone. And so we implemented a dynamic spatial tiling system that would process only what's visible and adapts to your device's horsepower in real time. Thank you. Those tiles are decoded in multiple resolutions and then blended together to adapt to your view in motion. So there's no blocking, stuttering, or janking, whether you're turning really fast or moving slow.
So it's all about what you're seeing. Now, for a filmmaker, telling a story is about directing the attention of the audience. You see this gesture all the time. This is what I want the audience to see. Now, some things are important to see or to hear so that the experience actually makes sense as a story, right? In a traditional movie, the story has been completed in the edit suite, and the audience knows where to look. You just watch the screen. When watching an immersive story, the audience is free to look around just about anywhere, and sometimes it's easy to get lost. So we developed camera composition and tracking techniques that help you stay with the action without ever dictating where you should look, just as a gentle guide that still leaves you free to point your camera wherever you want. Whether you like to look around or just sit and watch, we're there to help you enjoy the ride. Now, to complete the picture, we need to complete the sound experience. How can we bring the richness of immersive theatrical sound to the mobile world? In a movie theater, everyone looks in one direction at the screen, and the sound experience can be created with a fixed speaker layout. In our format, you can look in any direction, the story world is all around you, and the speakers are your headphones. The sound in your ears now must change as you turn, just like real life. To get a truly interactive and immersive experience that responds to you, we developed dynamic virtual surround. Using techniques like ambisonics and binaural rendering and an end-to-end pipeline, sound designers can now create subtle and rich and realistic acoustic spaces of the sort they're used to in feature films, but now in real time, 360, on mobile. And for Justin Lin's story, we created a full-sphere surround field for interactive film from scratch. That's a first. And the soundscape of the story is now all around you, and it comes to life only when you watch the show. So we're not just putting you in the picture, we're immersing you in the sound, and all you need is an ordinary pair of headphones. Now, we'd love to show you this and share this with you right now. Unfortunately, the screens in this room are only big enough to give you about 15% of the whole immersive experience that you can get with a pair of earbuds and the phone in your pocket. So here's just a taste of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the writer, director, and producer of films grossing over $2 billion, including the Fast and the Furious franchise and upcoming Star Trek III for Paramount, director of our latest Google Spotlight story, Justin Lin. Awesome, Justin. Because it's taken some serious storytelling partners to get us here, I want you to meet some of the other creative talent that helped make Google Spotlight Stories and continues to create in this new mobile format. Let's welcome back Jan Pinkava. Jan won the Oscar for Jerry's Game and was the co-director for Ratatouille. Jan is the creative director for Google Spotlight Stories. And Karen Dufalo, double Oscar-winning producer who, along with Jan, continues to carry the Spotlight Stories creative frame. Now, Jan and Karen have been here from the beginning when our makeshift studio in ATAP was a conference room where we posted up art boards that had been transported awkwardly in an engineer's car. And the man who challenged the new with the old hand-drawn animation in mobile is back, Glenn Keane, animation legend and creator of our third Spotlight Story duet, our story development kit guinea pig and resident nutcase, Shannon Tyndall. Shannon won a Primetime Emmy for individual achievement in animation, and he's working on our fifth Spotlight Story. Think science fiction ice capades with an unsuspecting visitor. And finally, because what else would you do after winning an Oscar but a Google Spotlight Story? Patrick Osborne, head of animation on Big Hero 6 and winner of the 2014 Oscar for the Best Animated Short. Justin, Jan, Karen, Glenn, Shannon, and Patrick are here for a box talk right across the hall, 11 a.m., second floor, Alcove 3. Thank you. Awesome. And well, that's a wrap. Almost. Creating the hardware equivalent of the software ecosystem is hard. In the last months, we've moved from the industrial design to functioning prototypes to our first engineering spiral. We've moved from FPGAs to ASICs, and we're starting our third spin. Rafa Camargo is our lead system engineer with responsibilities for hardware and software. He's accustomed to mobile firsts. He led the first Android platform at Motorola. He's been at the forefront of nearly every generation of mobile technology, and now he's on ARA. Rafa.
Thank you. Project ARA is all about letting you decide what your device is and does. So let's see how it works. Let's try on the screen. This is the frame. We call it the endo. And these are modules. Let's just connect them. This is an applications processor. I just connected the battery. That's a speaker. And this is another speaker. I want my ARA in stereo today. Enabling all of this is what we believe to be the first UniPro switch network. And running it all is GrayBus. Here you go. ARA. Running the latest Android version. Let me show you something else. Let's launch the camera. Of course, I know that today I didn't configure a camera, but let's see how easy it is to add new hardware functionality to your device. This is a camera module. I connect it, and it's that simple. There you go. All right. So why don't we take the first public picture with Ara? Yeah! All right. All right, guys, smile for the picture. Let me see. Oh, you all look awesome. OK. Thank you. Follow us on our Twitter account, Project Ara, where we will have updates on our next developer conference.
Can we have just a moment, please? Because what just happened, we assembled a smartphone on the fly, booted it, runtime detected a camera, and took your picture. That's nuts. Artists and musicians, scientists and engineers, we are more the same than we are different. We share a deep satisfaction that comes from creating something that never existed before. And a certain exhilaration when that something connects us, makes us better, celebrates the inherent curiosity, the vulnerability, the joy, and the sorrow that makes us human. That kind of work, it is inherently born of the human spirit. It is a little badass and beautiful. It is tech infused with our humanity. And it doesn't have love sprinkled on at the finish. The work itself is an expression of love. That's what it feels like to us in this fast boat, in this small band of pirates trying as best we can to do some epic shit. Thank you.
Here at Google, we're so excited to announce that together with Udacity, we've created a nano degree for passionate people like you to develop products that provide solutions for the problems and needs that you see in your own communities. Whether you identify as an engineer, a visionary, a designer, an aspiring product manager, or you're just in a career transition, this course is meant to help you bring your ideas to life, but more importantly, in front of users. In the App Entrepreneurship Nano degree, you'll learn about ideation, validation, prototyping, monetization, and marketing. Along the way, you'll have many opportunities to put this knowledge into practice with actual hands-on activities. In addition, you'll hear from the best and brightest minds in the tech industry about what inspires them, how they can create and execute their plans, their tips for staying focused, and much more. Finally, you'll apply all of these skills to your next great feature, product, or business idea. So, go to udacity.com/Google to get started making your vision a reality today.
Hey everyone, Natalie Villalobos here at Google I/O, extremely proud to introduce Jackie O, like the Jackie O, Jackie Almost Holiday. She is an environmental justice tech maven here at I/O, and we get to hear a little bit about her work and the innovations that she's driving in environmental justice. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you.
So tell me, how did you get involved in the tech industry?
Well, I think that's kind of funny because I'm kind of dating myself, but like I got involved in tech when my uncle gave me my first Commodore 64.
Okay.
So that really does like date me. And I've kind of been in love with computers and technology and all those things ever since. So that's probably like 30 plus years now.
What was the first project that really struck your passion, that knew you wanted to get into technology?
I think one of like the first projects was after I graduated actually college, and I was working, doing a fellowship for Bill Clinton, and I was working in Africa on like improving public health outcomes there. And there were so many opportunities to use technology in a way that was for social good, and that would really, really have like this substantial impact on how people experience their lives and their outcomes and health and environmental issues. And that's kind of when I really, really became interested in this cross-section between like health and environmental justice and technology, and how all these amazing innovations that people are doing and creating could drive social good.
Yeah, so it's not just that one industry is siloed from another industry, you're actually kind of cross-breeding, this hybridization, this place where technology meets health and environmental justice. So tell me, how did you land on environmental justice? Why this particular topic?
I think because like right now, especially in this time, as we deal with like climate change and global warming, and we see, particularly in California with like the drought, like environmental justice is the issue right now, and it affects all of us no matter where we are. And collectively, we really can tackle and use the collective brain power of all of us to address some of these issues.
And so you settled on Southeast San Francisco as a place to really dig into your work. Tell me why that particular community and what you found in creating this project.
Well, I think it's like so amazing that I'm here in San Francisco, which is the tech capital of the world, hands down. And I work for a fabulous organization called the San Francisco Parks Alliance, which it deals with like parks and open space and access to open space. And you think of San Francisco as being this global mecca of wealth, technology, prosperity, all those things, but yet the communities in the southeast of San Francisco haven't been able to access or tap into any of those benefits for multiple reasons. And if you look at some of the history of San Francisco around some of the environmental degradation that happened there with nuclear sites, with like the whole landfill, and how that seismically is very dangerous when you build housing on top of things that isn't land, things that aren't land. So I wanted to make sure that communities in the Southeast are connected to the wealth of information and knowledge and prosperity and environmental justice, because the sea is rising and lots of those people live on the waterfront.
Yeah, so in this work, are you making this area more accessible, safer? Tell me specifically how you're addressing this problem with this community.
So it's multifaceted. I am a director of a project called the Blue Greenway, which is an initiative that has been led by the San Francisco Parks Alliance. And what we are doing is there is 13 miles of waterfront shoreline in the southeast part of San Francisco that probably since in the last 60 years, has not been accessible to communities in the Southeast. So you have people that live a half a mile, a quarter of a mile away from the waterfront and have not been able to access it, touch it, for multiple reasons. One, some of it was active nuclear sites. Two, it was lots of closed off for industrial reasons and other reasons. So part of the project that I'm leading with the Park Alliance is around making those areas open and accessible to communities in the Southeast. So it involves like the cleanup, it involves protecting like the native Bay Area species, it involves conserving and creating new wetlands which help protect us against climate change and sea level rising. It involves connecting the community to, and using technology to connect the community to what actually is happening on the waterfront, because lots of people don't know. And I'm only one person, and I do a lot of community engagement, but at the same time, pretty much everyone in this day and time has a cell phone and has a smartphone. And part of what we're doing is creating this platform using mobile technology that people can look on their cell phone and they can go up and down all 13 miles of that waterfront and discover what has happened, what will happen, and what they can do to participate in it.
So you're bringing the community into the work. It's not like solving the problem, coming in and fixing it. You're engaging the community to solve for themselves in a lot of ways.
Yes, exactly. It's all about empowering the community, because obviously I can't do this by myself, nor could the Parks Alliance do it by herself. And the community has to value it and has to see it as a win-win for them.
Yep.
And the way you do that is you engage the community and you use the fabulous thing called like technology. Who can't sit and like twiddle on their phone and like comment on something or drive an initiative or suggest something. I mean, I think that's the beautiful thing about like technology, is that you have like groupthink and you can have millions of people together and like trying to solve a certain problem.
Yeah, I'm very passionate about having underrepresented groups or communities not feel just like they consume technology, but they can create, they can make the technology. And I think a lot of times people just aren't in that mindset, right? They're just kind of feeling like it's something that they receive and not something they actively participate in. And so we have an incredible audience of millions of developers around the world. How can developers or designers, or really anyone, help you?
Oh my God, there's so many ways they can help me. First of all, they can definitely reach out to me. Follow me on Twitter at Jackie Almost Holiday. And I would say, comment, like give us feedback, like let us know, like suggestions. There's even in the 2 days that I've been here, or a day and a half, I found out so many wonderful things and apps and applications that people are developing that could be incorporated into this whole environmental justice, social justice movement that we're creating and growing in the Southeast communities of San Francisco. So would love for developers to come and donate their time and energy to like thinking big. And every meeting I go to and every time I'm talking to people in the Southeast, like the actual residents there, I say we can think big. We can make this as big as we want to make, because the power is within us to do that.
Yeah, and just for those tuning in, when we're saying the Southeast, we're meaning Southeast San Francisco.
Yes.
We just want to make sure that the developers all go to the right place.
Yes, yes.
So you've had this extreme passion for solving for communities and really social justice issues for a very long time. With technology going, you know, in the way of the Internet of Things or wearables and these new ways of technology engaging consumers, what do you want to see solved in your lifetime, given the incredible possibilities of technology?
I think as much that can be solved as possible. Like, I would say I wouldn't even limit it or close the door. Like, whatever we can solve in like my lifetime, and who knows what my lifetime will be given what technology is doing right now. Maybe my body will be in something else in some other shape or form or time. But I think that one of the big things is making sure that underserved communities have access to technology, both from a user experience, but also a participatory, actually, creation-wise as well.
And so with your work, are you collaborating with other communities around the world that might have incurred similar issues, or do you feel like this particular project is unique in what it's experienced?
No, the funny thing is it's not necessarily very unique. It's unique in the situation that this time right now in San Francisco, when you think about San Francisco, you don't think about nuclear waste sites, or you don't think about hydrocarbon damage and pollution done, or you don't think of San Francisco as having some of the highest, the southeast part of San Francisco, as having some of the highest asthma rates in the state of California. And some of those asthma rates mirror some of the other countries in the developing world. So in some ways our experiences are very similar, and part of the work I am doing is also reaching out and studying some of the best practices from other countries and kind of what they've done as they tackle environmental justice issues using technology and other resources.
So in the lifespan of your project, are you at the beginning, the middle, or the end? And can you share a story of maybe interacting and engaging with the community that shines a light on how your work is truly improving the community in Southeast San Francisco?
So we are still very much in like the beginning stages. I mean, a lot of it still is very much like ideation, because when you're participatory and when you do true community engagement, it involves speaking out to lots and lots of stakeholders, which I really enjoy doing. I love hearing people's stories. I love like when people tell me like they never thought in their lifetime that they would actually be able to put their toes in the water of San Francisco right near their houses, which is pretty powerful when you think that some of these individuals are third and fourth generations in those neighborhoods, and they actually never thought that they could walk out of their house, walk across the street, and actually touch the water. So those are some of the most powerful messages that I get. And then also, like, some people thought that because a lot of the things are former, like, nuclear sites, it was all classified information. And so now the fact that I've been able to open kind of like that door of, okay, this is what is happening there, and this is the timeline for various cleanups, et cetera, and what all these different terminologies mean in environmental cleanup, like that is just so powerful. I think information is probably the best gift that you can give people, information connected to how they can actually act and change the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally, I'm actually an 11th generation Californian. So my family's been here for a really long time, and I live over in the East Bay. And I feel now privileged and completely unaware that this was a problem in my neighborhood. And so do you have a website? So we're all going to follow you on Twitter. Okay, but definitely. Is there a central place that we can read about this work online and dig into some of this research? I know it's incredibly powerful, like organizations like Code for America, you know, opening up access to, that's more like city information, but how do we open up more of this and research it and assist you? So do you have another site or?
So there actually is. So if you go to sfparksalliance.org and you search that site, Blue Greenway, there's all the information. And we're actually in the process of building a brand new website that'll have a reservoir of information and pulling from data from multiple different sources so that anyone around the world can find out exactly what's going on and how they can help and participate.
And hopefully what you set up here is a model for what can be then moved to other places around the world, right, where they're experiencing similar environmental justice issues. So we're at I.O. What has been your favorite thing so far?
Oh my goodness, I'm like fascinated by like Project Tango.
Okay.
Like I've probably spent, I don't know, maybe like an hour up there like picking their brains of everything like possible with that piece of technology, because in some ways, like as I said, like particularly with communities in the southeast of San Francisco, some of them have not been able to experience like past state, as in before all the environmental degradation, because it also has happened within their lifetime, but also future states. A lot of people can't even envision what is possible. And that technology actually makes it happen, where they can actually see what a cleanup site would look like, see what it's like to like experience their waterfront in a different way, but also go through history and see all of the horrible things that happen, because there's lessons to be learned from history so that we don't repeat itself. So I think that is just, and visually see, and I think visuals actually speak to people in ways that telling like the ways that reading about it just don't do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I, prior to so I work on women in technology at Google, and prior to this work, I was also working with Native Americans to help them map their lands. A common issue with another underserved community with them is that sometimes they can't find or really map correctly the boundaries of their land. And so when people are encroaching on their land, it's like they need some GPS markers. They need these tools to be able to really be in an empowered place to defend themselves, right? So after your project is completed, what are you going to continue working on environmental justice, or do you think you'd want to move over back into healthcare or maybe take this to another country?
I don't know, but I definitely see like environmental justice connected to health, because environmental issues affect health outcomes. So I see like that intersection, and I also see that given the history, particularly with the communities in the Southeast, I'm going to be working that project for a really long time. Like, and unfortunately,
is this like a 10-year problem?
This is probably more like a 40-year problem. So we still got a lot of like, we still definitely have like a lot of work to do. There's still like a lot of cleanup happening. But the truth is that at least within the next like 3 years, people will actually be able to see changes that are happening along like their waterfront, and they'll also be able to like access both from technology perspective, but also from a physical perspective, their waterfront and be updated about what is going on, but also participate in the decisions that are being made and kind of drive their own future of the space they inhabit.
Well, I've been sitting here with Jackie Omos Holiday. She is the Jackie O here at Google I/O. She's also an environmental justice tech maven. Thank you so much for committing your life and being an advocate for the people of Southeast San Francisco and for improving all of our lives with technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So tell me something. Is your app lagging or performing?
Well, it's funny you should ask, actually, because I was just looking through these cool
Is your app lagging or performing?
I heard about this new framework, and I wanted to see my app framework.
Don't really care about what you've heard about. Is your app performant or is it laggy?
I was just trying to run the tool against my app to see if it would...
I don't really think you're listening to me. Simple question, simple answer. Performant or lagging?
I'm just trying to tell you about this really...
Your application, is it lagging or is it performant?
What is with you?
It's a really simple question. Last time, easy. Lagging or performant?
Of course my app is performant. I watch Android performance patterns on the Google Developers YouTube channel.
My name is Colt McCandless. My name is Ian Neelewis.
I'm Lisa Rai.
My name's Wayne Pekoski.
I'm Hoyland.
My name is Joanna Smith, and one of the most important things that you can learn is how to trust your tools over someone else's rules.
About 5 years ago, right as Google X was being birthed, I sat down with Larry Page, and I was trying to work with him on how we were going to talk about what Google X is. And I was having a hard time getting something concise out of him, so I just started throwing things at him to respond to. So I said, "Are we a research center?" And he said, "No." Good, I'm glad to hear that. "Are we an incubator?" Sort of, not really. "Are we just another business unit for Google? Is that what we're going to be?" Nope. Good. The original vision statement that Kennedy gave to the nation in 1961, that we were going to put a man on the moon and return him safely by the end of the decade, was the original moonshot proposal, at least in the moonshot sense. And so I was delighted when after 10 of these things, I threw it to Larry, "Are we taking moonshots?" And he said, "Yes, that's what we're doing." That made me really happy. So from that afternoon on, what I've been telling the people at Google X is that we're trying to build a moonshot factory. What I mean by that is that we're trying to take moonshots. That word is to remind us that we're trying to work on things that are very hard, that aspire to make the world 10 times better in some way than it currently is, not 10% better, to remind us about the risks that we're taking and the long-term nature of the work that we have ahead of us when we try to do these things. The word factory is meant to remind us that even though we're doing these risky long-term things, that we want to pursue doing them with an eye to actually having the impact that we aspire to, that we're building products and services for the real world. Fast forward 5 years, I'm tickled, I confess, to see that the word moonshot has made its way fairly heavily now into the popular lexicon. I understand, though I haven't seen the show myself, that the TV show Silicon Valley, the Google in it is called Hooli, and they've now started their own Google X-like organization, which they call XYZ instead. And it's taking moonshots also, and I've personally been upgraded from captain of moonshots to head daydreamer in the TV show, apparently. You know, the fact that it's out there is important. And part of the reason that I think that it's important is that there's this bizarre, it's understandable, but it's this frustrating game of not it, that we all play with ourselves. So the small companies say, well, I can't take moonshots. That's for big companies to do because it costs a lot of money to take moonshots. The big companies say, well, we aren't going to take moonshots because that means taking a lot of risk. That's not really our game. That's what the small companies should do because they have nothing to lose. The governments say, well, you know, like 50 years ago we were taking moonshots, but that's not really our thing anymore. We have to work on popular, immediate problems. We don't have any money. Like, that just can't be us. Sorry. Academics love talking about moonshots. They like writing the papers. They actually produce some of the underlying science that later can turn into a moonshot, but they're not the system builders who are going to build the moonshot themselves. Everyone thinks it's someone else's job, but we're not going to fix the biggest problems in the world if everyone thinks it's someone else's job. The truth is, we can all work on moonshots. Working on things that aspire to be 10 times better rather than 10% better is a mindset. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do specifically with the risk or the money or the time frame. It's a mindset about what we're working towards. And counterintuitive as it is, if you work on things that aspire to be that much better, it not only isn't harder, sometimes it's literally easier. Because when you aspire to make the world that much better, you have to start over. And when you've acknowledged to yourself as a team that you're going to start over, you know that what's going to happen next can't be built on what people have done before. You have to, in a meaningful sense, come at it from a new perspective. And that often, not always, but often unlocks possibilities that make the impossible seem possible. So this is our blueprint for how we take moonshots, for what a moonshot should be in our minds. The first thing is that there has to be a huge problem in the world that we want to resolve, that we want to have go away or mitigate in some meaningful way. So, for example, 1.2 million people die every year in car accidents. More than $1 trillion is wasted every year with people sitting in traffic. That is a legitimately world-scale problem. It would be awesome if we could make go away. Number two, there has to be a radical proposal for how to make that problem go away. If it's something that people have tried over and over before in the past, the idea that we or you or anyone else, by just trying harder or staying up later at night, is not really a good outcome. It's not very likely to work. So, cars that drive themselves all the way from point A to point B, I think that's like the poster child for a radical-sounding proposal to make that kind of problem go away. And then the third one is there has to be some reason to believe, some breakthrough technology, some aha from science or engineering, which makes us believe that even if it's not guaranteed to work, we have a decent shot at learning through the process and maybe, just maybe, getting there. In the case of self-driving cars, that was the DARPA Grand Challenge work that originally happened and some advances in smart software and smart sensors. So each project that fits into this mold then has to describe not just that it fits these things, but that in principle at least, it could produce in the long run a Google scale business or Google scale value to the company in order for us to help it move forward. Our goal is to have each of these things create a ton of value for the world, but then also create back to Google a sort of fair, equitable return on its investment for taking these big risks. And 5 years in, I'm very happy to say that we've started to make real progress in this space through the graduations that we've done. Some of them play out in different ways. So for example, the massive neural network project that we originally built at Google X, we graduated back into the main part of Google called Knowledge, which is what you might think of as search. And in that part of Google, it now is servicing over 50 products and services, helping all these different parts of Google turn signals into symbols more effectively, which is helping Google to be successful. And certainly that's not all our credit because they've done a lot since they left, but we helped to get that going. And that is a good example of the sort of thing that we're shooting for. In a very different way, the smart contact lens work that we built, it wasn't going to probably work out optimally for us not only to do the original work on that project, but to take it all the way to the market ourselves. So we developed a partnership with Alcon, the eye care division of Novartis, and now we are headed towards the market through this still very complex process of trying to make contact lenses be able to sense the glucose in your eye to help diabetics manage their diabetes better. But that is another example where value can be released through this work, in this case, through a partner. Another of the critical operating principles that we have at Google X is throwing ourselves out into the world to get contact with the real world as fast as possible. It's not sometimes a natural thing to do, but it is an absolutely critical thing to do, especially when you're taking on particularly big, hard projects. You can't possibly know at the beginning the right thing to do, but you can have a process where you discover faster rather than slower that you're on the wrong track. That you can do. So we go through these processes for things like the self-driving cars, for our flying wind turbines, for Project Loon, for contact lens work that we do, and for others. We go through this process where we force ourselves to seek out this contact. And sometimes this turns out to be us dragging our balloons up to South Dakota to expose the balloons to Arctic winds. Sometimes it's asking a really specific, tiny question like, how long will this glucose sensor the size of a piece of glitter actually be able to sense glucose while sitting in this tear fluid? The question is, how and how fast can you discover that what you're working on is the wrong thing to be working on? And the secret is, it's discouraging to hear these things. We all avoid going out into the world throwing ourselves at the world to discover these things. But no matter how discouraging it is now, if you put more time into doing it, you will unconsciously avoid even more doing it tomorrow or a week from now or a month from now. And that's why doing it as fast as you can is actually the easiest time and the most efficient time to discover that you're on the wrong path. And that's why it is sort of central to how Google X works on solving these problems. I want to emphasize, what this basically means is we don't know, and I would go so far as to say nobody really knows, the right way to build any of these projects. If you listen to the media stories, you get this sort of nice, tight arc where the entrepreneurs that make it were sort of destined to make it, and the ones that didn't were kind of losers who were never going to make it anyway. And it completely misses the point, that feeling in the pit of your stomach where you know where you want to get to, but you really don't know how to get there. I have those feelings all the time. Every single one of our project leads at Google X has those feelings. You're not alone. That's just the truth of the world, that we have those feelings all the time. All we can do is take our best guess about what we should be building, and then don't wait. Get quickly out into the world to discover how wrong you are, which parts are salvageable, and which parts you need to go back to the drawing board about. That's the only way to race forward. So I'm going to tell you about Project Wing as an example of this. When Project Wing had some kind of bumpy months, some very bumpy months, in late 2013, early 2014. So the goal for Project Wing is self-flying vehicles for delivery. That huge problem with the world that we aspire to, we believe that there are still a significant amount of friction in how physical things are moved around in the physical world. And if you look historically at the Pony Express and the introduction of the post office, at mail order catalogs, which are kind of weirdly the precursor to e-commerce on the internet, if you look at boats, planes, trains, every time people have introduced a way to more efficiently move physical things around in the world, it has utterly and positively changed the world. There's lots of friction left. Let's remove some more of it. But that's too hard to work on. That's just to get your arms around at the beginning. It's just too much. So we had to pick something to start with. There was a process of brainstorming. And the thing that we got excited about at the beginning was to deliver defibrillators to people. So if somebody is having a heart attack, you've probably seen like an ER show where they say clear, right? And they hit their chest and the guy wakes up again, hopefully. So there is, in this building, I guarantee you, like 5 AEDs, automatic external defibrillators. I bet you not a single person in this room knows where it is, and if somebody fell down on the floor right now, I doubt you anyone would find it in the next 5 to 10 minutes, sadly. What if defibrillators could come find you, at least get to the front of the building, maybe even get all the way to the person who needed it? So this was our vision. It's small, and it's something where time matters. It's about 8 to 9 minutes from when someone has a heart attack to when they actually get help today, on average. If we could shave 4 minutes off of that time, we would save 20,000 lives a year just in the US. So the team got really excited about this. Like, that's a mission. That's a great beachhead mission for this bigger goal. So we started 2 things in parallel. The engineers, all psyched up because they were going to save all these lives, started building a first version of our vehicle, which, by the way, this turns out not to be the right vehicle. Story for another day, but that was another sort of failure mode that we had, and we're now doing a very different vehicle, and that was a painful moment for the engineers. But while they were building the hardware, the software, the sensors for these vehicles, we also immediately had a real-world team that went out to ask, can we kill this project right now, or at least that direction for the project, by finding out that there was something wrong with the plan? We went out and we talked to people, actually had them on dummies use these automatic external defibrillators. We went and we talked to the emergency response people in communities. We literally sat and watched them take phone calls and talked to the person who ran the 911 center in various towns and said, well, could we plug into what you're doing? And we quickly found out the whole plan wasn't going to work. That's good, though. I promise you, this was enormously depressing for the team. But it was only going to be depressing for them in a much bigger way if we'd let them go for another year and a half till they were all done and then discovered that it was the wrong thing to do. That would have been much more expensive, much more painful. It turned out that it wasn't the right thing to do because, number one, the defibrillators are quite hard to use. In principle, they're not, but most people don't apply them really well. So if you get someone something they don't know how to use really quickly, you actually haven't made the world as better as you were hoping. And the other one is that 911 is just not set up to let us start flying to where the call came from the moment they get the call. In fact, you would be surprised how much they don't even understand where the call comes from. It's a somewhat antiquated system. So it just wasn't a good plan, and this was really depressing for the team. The team took a big step back. Initially, we were trying to figure out what a better beachhead would be. And we came to what I think was the right answer. This is about 9-10 months ago, where we said, you know what? We're not going to pick a beachhead. Instead, let's just throw ourselves into the world. And we went to Australia, and we started doing deliveries. And we discovered things in that process. We discovered a ton of things in that process. But among other things, we discovered things people wanted delivered that we hadn't even imagined. Cattle ranchers were saying to us, you know what would be awesome is vaccines. We're out in the field. The vaccines have to be stored in a refrigerator, so we never have them with us. They have a really poor shelf life, so we often don't even have them in our barns. But you want it like right there. That's when you need it. If something could just come in the middle of the field and hand me the vaccine, that would be amazing for like the cows that they're taking care of. We would never have figured that out sitting in a conference room on a whiteboard, I promise you. So Project Loon. The goal for Project Loon is to beam internet down to the 4 billion people in the world who do not currently have a good connection to the digital world. 4 billion people. It's sort of hard to imagine something more worth working on than that. And most of these people, surprisingly, by the way, already have a device. More than half of them already have a device. It's actually the absence of the connection to the digital world which is stymieing their ability to participate in modern life and to get access to better health outcomes, literacy, the ability to vote, lots of other things. So, when we started, because the idea was to do this from stratospherically based balloons, so this is sort of 60 to 90,000 feet, much up above where the weather is and up above where airplanes fly, we were going to put thousands of these balloons, which you can think of like flying cell towers, and they would talk to each other and they would beam internet down to cell phones or laptops or whatever on the ground. We knew we had a lot to learn because we had not spent, truthfully almost nobody has spent any meaningful time hovering up in that area. But we misestimated how much we had to learn. So one of the things that was a basic part of our plan, it's called the stratosphere because the winds go at different speeds and different directions quite close to each other. It is stratified. And this is a big deal for us, a good deal for us, because we want the balloons to go up and down just a little bit because it doesn't take much energy to cause them to go up and down. And then they can catch winds going in different directions and at different speeds. And so we can teach the balloons, we have taught the balloons to sail on those winds. What we did not fully anticipate once we got up there was if you have winds going like this and winds going like that, and your balloon is the size of a house, when it crosses that boundary, it gets whipped around. And the violence of that process, every time we went through these layers, was something we really hadn't properly designed into the balloon, and there was a major sort of redesign process to make sure that it was ruggedized to survive those particular kinds of things. Even after that, we were flying balloons, and our goal was to get them to stay up for 100 days. Our modeling of how this could turn into a Google-scale business told us that, on average, these things needed to last 100 days in order for this to be a viable business. So at first, they would go up, they would explode after 5 hours and come down, so we could learn pretty quickly that we were on the wrong track. It was kind of a mess, though, because when it came down, you didn't necessarily know why it blew up. Just sort of pops. And these things are full of helium. But after a while, once we solved those problems, our success became an even bigger problem because they would leak really slowly. We would wait a week, we would wait 3 weeks, then it would start leaking. It would take several more weeks for it to come down in a way where we could get it to come down where we could capture it and then go send someone to like southern Chile to like pick it up. This was an incredibly inefficient way to find out that we weren't doing the right thing. We needed to fail faster. We were in the real world, it was giving us these signals, but we needed to accelerate the real world in some way. So we created, in this particular case, something called a leak squad. And their goal was to create, detect, and then fix the leaks that we were having. And they studied a lot of other things in the world where people care about very thin things that don't leak, and it's important that they not leak. Doritos bags, sausage casings, condoms. There's a lot of work that's going on in this area. All three of those are important not to leak for somewhat different reasons. So, imagine something the size of a house, rubbing soap over it, and then filling it so full of helium that somewhere the leak would begin, and then looking around it for little bubbles. Or having a wand about this big, which is a helium detector, and kind of like a metal detector, go ee if it could like smell the helium, and then waving this thing around this thing the size of a house while you've got it overpressurized with helium, trying to get it to leak so we could find the leak, then we could sort of redesign how the balloon was structured. Or taking it, as I mentioned before, to South Dakota. There was like this weird polar vortex where Santa Claus weather had come down. It was like -40, -50 degrees below zero for a couple weeks there. And that was good because that's actually the temperature it is most of the time up in the stratosphere. So most of the stuff did not work, but we did find several really important things. One of my favorite is that in the manufacturing process, the balloons are so big that we have to stand on them in order to make them. And so someone brought up the question, I wonder if them walking on the balloons is what's causing some of the leaks. And so we did a test. Everything's an experiment. Failing is fine as long as you set everything up as an experiment with a hypothesis. So the hypothesis here was, are their feet making little holes? So the control group was them standing on the balloons the way they were, which is wearing their normal socks. And then we got some really fluffy socks. But we need to control the experiment, so we actually had a line dance, like a kind of can-can line dance, and we had all these manufacturing guys on the balloon doing the line dance in their normal socks, and then we got another balloon, and we had them all put on their big fluffy socks and do the same line dance. And in fact, it turned out that the balloon with the fluffy socks had fewer leaks in it. And it is literally at that level that we've had to push the real world towards us so we can fail quickly, so we can discover, so we can fix it. I really believe Loon has made unbelievable progress. In the last, it hasn't even been 4 years yet, and they've moved from this crazy-sounding science project to a viable venture. Our balloons now stay up, by the way, for more than 6 months at a time, and we can sail them around the world to within 500 yards of where we want them to go, routinely. That they've made that progress is because they've been so hungry to fail, because they've been so hungry to get into the real world and to try things. Maybe more than any other project that we have, the self-driving cars have to get into the real world in order to do their learning. It's just the way it's wired. And of course, when we started, we couldn't possibly know the 10,000 things that we would need to do right in order for a car to drive itself really well. Because pretty good most of the time is not good enough when you get into a self-driving car. But we couldn't know what that list was. We're going to sit on some whiteboard and write down the 10,000 weird situations that would happen. So you get out into the real world. And the truth is that the making of that list of those 10,000 things is half of all of what's hard about doing something like this, like making a self-driving car, is figuring out what the real world wants to tell you. So, 2.5 years ago, this was in the fall of 2012, we were done. We were just done, pretty much. We had this great commute helper. We had it on highways. It was executing beautifully. We were so done that we gave a bunch of our Lexus vehicles like you can see in this picture, to a bunch of Googlers who did not work at Google X. And we said, take this home with you. Use it for your commute. You just drive it to the freeway, you push a button, it'll take care of the rest. Driving on the freeway is actually not that hard. You pretty much stay in your lane, you change lanes occasionally, don't hit the guy in front of you. You know, occasionally some bad driver makes things a little interesting, but basically we had it covered. So we gave it to these people, and we made them swear that they were going to pay 100% attention. You know, because when we have our safety drivers in the car, they're like hovering like this over the steering wheel. The car drives for 8 hours at a time, and they never touch the steering wheel, but they just have to be like this the whole time. So we were telling these Googlers, you have to do the same thing. We're going to put cameras in the car. This is for your commute, but you got to pay attention. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. We're going to pay so much attention, you can't believe it. The cars, thankfully, performed flawlessly. The people did not. People don't even pay attention to driving when they're driving. You know, they're like makeup and the texting and the burrito. It's horrible. And that's when they're actually supposed to be driving. So imagine what they do when they think the car's mostly got it covered and like once in a blue moon I'm going to need to take over. It was not pretty. It was sufficiently not pretty that we stopped doing it. And we said, okay, this is not going to work. Humans cannot be a backup system for the computer. Our success was a failure when you factored in human nature. And so we knew that if there was going to be a self-driving car, it was going to have to be something that could go all the way from point A to point B by itself, with no help from the person. This was a major existential moment for this team. They thought they were done. And now all of a sudden, they weren't just not done. It wasn't like half step back. They were like, is this even possible? This was 2.5 years ago. The first thing was there was like this frantic brainstorming about how we could force people to always pay attention to the road. Because then, you know, we'd be like fixed, like training wheels. And it quickly became clear that was not the right way to solve the problem. So after quite a bit of emotional process and soul-searching, the team did what I now believe is exactly the right thing. They said, okay, if humans are not a reliable backup system for the computer, let's build a car that doesn't have a steering wheel. Then we won't be tempted to use that as a crutch when we hit these parts of the process where we don't know how to handle. We won't just, you know, punt that and be like, oh, well, the people will handle that one. So we did. We've been doing that for 2.5 years. And we just announced recently that these cars will start being on city streets in this summer. It's super exciting. And at first, they're going to have this temporary steering wheel in it, and the safety driver will just be sitting there. But that's the right, safe thing to do so that we can make sure that these cars are doing what our bigger cars have been practicing for a long time now, which is to always do the right thing on these city streets, which are much more complicated than being on the highway, going all the way from point A to point B. There's no way we could have learned this sort of thing without spending a ton of time out in the real world. This is also a priceless opportunity for us to start being in these city streets in a more widespread way. You know, I think if the Lexus vehicles that we had really eventually were to become the first fully self-driving cars on the streets, it could provoke some anxiety in people. And one of the things that we're hoping is that this car, because it's smaller, it's cuter, because it's only going to go 25 miles an hour, because we've actually built a foam front end and flexible windshield in here. I hope we never have to use it. But we get to experiment with these things and on a bunch of different fronts, make sure as we're learning that we're keeping the world super, super safe. So I'm excited to see this next step for that project. Now, in order for this to really be done, that list of 10,000 things, we've become, the self-driving car team has become part of its own problem. We're so good at driving now on city streets We drive 10,000 miles a week in Mountain View, and nothing happens, because the car just does the right thing all the time. It is incredibly boring for the safety drivers. It's not very helpful for the engineers either, because they aren't learning much if the car's just like do-do-do-do-do, and then we're like, okay, give it a new address, do-do-do-do-do. We need more negative examples. The teams at Google X are hungry for these negative examples. So we've created a team on the self-driving car team whose full-time job is to find creative ways to create negative examples under safe conditions for the cars. Now, one of the ways we can do this is just by going to new cities, and we are starting to do this. So for example, coming to San Francisco, there are interesting things like different weather. It's more cloudy here. Maybe you would get a little bit more rain. Probably not these days. We're definitely not going to get snow. But as we move from city to city, we can rack up some new experiences. San Francisco, one of the interesting things it'll give us is hills. It's not that the cars are going to like struggle up the hill. They can go up the hills. But it's a reasonable question, how will the sensors on our cars have a hard time or not when we're tilted like this up a steep San Francisco hill? So that's a good thing for us to learn. But that's still not learning fast enough. So this team has been trying to find more and more ways to challenge the cars. And the ways in which we have to find these rare, weird conditions fall into sort of three different categories. Situation number one is people drive illegally. Situation number two is we just have to react suddenly because people weren't paying attention. And then there's just weird stuff. The mail truck sort of jumping out in front of us is sort of the canonic version of this. And we have tried thousands of examples to kind of simulate that sort of jumping out in front of us just to try to stress our cars on our test track. We throw beach balls at it. We've gone to the Halloween store and gotten big birds to swing by the windshield of the car. We've had people hide in canvas bags and pop out in the middle of the road just to see what the car would do. On Take Your Children to Work Day, we parked the cars but had the sensors running just so the kids would play around them so we could get the computer used to watching kids move so we could learn how they move. And the reason that we could do the following is because we did all that. A few months ago, we were coming down a suburban side street. The car turned a corner and came automatically to a stop. There was a woman, an elderly woman in an electric wheelchair, holding a broom in the middle of the road, trying to shoo a duck out of the middle of the road. And they were going around in little circles in the middle of the road. I'm sure this was shocking to the car as well as to the safety drivers. But eventually, she got the duck out of the road, she moved off the street, and the car continued autonomously. That it stopped autonomously and started autonomously again, and there was no problem, is thanks to these field tests that we're doing. Getting out and getting into contact with the real world is the most valuable thing you can do for your project. All of our audacious yearly and quarterly goals have this characteristic of what are we going to build, how are we going to test it in the real world, and how are those tests designed to reveal as fast as possible the unanticipated design flaws with what we're building. I really believe that the progress that Google X has made over the last 5 years comes from our excitement and throwing ourselves at the world of pursuing these projects with the maniacal focus of a startup, and then being hungry to be wrong, being hungry to make mistakes, to get these negative experiences and then harness them to do it better the next time. I know it sounds like a weird thing to be excited about, but I think it's our special sauce. I've always wanted Google X not just to take its own moonshots, but to encourage other people to think this way, to take on some of these problems too. So even if you're not working on a self-driving car, I hope you can take something away from this approach and set yourself up for creative, productive, mistake-filled contact with the real world. Thank you. I'm happy to take a few questions if you like. There are microphones here.
Is that working? There
Yes.
we go. So looking at a product, a typically development IT organization, and balancing innovation from product management and project management, right? So from a company who's typically focused on building the next product, pounding the sales team lines, building, do you have any suggestions or recommendations of how to actually put engineering culture first on top of that innovation? Is it just a matter of saying, okay, let's put you guys aside, let's insulate you? Is there an insulation process in that inside of the heavily driven product management, sales-driven company?
I'm not sure this is the answer you want. It's a weird thing to say at a developers conference. I don't think an engineering-heavy approach is any better than a sales-heavy driven approach. I think any company that is overweighted on any of these things is missing the point. When we look to fail in the real world, we depend equally on finance, on product managers, on designers and UX people, on engineers. Anyone who can find a reason why we're on the wrong track is going to be the superhero of the month for us. And so I guess what I would say is, rather than trying to isolate engineering from these pressures, what I would try to do is evangelize to them that they're missing half of their opportunities, and that if they think about it as discovering as fast as possible why what we're currently doing isn't the right thing to do, that's the most efficient way to make progress. And cutting off some of the reasons why it might be a bad reason. If you know that it breaks the law of physics and you're not allowed to say so, your company is broken and it's wasting its money. And surely, like, the salespeople are like, yeah, that's true. And then you can say, well, then invite me to the meetings. Yeah.
I just had a question about the self-driving car. I think there was a quote from Elon Musk or something. He was saying that sort of what you said, right? Freeway speeds are easy, 0 to 35 range is easy, but it's that 35 to, say, 55 mile an hour zone where you can't simply stop, right? And a lot of, crazy things can happen. So I guess I'm just curious to hear, what the sort of testing you do in that range is, and what your experiences are.
Look, none of it's easy, to be fair. The highways are very constrained situations. There are some oddities that happen, but a microscopic fraction of the oddities that happen on city streets. So that's partly about speed. Part of the issue, which is some of what Elon is getting at there, is that the energy of the car, mv squared, when you double the velocity of the car, you get 4 times the energy, 4 times the braking distance. It does complicate things when you're going faster. Our experience has been that going slower will help from a safety perspective. That's part of why we're focused on 25 miles an hour and under for the moment. But what I would highlight is the really hard bits of this are the duck. And when someone walks out into the street holding a stop sign, like a crossing guard, that's a legal stop sign. But you have to the car has to figure that out. Figuring out the 10,000 things like that, when a bike is coming the wrong way down a bike lane, which should dominate in the computer's way of approaching that problem? The fact that they should be going that way and bikes tend to be going that way, or the physical reality that its momentum is this way? Just those 10,000 things, my experience, are the really hard things. Yeah.
How would you characterize Google X's experience when bringing Google Glass into the real world?
So I've said this before. So first of all, Google Glass, I think, is making really good progress. It's graduated from Google X to Tony Fadell's part of Google. And we will be hearing more in the future about that. But I think we did something right and something wrong. The thing that we did right, that I would absolutely do again, is getting it out into the world. And it's in some ways, even in the way we got it out into the world. The Explorer program was exactly the right thing to do, and we owe a ton to Explorers. Thank you if you're one of them. But we were trying to learn also about the social issues around glass, and there were ways in which, by trying to figure out how people would think about glass, we ended up sending signals that it wasn't a prototype, that it was a finished product. Things like putting it on a runway. I mean, even that was not crazy as an experiment to see how people would think about it and respond to it, but it did leave people with the feeling that it was a finished product when we weren't productizing it yet. We were just trying to learn, and I think we left people with some confusing messages there, and that I wish we had done differently.
Thank you.
How do you think about financial resourcing each of these products? Almost by definition, a moonshot, these could have infinite or almost infinite financial resources. So how do you decide which product's going to get $1 or which one's going to get $1 billion?
I'm not sure I agree that you need near infinite resources for these things. That's true only if you're too shy to say for long periods of time that you're working on the wrong thing. It's amazing how in every project, when you're doing something dumb, when it's going in the wrong direction, I guarantee you 20% or more of the team knows it within weeks. You guys are engineers, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know, and no one will listen to you. What if you lived in a culture where people were like, really? Well, let's stop then. It's unbelievable how much money you can save when you do that. So, thanks. But just to answer the rest of your question, it is also the case that as long as we start on a moonshot and we believe that there's a good return on investment over some very long period of time, where that's a reward-risk ratio, is good for Google, then as we go through the process, if you're building this moonshot for us, I'm going to have a dialogue with you about how much resources have I given you and how much have you de-risked the project. And as long as the risks are coming down faster than I'm giving you money, our ROI is actually getting better. And as long as that's true, I'm just going to keep handing you the resources. And if we go the other way, where I'm giving you more resources and it's not getting any less risky, then probably the resources shouldn't keep coming. I think I have time for like one or two more. Yes?
So specifically about the self-driving cars, could you talk about the 11 accidents that the cars have been involved in over the past year or so, both how they happen and what you've learned from them going forward?
So there are certain things that I'm not even allowed to get into. There's legal issues around it. I don't mean at Google, I mean the DMV and things like that. But what we've said publicly, and I encourage everyone here to, if you're interested, to go look at the blog that we put out about this, is 7 of those 11, we were parked. I mean, not parked like on the side. We were stationary, so the car wasn't driving. The human wasn't driving either. We were just rear-ended. So, you know, like, I don't know what we could do about that. Like, that's just going to keep happening. We should expect that to happen at roughly the rate it's been happening to us, because we can't not have a back end to the car. The other 4, the person was driving, and we could work. You know, our safety drivers are pretty miraculous, and they have a much better record than me or you guys do, but I'm sure we could improve that in some ways. We have yet to have the car be driving itself when any of these have happened, so I don't have more to report to you on that, but I guess that's good news. But we plan to continue to do these blog posts like we've been doing them to help people understand what we're learning and how we can improve. All right, last question.
I had a question about you personally. You do a lot of projects, you manage a lot of projects, you speak a lot, and like I've always seen you at your 100%. So what are some things that we can do, that you do, to switch context between projects and while remaining efficient?
I'm not a maker. I mean, I used to be a maker. I have a PhD in computer science, but to be fair, I'm good at context switching. Makers, the people who are actually building the stuff, do not context switch at the speed that I context switch. So there's obviously a much longer thing. Maybe I'll do an op-ed on it or something. I think it's an interesting question. But my short answer is, hold yourself to the energy level that you aspire to, but don't necessarily hold yourself to the context switching level that I do, because that's not always the way to be the most productive.
Hi, I'm an engineer at Salesforce. So I was wondering, I always had this attitude where I go to the different departments, I go to the like strange people in the different departments to get some code, to just tell me how they did some things. So I'm not writing this from scratch. And I talking to the people from the boss, like what they think. I have these like strange things, and like it's very beneficial. I found this progressing faster. I'm just curious, from the people that are around me, I didn't see a lot of such people, And do you think from your experience it comes like naturally, or like you can like teach or motivate someone to do this? Because a lot of people just shy, they don't understand.
I understand the question. I believe everyone here is a moonshot thinker in your hearts. I promise you, I would not be giving this talk this way if I did not believe that. I believe that most of us are not in a context where we can be as open-minded, as honest, as dispassionate when appropriate, as authentic as we want to be, as our natural selves would be. And I think you need to ask your context for that opportunity, and if it's really not going to give it to you, be humble, try a few times, and if it doesn't work, go find a new context. You all deserve to be able to let the best part of yourselves out. Thank you very much.
With the values that are being shown through voting and bringing bills forward for votes by area representatives. So for instance, if I'm very, very concerned about public schools in my area, and that's really my top concern, then I can drag and drop that issue to the top of my profile and choose 2 other issues under that, and I can immediately hit, match me. And through some very interesting recommendation engines, can see representatives who match that profile through their voting history, through some of the Sunshine APIs that have been invented just by some of the nonprofits, especially in the DC area. So the whole point is really to be able to find a matching point where people are engaged through issues with representatives or candidates who are interested in the same ones, or who have priorities that are aligned with theirs.
And I think that's really great. You expressed a user interface that seemed really intuitive, really easy, and it's really nice because I know that just even when I'm voting, I get sent like paper pamphlets and update pamphlets, and I'm just overwhelmed. Like I don't know what is like the latest version, and I just end up, going with estimated guesses.
Yes.
Maybe whoever's name I've heard the most, or and a lot of my friends will actually get together and they'll host kind of get-togethers, and you have to defend topics that you normally wouldn't want to defend in a voting season.
Yes.
And we try to have these education parties. Sometimes I just can't get to them. But so I love what you're doing is you're making this process more accessible to everyone in a way that we're all starting to come into, right? And having these mobile technologies. And so I think it's really awesome.
Thank you. What you're talking about, I think, is a growing trend, but there are a lot of folks who are being left behind who aren't in crowds where that's more common, and to make that possible is an interest that I have for sure.
And so at Google I/O, are there specific platforms or tools that you feel are good for these civic innovation ideas that are going to drive the future of getting more of the public to participate with the government?
That's a great question. So there are some technologies that I was really excited about. In particular, there was, during the keynote, there was some discussion around something called Loom, which is really, I mean, anyone who wasn't able to catch the keynote or what have you should Google it. But why it's so exciting to me is, for instance, my parents live in an area where their internet service is pretty much, hit or miss. And in the age of technology, it's imperative that they be able to, be in access.
Access to information is
exactly.
important.
That's key. That's part of our evolution as humans, I believe. So what Loom is capable of doing is providing, service through, really, it's a physical device. It's, hey, we're going to put this in the air, and it lasts for about 100 days. It's really, it's around the same ideas that the government uses for transmitting communications data using satellites, but it's below the stratosphere. It's lower down to the ground.
Right.
So it's basically allowing low or no connectivity areas to be able to be online. So to me, that is where the democratization of technology and civic involvement are permitted to meet. If when everyday people are become linked in with their neighbors, with their families, with their neighborhoods, and then out into the wider areas, they're already being represented and laws are being passed that affect them every day. But if they don't have that two-way communication mechanism, then democracy really isn't working.
And so it's this pervasive knowledge economy that you're creating with the work that you're doing and blending it with this, innovative technology that we're starting to see pop up in the industry. So last question, and
Sure.
you've already solved for so much, I feel, in your lifetime, and you've got a whole lifetime to go. So what do you want to see solved for in the next 50 years?
Wow.
Or 10. We can go to 2, we can go to 1. What is the thing that you're most passionate to see solved for?
So I have 2 diverging responses to that, truly, because the world is represented by very different populations, and we see a very narrow field of it, being in a developed country where we are in access easily to food, water, shelter, and information. There's another, part of the world that we don't see every day, where those things are not taken for granted. So my initial response is, well, I would love to see materials design ideas really coalesce into products that can allow us to have flat screens this small on my wrist, and but on the other side of it, perhaps material science can help me to create a water bottle that very, very quickly filters what would otherwise be non-potable water to make it potable.
Right.
Those are the kinds of technologies or tools that I'm also interested in.
Very cool.
And that is, I think, at the core of what what I would call tech, because we're talking about tools. We're talking about using existing materials to make something new that's useful. And that's really kind of the intersection of my interest in making things.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today.
Absolutely.
It's been a pleasure getting to spend time with you.
Absolutely.
I'm certainly inspired by the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much
Please come
for
back
having
again
me.
to I/O next year, and perhaps you'll be on the stage talking to us about what you've created.
You're so
Thank
kind.
you so much.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Androidware is great for quick, glanceable information that lets you stay in the present whilst being connected. So naturally, one of the most requested functions is to display locations on a map. I'm Hoi Lam, and with the latest Google Play Services update, Google Maps API has arrived on Androidware. This means best-in-class mapping functionality is only a few lines of code away. In this dev bite, I'll run you through some common use cases for the Maps API on Androidware, giving you a head start on how to implement them. Before we begin, some good news. The Google Maps API on Androidware is based on the same APIs on Android phones and tablets. As a result, if you have used the Google Maps API on Android before, you'll feel right at home. One of the most common use cases is simply displaying a map. Your app might need to show a marker to denote a landmark or display a running route. In this case, you can use the map fragment or map view and apply for a Google Maps API key, adding markers and polylines when they're needed. All of this functionality is available to you using the same Maps API you're already familiar with on Android, with just one caveat though. Androidware reserves the gesture of swiping from left to right for dismissing the current application. If you do not need your map to pan around, this will continue to work. However, if you need your map to move around and pan, we need to override this particular dismiss gesture to reduce confusion and actually let our user exit our apps. To do this, you'll need to implement the dismiss overlay view, this red circle with a cross, and attach it to the long click event. The view will handle the dismiss action. Another common use case is to select a location on the map so that your friend or your taxi can meet you there. To implement this, you can place a marker in the middle of the screen and let your user pan around the map. This indicates the selected location within the map fragment element. Then use the Google Map on Canberra Change Listener to detect if the user have panned around the map. You can access the new location through the Canberra position, .target, .latitude, and longitude. You can then send this information to the recipient, be it a friend or a taxi driver. For more technical information about how to implement the use case we described in this dev bite, please head over to our Maps API blog post. In addition, more in-depth reference information is available on the Google Developer Portal via this second link. I'm Hoi Lam. Android Wear is designed for users to stay connected whilst on the move. With the Google Maps API on Android Wear, developers have a powerful tool backed by Google Maps. So let's keep our users moving in the real world.
Hey everyone, this is Natalie Villalobos from the Women Tech Makers program here at Google, and I'm excited to share with you some of the amazing innovators here at Google I/O that are hanging out on this playground. Let's go meet a few. Hey, what's up? Hey Joanna, can you tell me a little bit about what you make and what you're passionate about?
So I'm actually most passionate about Android performance because that's my thing, and I came up with this really cool hashtag for Perf Matters, and I think it's just so great to sit around and really try to teach people to understand what their apps are doing and how they can best use their frame rates and make sure that they're really nailing it.
Awesome, and I'm guessing you're with this guy who
works with me.
Yeah, this Perf Matters sign. I think I was seeing this hashtag trending on Twitter. Cole, can you tell me a little bit about this sign you're holding?
Well, it's about performance. I, too, am passionate about performance, Joanna. Thank you for that. Toast, that's what this is about. This is a hashtag about the performance of toast and toasting of toasters for the Internet of Things. And the performance of, I told you not to steal.
I think you stole his thunder.
I didn't steal your thunder, Colt McCamus. It's my thunder. Yeah, yeah, I know.
I think it's about to turn into a weapon. I think I'm just going to get in the middle here. I think I'm going to get in the middle here. Guys, performance matters. Can we all just agree? Performance matters. Performance matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. I'm going to go meet some other people. Okay, let's go over here. Hey, everyone. So what's your name? Can you tell me also, what do you like to make?
My name is Anna Billstrom, and I like to make Android apps, iPhone apps, just mobile apps, and also connecting with different hardware I really like.
And can you tell me a little bit more about an app that you created or a project that you're really passionate about?
Sure. I recently made a Android Wear watch face, which got me into kind of notifications on the watch, which I really like. And I'm working on an app that does, it's called Step Rewards. It helps you keep your goal in Fitbit. So it does little notifications reminding you of a goal you've set. So.
And how do you create healthy habits so that people want to keep coming back to that app?
Yeah, I think if you kind of keep your eyes on the prize and you have small improvements and you get reminded of what your goal is every day, it helps instill that habit in you. So.
And is this similar to me trying to get 10,000 steps on my Fitbit?
Yeah, yeah. So if you could say like, oh, I get to buy myself yoga pants at the end of the week if I meet my goal every day or accumulate it, and it'll just remind you of your goal every day.
Awesome. And you built this specifically for your Android phone and for iOS, or are you on other platforms as well?
No, it's Android, iOS, and then Watch. Remind notifications on Watch. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. And hi. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're working on and what's important to you?
Sure. I'm working in a watch face. It's a cupcake watch face. I like to create Android applications, and I'm passionate about increase the visibility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, visibility.
Visibility of women in technology.
Awesome. And where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Cool. And What is the technology scene like in Mexico?
It's growing up now. Yeah.
Cool. And can you tell me, so did you start, was this your kind of your first foray into Android, was building this cupcake Android Wear watch face, or was there another way that you got started doing Android or in the tech industry?
I started 2 years ago just by myself because I wanted to do something different and something new.
Awesome, great. Do you mind if I come sit next to you? Oh, cool, thanks.
How you doing?
Good, I'm just doing a little dance so I can meet as many meet as many people as possible. So I see it's like there's a commonality here. So you've also created an Android Wear watch face. Can you tell me about what you've created?
I created a little minion because I love minions, and I always wanted to if I look at my watch, I want to see them. But also I learned from the Women's Tech Makers lab code. That's when I started. I was like, oh, this is cool. This is something I didn't know. Because I started programming in Android, but regular apps for phones, but not for the watches. That's when they're like, oh, Android Wear. I was like, what is that? That's when I learned, and then, they gave us a Moto 360 to play with. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is something, that we want to teach other people, because a lot of people, you walk into any places, it could be a school, and they're like, what is that in your hand? And they're like, oh, what is it? What is it? And you show them like, oh my God, I want one. And they're like, oh, I should go online and find out if I could find one for myself. And they're like, I don't know how to work it, but I'll have it on my wrist and look cool like you.
No, that's really cool. And where are you from? And are you teaching people? Are you extending your knowledge beyond what you've learned?
I'm currently going to grad school, so there's a lot of people that don't know how to play with watch faces. And during my class, for the final project, I showed that as a second project and how they could build with it. And I also provided them with the link that we have for the co-watch during the Women Tech Makers.
And so from what I remember from Despicable Me, there's like thousands of minions. They all kind of have their own personalities. How did you decide on this one particular minion design?
This one's so female-like. This is like a little girl. It has a flower and everything. Compared to the other ones that are all plain little boys, we want to make sure that we get women out. Say that, you know what, we're strong, and we could, even though minions are all males, they still want to be like a woman, cool like us. Dressed with our little pretty bow and everything. Call it a day.
Yeah, no, this is beautiful. So thank you so much for making it out to I.O. I'm going to go see what these other makers have created.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you. So Chucky, so I know you from the Google Developer Expert Program. Can you talk a little bit about what that is and how you got involved?
I'm an Android developer, and I started doing a lot of public speaking and writing blogs, and I got invited into the program to share my knowledge more with more people.
And can you tell me is there a particular project that you've made recently that you're especially proud of that you would want to share with others?
Sure. It's actually a pretty funny story. I got this idea to make an Android Wear watch face, which is called Fit Cat. And what I want is a really, really cute cat on it, but I don't know how to make cute cats. So I asked for help on Google Plus and tell my friends if they know any good illustrators. And one of my friends introduced me to Virginia, who is an awesome illustrator, and we've been working together really hard, actually, because we wanted to bring the Fit Cat out as soon as possible. And what the Fit Cat does is it's a cute cat that starts off the day sleeping, and he's fat. And the more you walk during the day, the fitter the cat gets. So if you walk a lot, then it will be like weightlifting and doing other crazy things on the skateboard and things like that. So it's been really fun working with Virginia.
Cool. So you have a weightlifting cat. Can you tell me what are the challenges in drawing a weightlifting cat? Or can you tell me more also about your illustration background and why a cat?
Yeah, so I'm actually an illustrator and designer, so I've been doing a bunch of different watch faces. So I had a little bit of practice with making images for Android Wear, and when I met Chucky, and I loved her idea, and I was like, that sounds like so much fun. And of course, she's fantastic, so we made a list of what we thought would look cute for the watch face, and we just sort of started drawing and getting some ideas together. So yeah, it's been fun.
And how long did it take for you to go from concept to coding it? And I don't know, is it in the Android Play Store?
Yeah, it's available for download right now. I think it took us like version 1, maybe 5 days, something like that.
You were very organized.
You were really fast because I may have contacted you on a Friday or something, and then I just made a Google spreadsheet and say, these are the actions that I thought would be cool. And the next day she's like, what do these look? And I opened up my email and all these like pencil sketches. I just fell in love with the cat. Like that moment, I was like, oh, so cute. And then you just ink them in and send me over all the things, and she was amazingly fast.
I'd love to know more about your process. How did you, I mean, I don't illustrate. So to me, taking a picture in the real world and creating it digitally and putting it on a watch seems extremely challenging. Can you tell me about your creative process in maybe going from sketch to launching it?
Yeah, so I actually, when I first got my watch, I was looking in the Play Store at what was there, and there was a lot of awesome stuff, but I wanted to take some of my doodles and see how they would translate. So I have like an octopus and a skull and a bunch of just crazy, colorful stuff that I was like, I don't know how to do this, but I'm just going to start and see what happens and see what works and what doesn't. And so it was sort of trial and error to see what was successful. And I also post a lot of my process online to get feedback from people, because I think that's really helpful too. So just trial and error, I think.
Yeah, I think most designers, most engineers would say trial and error is a big part of creating a great solution. Can you tell me about who you are, what you like to make, and maybe a little bit about what's worked and what's not worked in your pursuit of creating a personal project?
Sure. So my name is Trish Wetzel, and I'm interested in building apps, or I'm interested in Android apps for glass and the watch face. And so I had a great opportunity at the Women Tech Makers event to learn how to make a watch face. So that's what I've started off with first with the watch.
And what was your first design, and how did you come up with it?
My first one was a smiley face watch, so I wanted to just pick a nice, fun image, keep the image part simple for now, and learn the code on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, so not everyone has a Virginia, right? So it's like, so I think picking a really solid. This is also a very universal image that everyone can relate to a happy face, and I think if I had to look at a face every day, you'd want it to be a happy one. So what other projects do you have, either in your career or in your work, that you're especially proud of, that maybe in being here at I/O, the education and things you're learning today help supplement those projects to go forward?
So I'm really interested in wearables for healthcare, and really how those can better improve communication between patients and doctors, and also the exchange of information. So really just continuing to learn more about Android.
Awesome, super cool. Well, thanks so much for letting me barge in to your conversation. I know you guys were just kind of hanging out. So thank you so much for coming to I/O. I really appreciate you being here and for being awesome makers. That's it for us. Really, really excited to be here at I/O. As you can see, we're in the playground area where all the innovators from around the world are coming together, meeting each other to make the future of technology. This is Natalie Villalobos from Women Tech Makers. See you soon.
Understanding what people are doing can help your app better adapt to your users' needs. I'm Mark Stagaitis, and I'm going to show you how you can tell if your users are walking, running, cycling, or in a vehicle, and how to use it to improve your app experience. This can be done with the Activity Recognition API on Android. Once you've set up the system in your application, activities are automatically detected by periodically reading short bursts of sensor data and processing them using machine learning models. We've recently trained new models, as well as added the use of Bluetooth to significantly improve the accuracy and reduce the latency of detected activities. Receiving recognized activity callbacks only takes a few lines of code. Start by connecting to the Activity Recognition API and defining where you want connection callbacks to go. Then, request activity updates by specifying a desired detection interval and a pending intent where you'd like activities delivered. Your application will receive callbacks with extras containing an activity recognition result. This contains a list of activities that the user may be doing at a particular time. So what can you do with this extra information? Well, for example, if a user starts running, you'll get a callback indicating the most probable activity is running. If the confidence is 75 or higher, you know you can act on it and show a notification asking if they want to start tracking their run. Or, when an app is in use and the user starts driving, You can offer up a switch to car mode dialog. You can also use it for historical cases, such as showing your users where they park their car or how long they spend commuting to work each day. Reducing memory consumption is important to keep phones running smoothly. When using the API, a common use case is that an application wants to monitor activities in the background and perform an action when a specific activity is detected. Typically, when developing for Android, you'd use a persistent running service to handle this. But sadly, that consumes a lot of resources. This API removes that burden by delivering the data via an intent. The application specifies a pending intent callback, typically an intent service, which will be called with an intent when activities are detected. So there's no need to keep a service always running in the background. Minimizing battery usage is also important. On devices that have a significant motion sensor, the battery is conserved by stopping activity reporting when the device is still for an extended period of time. It'll resume once device moves again. I hope this gives you a taste for how your app can make use of the Activity Recognition API. This is just the beginning. Watch out for new activity types being added soon.
Enterprise is a huge opportunity. When most developers think about Android, they look at the general end-user numbers, but often they forget about the massive opportunity available for business devices. My name is Matt, and with Android for Work, you can take advantage of this huge opportunity. Did you know that as of 2014, there were 250 million Android devices in use in businesses around the world? And it continues to grow strongly in two flavors. Bring your own device, or BYOD, is where the employee owns their device, but their company also allows them to use it for work. Currently at 175 million devices and growing at 15% per year. On the other hand, corporate liable is where the company owns their device and typically only allows it to be used for work. Currently around 75 million devices and growing at 8% per year. Compare that to the 1 billion Android devices in use today, and that's already 25% being used in businesses. So how do you reach this massive market? Start with Google Play for Work to get your apps into the hands of businesses. Google Play for Work provides a dedicated storefront to businesses using Android for Work. Google Play for Work, when combined with Android for Work devices, allows a whole set of control and install options for IT admins. This is why it's been integrated by these top enterprise mobility management companies, or EMMs. This gives your app exposure to a broad range of business customers. IT admins are able to install your application across an entire workforce at the click of a button. We are working with more EMMs to get them on board as quickly as possible. Using Google Play for Work as a developer is straightforward. You're able to ship your apps to both Google Play and Google Play for Work within the Pricing and Distribution tab of the familiar Play Developer Console. But what if you have a paid application? At I/O 2015, we made it possible for IT admins to purchase paid apps in bulk within Google Play for Work. It's now possible for an IT admin to buy multiple licenses of your app in one transaction and then distribute them to employees who are using Android for Work. This gives you the opportunity to grow your user base more quickly. The licenses are owned by the company, so if an employee leaves, then the company can transfer that license to another user. That means it is critical for you to keep track of which users have licenses assigned. We recommend that your app uses the Google Play Licensing API to periodically check ownership. Now, it's important to understand that IT admins for businesses typically have stricter security concerns than regular users. Here's a quick checklist of items to keep your eye on as you're developing your app. Firstly, IT admins will scrutinize your permissions closely before making your app available to their employees. So make sure you're only requesting permissions that you really need. Make sure user data is secured and encrypted in transit and while on your servers. Consider also describing the security measures that you take in your Google Play app description. Data leaks caused either accidentally or maliciously from your employees will really put businesses off your app. Set authorization policies within your business to minimize the number of employees that can access user data. Finally, Avoid features that might cause information security issues, like sharing with social networks, or allow these to be disabled by IT admins using managed configuration through the Android App Restrictions framework. For more information on app restrictions and testing your enterprise app, watch our previous video here. So, does your app have the potential to make a difference to an entire workforce? Whether it be barcode scanners for warehouse staff, collaboration tools for remote office workers, or stock market tickers for finance, there are countless opportunities opening up with Android for Work and Google Play for Work. Which one is knocking on your door?
Inspiration's a funny thing. I mean, there you are idly going about your day, eating a banana, and boom, some amazing revelation hits you. How fitting is it that all of the technological advances we've had over the past 40 years have been because of these sort of crazy, amazing, inspirational thoughts? Take Burroughs-Wheeler transform, for example. It's a very common compression algorithm for Linux and the web, but even the authors themselves will admit that they don't fully understand how they came up with the algorithm itself. That's the trick with inspiration, I suppose. You get greatness from nothingness. But that doesn't really help you if you want to implement the algorithm itself.
But fear not, young programmer. I'm here to help. My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head.
One of the funny things about information theory is that whole theory part. See, there's some interesting points about the theory that don't always work out right. Take entropy, for example, which generally measures the information content of a data set given in bits. But one of the issues with entropy is that it fails to take into account the order of the symbols. See, regardless of how I shuffle this data set of 0 through 9 here, it will always have an entropy of 4. But if you've been watching the rest of our shows, you know that order does in fact matter. Take delta coding, for example. If we have this variation of our data set, we can see that the delta encoded version really doesn't provide us with any lower entropy. However, if we sort this data set, giving us the nice linear number range from 0 to 9, the delta encoded version produces a much lower entropy than the source stream. Now, in an ideal world, we'd be able to just apply this type of sort to all of our data and end up with a perfectly compressible stream. But that's not actually how it works. See, pure sorts are generally one-directional. That is, once you sort it, you can't get it back in its original order without a whole ton of extra data to tell you where everything goes. So we can't purely sort it, but we can get close. See, the Burroughs-Wheeler transform, or BWT, will shuffle around the data to cluster together groups of the same symbol as much as it possibly can. The benefit of this is that once the symbols have been clustered together, they effectively have an ordering, which can make it more compressible for other algorithms that can take advantage of it. Now remember, this isn't a perfect sorting algorithm. It's more of a rough clustering algorithm. Well, technically it's a lexicographical permutation. You know what? Anyhow, the point is that BWT has one amazing characteristic. We can encode to and decode from BWT without having to add any significant additional data to our stream. Let's take a look. Go! Whoa!
Do we want him talking?
The transform part of Burroughs-Wheeler transform starts by creating a table of shifted permutations for your input stream. So let's take the word banana as an example and write that in the first row of our table. Now on each row under that, let's do a rotational shift of that word to the right, one character. That is, all of the letters in our string shift to the right, and the frontmost character gets pushed onto the back. We do this for each symbol in our stream, rotating one character to the right, so we end up with a table whose number of rows equals the length of the stream. The next step is to sort the rows of this table lexicographically, giving us a sorted table form. Now, this is where some of the dark magic happens. You can see that each row is effectively a permutation of the word banana, but also each column is a permutation as well. The first column, of course, is the sorted permutation of our word, but really what we want is the last column in general. This NNBAAA has some interesting characteristics. Notice it's got better symbol clustering than any of the other columns, especially our input stream, and thus is what we output as our encode. Now, before you run off, there's one other piece of data that we need to grab as well. Notice that in our sorted table, the input string actually sits at index 4. We'll need this row index during the decode phase of the Burrows-Wheeler transform because it will allow us to move from our more compressible permutation back to the source string. Now, you may ask yourself, why do we choose this last column? I mean, the one right next to it seems just as good, seems to have very close clustering. Why not that one? Well, this is more BWT magic. See, this last column has an interesting feature. If we have only this, NNBAAA, we can recover the rest of our sorted table entirely. The other columns don't possess this same characteristic, which is highly important when we're trying to invert our transform. Banana.
That's great!
All right. The remarkable thing about Burrows-Wheeler transform is not that it generates a more compressible output, any ordinary sort would do that, but that this particular transform is reversible with minimal data overhead. And to help us demonstrate that is my good friend Magnus, who turns out is training for the World Sorting Championship.
Yeah, sorting is my thing, yeah.
Yeah, this guy right here, he's going to take it all. All right. So at the start of our decode step, we're given the string NNBAAA and the row index of 4. If you recall, NNBAAA represents the last column of our table. So Magnus, can you put an NNBAAA up on the board for us?
Like that?
Just like that.
Great!
Do it! Now when he's doing this, I want you to watch his technique. Watch the way his hand flows through the process.
Yeah, finished.
Fantastic. Yeah. Young kids, be afraid of this guy. Now, once we have this data in our table, the next step is to sort it, which is where Magnus comes in for us. All right, Magnus, you ready?
Absolutely.
We're going to do a sort, nice warm-up, don't pull anything.
Okay.
All right, when you're ready, go. Excellent, good job. Great form, nice. Remember, clench those abs. Yeah, good, stay with it. Fantastic.
All right.
It's good, it's good. All right. Now that we've got a sorted table, the next step is to prepend the input string again. So Magnus, another NNBAAA, please.
Over there?
Right there.
Great, man.
This guy gets it, right? Good, good. Nice, nice.
Bah!
All right, now that it's there, we gotta do another sort.
A sort?
Another sort.
Okay.
All right, now I'm gonna time this one.
Okay.
This is gonna be a good warm-up round.
Yeah.
All right, ready? When you're
Yeah.
ready, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, let's
All right,
go.
Good. Now remember, you got to tighten your abs during the sort. You're going to be judged on speed and accuracy here. Boom! Fantastic. Look at that, 11 seconds.
Yeah!
That's a personal best for this guy.
Wow!
You're already sorting faster than Michael Phelps.
That's great to know.
I agree. So this is how the BWT decode works. We append our input string across the rows of our input table, then sort, and then continue on until we've recovered our original matrix. So Magnus, you ready for the big one?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, okay? We're going to do this 4 more times.
4?
So we've got 6 letters in each row.
Wow.
You think you can do it?
Yeah.
Are you ready to do it?
I'm ready, ready, ready.
This is for the World Championship.
Yeah, man,
All right.
let's do it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Set, go. All right, good, great. Good job, good job. NNBAAA. We're going to get you so many endorsements. You're almost there, Magnus. Finish strong, finish strong. Oh, man, great job, kid. All right. Calm down. Why don't you hit the showers and I'll walk the people through the rest of the algorithm, all right? Good job today, good job. I don't think he's got a shot at that one. Anyhow, thanks to Magnus, we've got a recreated permutation table alongside a nifty row index that we output during the encoding phase. Since this matrix over there is identical to the post-sorted one from the encoder, the 4th row actually contains the original input string, banana. See? Pretty easy stuff. Oh, and to be clear, kids, training to be a world champion at sorting requires a lot of practice and dedication. So eat your vegetables and listen to your parents. you make your hair do that?
Lots and lots of gel.
Really? I'm jealous. Not just because it's a pun. Take him a second. In 1994, Mike Burrows and David Wheeler were set up to be the title fight at the second annual UFC Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada. But before the fight, while playing a few rounds of Pai Gow, the two ended up creating the Burrows-Wheeler transform algorithm.
That isn't really true.
No, it is not. You know, one of the problems about working at Google is you can't really throw a stone around here without hitting the inventor of some amazing algorithm. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to the co-inventor of the Burrows-Wheeler transform, Mr. Mike Burrows. Mike, it's fantastic to see you. Maybe if you have a second, can you sit down and talk to us a little bit about your algorithm?
Certainly. I'd like to put you straight about that title fight.
Okay, I guess at the beginning, let's start there.
Well, it really started with David Wheeler. He was on the faculty at the University of Cambridge, but on sabbatical at Bell Labs and working on compression, and he came up with the algorithm there. I only learned about it some years later when I became his graduate student.
In the world of data compression, like, Burrows-Wheeler transform just stands alone against everything else. There's nothing really like it. How did you all come up with it?
Well, I asked David what was going through his mind when he came up with it originally, and he didn't know. He could not explain to me how he came up with that particular algorithm. I got the impression that he was playing around with sorting the contexts of characters that were to be encoded and using that as a good predictor. And then he must have realized that it was possible to invert that sort under certain conditions.
Did you and Mike kind of co-create the article together? I mean, was it more of his idea and kind of he handed off to you? How did that relationship work?
What happened was that he never bothered writing it up. I learned about it from him as a graduate student, and the years ticked by after that, and he never wrote it up. At the time, when I was a student, I thought that it was just one of those things that grad students learn. And then eventually I realized, no, this was really special, and the world ought to know about it. When he did it, he did not think of it as a practical algorithm. He thought of it as an algorithm to use to calibrate other algorithms. It wasn't practical for him because he didn't have a really fast implementation, and computers at the time were significantly slower, and so it didn't really go fast enough. So I decided that what I should do is write it up myself, and in order to do that, I had to do something, and so I worked with him to make it go fast, and we came up with ways to implement it efficiently.
Well, so I got to ask you, I mean, in the 20 years since this algorithm's invention, what has been the most amazing thing you've seen it applied for? I mean, it's been everywhere, from the Linux operating system to, a protocol on the internet. What's impressed you so much about its use so far?
Well, I suppose the most unexpected thing has been its use in DNA sequencing. It puts together the fragments of DNA that have been sequenced independently very efficiently into a combined whole. But there have been many other advances around it, particularly in ways to do the sorting efficiently. Also variants of the transform, one that sorts only limited length contexts. It turns out that Michael Schindler of the Technical University of Vienna discovered that if you sort the contexts up to any finite length k, it's still invertible as a transform. Unfortunately, the inversion takes twice as long, so it's not popular, but it still works. David Scott and Yossi Azar managed to find a bijective variant of the transform where the size of the transformed string is exactly the same as the size of the input string.
Oh, so you don't need the row index at the end?
Yes, that's correct. It's a bit more involved and a bit slower to do the compression, but it still works. And that was another surprise for me.
Give me a little bit of background here. Where did you actually publish the paper originally for this?
There's a funny story about that. We first of all sent the paper to the annual data compression conference, but they rejected it. And there were no comments about why they rejected it. So I wrote to them and asked why they had rejected it, and they told me that it was their policy not to explain why they rejected papers. So we just published it as a technical report. The next year, people at the same conference actually asked me to submit the paper again, so that they could publish it. And I said no, and I wasn't really going to explain why, because it was my policy not to explain that sort of thing. So the algorithm actually became more well-known when someone else who saw the technical report published a popular article about it in Dr. Dobbs' journal. So that was the first real publication where people got to know about it.
Wow, so just completely bypass the academic route and, you know, go for mainstream media. That's how we get our algorithms out nowadays, right?
That's the way it worked. Yeah.
Listen, Mike, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us a bit about this algorithm. We're really honored to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here. I felt, given the state of the other compressor head episodes, that I ought to come along personally and fix things.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You sure did.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, it's on me. Huh. I was just texting my boss. So it's apparent that BWT doesn't actually compress the data. It just transforms it. To practically use BWT, we need some way to apply another transform that's going to yield a stream which has lower entropy and thus is more compressible. Good old delta compression doesn't really help us that much. Encoding our post-BWT stream of NNBAAA yields us the version of the string, this whole thing, which has an entropy of 1.77. While the source entropy itself is only 1.45. We haven't actually improved anything. No, for this type of data, we need a different type of transform, which is better suited for the type of symbol clustering that BWT produces. We call this move-to-front encoding. Effectively, start by creating a buffer that contains all the unique symbols that your stream could have and list them in a sorted order. For our purposes, we'll just use the English alphabet. The move-to-front algorithm is pretty simple. For each symbol we read, we write its output buffer position and then move it to the front of our buffer. Now, for example, if we input the letter N, that sits at position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we write that to our output stream. The next step is how the algorithm gets its name. Once we've written its out position, we then move that symbol to the front of the buffer. Time to read in the next symbol, which is also N. Since that's already at the front of our stream, we write a 1 to the output stream. This is the trick of the transform. The idea is that since BWT clusters symbols together, there's a high probability that subsequent copies of that symbol will appear in the stream after we've encountered the first one. So we end up outputting more 1s as a result. Let's take a look at the rest of the encoding. Let's read B onto the stream, and as such we output the index 3, because that's where it sits in the buffer, and move it to the front. We next read A and output the index of 3 again, since here it sits once more. We'll just fix that. Now, the next two A's that we read from the stream won't adjust any part of the buffer, since A already sits in the first position. As such, we simply emit 1s to the output stream. Now, after encoding, the output stream here is 14.13311, whose entropy is 1.45, which is identical to our source input stream. Pretty good. From here, you can simply throw the output of move to front to any statistical compressor, like Huffman or arithmetic compression. In fact, bzip2, the popular Linux compression application, couples Burroughs-Wheeler transform plus move to front plus arithmetic compression for its exact algorithm. You're looking at the inner workings of science here, folks.
That's an interesting thing to say.
Like, that was just really cool to hear.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, yeah, sorry. We could do this all day. What's amazing about Burroughs-Wheeler transform is that it stands alone as a compression algorithm. LZ, Huffman, arithmetic, they all have tons of variants and have been worked on by tons of different people. In the last 20 years, Burroughs-Wheeler transform has gotten much less attention. But that doesn't mean it's any less useful. In recent competitions to compress human DNA sequences, BWT-based compressors were all in the top 10 finalists. And as far as the compression world goes, there's still plenty left to improve upon here. But that's a topic for a different show. My name is Cole McCandless. Thanks for watching.
So in the last episode, I talked about how you can work with Polymer and JavaScript routers, but I'm sure some of you were thinking, hey dude, come on, this is web components. Can't I just do all my routing with an element or something? Now for anyone out there thinking that, this episode is just for you. I'm Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I want to be showing you how to do all your routing using nothing but HTML. So let's check it out. So today's element extraordinaire is called More Routing. It's a little library of elements thrown together by a member of the Polymer team, and to be honest, it could not be easier to work with. First, you configure it to tell it what kind of routes you want. You can either do hash routes or pretty URLs. Then you define your list of routes, and you can optionally give each route a name so that they're easier to refer to later. So I've got these two routes here. I'm calling the first one home and the second one users. And lastly, you can drop in any element that extends core selector and give it a few children that sync up with the various routes. Since the core pages element that we've covered in the previous episodes extends core selector, we can use that for our example. So let's hop over to their code editor and get cracking. Now, the first thing I need to do is install more routing. So over in terminal, I'm going to type out bower install polymore, note the spelling there, more-routing. Polymore is a side project created by one of the Polymer team members. It's basically just a kind of catch-all place for interesting elements that he's created. Next, I'm going to create a routes HTML file. And this way I can keep all my routes in a separate place so they don't clutter up my main document. Inside of routes HTML, I'll first import the more routing element, and I'm going to configure it using the more routing config element. I'm going to tell it to use hash URLs so I don't have to bother with setting up a server. Then I'll define a list of routes. I can give each route a name so that way I can easily refer to it later, and a path which is going to actually be used to update my URL. Now over in my elements HTML file, I've already got a few elements imported, so I'm just going to add a new line to import my routes.html file. Then back on my main document, I'll create a more routes selector element, and I'm going to drop in a few core pages tags for it to control. Lastly, I'm going to add some sections in here and just fill those with some W content. And very important, I'm going to give each section a route attribute which matches one of those named routes I created in the routes HTML file. Now I'm also going to go up top here and I'm going to wrap my core menu in a route selector. And I'm going to give each menu item a route attribute as well. I'm also going to give these anchors URLs, and to do this I'm going to use More Routing's very handy URL for helper. So I pass to URL for the name of all my various named routes, and that way I can generate these URLs really easily. I don't have to explicitly write the path in there, which is really nice in case the path to, for instance, the user section, if that needs to change at some point, the name of the route will remain the same, the path can change, and I don't have to go back and update my code in a bunch of places. Now, if I pop up in my browser, you'll see that I can click on the different menu items, and it's going to update the URL as well as the content in the page. The important thing to note here is that so far I haven't written any JavaScript, which is pretty cool. Now some of you might be wondering, how can I handle parameters in my routes? For example, if you're in like a user section, you've got the username up in the URL, you might want to actually use that in your application. So let me show you how to hook that up. So I'm going to add a new route for a specific user and name it user-info. I'm going to nest this route underneath my existing users route. Note that the route has a colon in this URL here. What this is going to do is it's going to create a property on the params object with the key name. And that way I can use it to access the value later. Now you could create any kind of key you want. For instance, you could write :foo, and then you'd have a property called params.foo. Over in my users section, I'm just going to add an anchor for a user named Rob using the URL for helper. I'm also going to pass a second parameter to the URL for method, which will populate the anchor's href. So this anchor would link to /users/Rob. Then in my route selector, I'm going to bind the selected params attribute to a scope variable called params. Selected params is an object exposing the parameters from my URL. Then I can create a new section with a matching user info route attribute and just populate it with some dummy text that uses that params.name binding. Now when I pop open my browser and go to the user section, I can click that little link and see the parameter up there in my URL, and the value gets reflected on the page. Pretty neat. And there you have it, routing using nothing but HTML. It's a really fast and convenient way to wire up your application, and it definitely cuts down on boilerplate code. Now you're ready to go build something really awesome. Be sure to hit me up on Twitter to let me know what you've created. Also, make sure you click the subscribe button so you see our future episodes. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
In the mystical world of compression, there's one algorithm that constantly puzzles developers. Its ability to compress data so well is shrouded in ancient secrets of statistical probability. I'm talking, of course, of arithmetic compression, the de facto statistical compressor that has its hands in every part of the modern compression industry. Everything you see online, from images to videos and even your text data, has been sent through its enchanted algorithm. Writing an arithmetic compressor yourself is no easy task. It requires you to stare into the face of the unknown and accept what it has to tell you. But fear not, young programmer, because I'm here to help. My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head. Now, if you remember, variable length codes, or VLCs, take a given symbol from our input stream and assigns a code word to it that has a variable number of bits. That VLC is then pushed to the output stream, producing a compressed version of our data. The trick is that variable length codes produce compression that's close to entropy, as long as the probability of your symbol distribution matches the probability table that you've built your VLC from. But the trick is that VLCs are generated with a specific set of probabilities in mind. For example, here we go. Let's take a look at omega codes next to even row day codes. You can see that for these two VLC types, they're not equal for every given value of n. This is because of the statistical probabilities that they've made assumptions towards. See, omega codes expect that there's not going to be lots and lots of most probable symbols. If we end up with a lot of symbols that are close in probability or have a shared probability, then we get into trouble. Omega codes are weighted towards having a dominant symbol with the most probability, while everything else trails off in very small amounts. Even row day codes, on the other hand, expect that the top 4 symbols are actually pretty close in probability to each other. But once you hit the 8th most probable symbol, the code word size increases dramatically. This expects there to be a grouping of symbols that are pretty close and a drop-off after that. As such, you run into a problem. What if the probability distribution of your data stream doesn't match your chosen VLC set? Well, in that case, you get bloat. You'll end up with code words that are not minimal, and as such, your compressed stream won't be equal to entropy. This is the trouble that most folks have with practical implementations of variable length codes. Which VLC do we use for our data that gives us the best compression? I mean, it's not like we can iterate through every VLC and find the best match. I mean, that would just take way too long. Instead, we want some way to encode a stream that optimizes for a probability without having to fit some pre-existing statistical table. And this, my friend, is where arithmetic compression comes in. Jorma Rizanen published. Most standard literature that discusses arithmetic compression puts it a little something like this. In contrast to VLCs, which assign a code word per symbol, arithmetic compression assigns one code word to the entire data stream. Which is elegantly stated, but really doesn't tell us anything. I mean, what kind of code should we actually apply to that stream? If I'm given AZZ as an input, I can really pick any number. I mean, if I make it 12626, that's cool, right? But that ends up bloating the stream. Or I can make AZZ equals 1, but how would I decompress that later? See, the magic of arithmetic compression is a data transform that is applied to the source data in order to create a single output number, which uses less bits to represent than the source stream itself. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. First, let's talk about binary search. Am I not totaling? Let's say I search for the value 6 in the number range 0 to 9. A binary search works by dividing the space in half repeatedly until we find our number. So effectively, we start with low equals 0 and high equals 9, which means the number that we're checking is the 5. Now, if 6 is greater than 5, which it is, we erase our low and move it around so that low is now equal to 5, and we're checking 7. Now, we continue doing this process of subdividing the space in half each iteration until we find the number that we're looking for. But now the question is, what if instead of subdividing our space in half each iteration, we instead subdivided it in thirds, fourths, or sixteenths? For example, let's subdivide our number space into 4 parts. And when we choose what section we're looking for, we subdivide that into 4 parts as well. This concept of subdividing the space each time we refine our search is the basis for how arithmetic transforms work. Effectively, we assign a subspace to each one of our symbols. When we encode the symbol C from our input stream, we subdivide C's space further, assigning new symbols to the space in the proper order. And this continues on. Every single input that we grab subdivides the space into smaller and smaller subsections each step, but with one simple modification. Rather than subdividing our search space into equal portions, we subdivide it based on probabilities of the symbols in our stream, kind of like our code word tables. So if C is the most probable symbol, it gets the most space. Now, in order for this to work, we need our number range to be something that makes sense to actually be subdividing. We can't use integers. Instead, we will subdivide our number space and define it existing on the range 0 to 1, and then that allows us to assign each symbol an area on the word space that's equal to its probability. And this right here, my friends, is the starting process of how arithmetic compression works. But enough chit-chat. Let's encode something. So let's take an example with 3 symbols, R, G, and B, with the probabilities of 0.4, 0.5, and 0.1, respectively. Now, it's pretty easy, given the probabilities of these values, to assign them ranges on the interval of 0 to 1. Or perhaps there's a better way to look at this in number line form. So let's encode a simple string, G, G, B. First, we pull the symbol G from the input stream. And since the interval of G, according to our table, is 0.4 to 0.9, we then subdivide our space, giving us the values between 0.4 and 0.9, respectively. It's now time to read the second symbol from our stream. It's a G, once again, which sets our low and high values, 0.4 to 0.5999999. G actually ends up being 0.6 to 0.84, 99999, and B ends up being 0.85 to 0.9999999. When we read our B value, we subdivide that interval once again. After encoding B, our final interval is now 0.825 and 0.85. This is the range that we want to output as our encoded value. Now, congratulations, you've actually just arithmetically encoded a stream. Now, decoding can be viewed as the same process, but in reverse. Now, since our final value range is 0.825 to 0.85, honestly, we can output any value between those two to our encoded stream. So let's just randomly pick a value and say that it's 0.83, right? The decoding process can be thought of as drawing a vertical line through our subdivided ranges, updating the intervals as we move down. So if we start with 0.83, the symbol for that range that it falls in is the letter G. So we output that as our first symbol. Then we subdivide that space, and 0.83 once again falls in the G area, which is our second symbol. And finally, 0.83 falls in the B range, which is our final symbol. There you go. Encoding and decoding of arithmetic compression, all in one nice package. Good? Good. Remember this guy? Besides inventing a plethora of variable-length code patterns, Peter Elias first proposed the concept behind arithmetic compression in the early 1960s. It wasn't until a decade later, though, when Jorma Rissanen published some of the first suitable research for its implementation, alongside a massive patent. For the next couple decades, arithmetic compression pretty much fell off the map due to an impossibly aggressive patent strategy enforced by IBM at the time. The patent problem was so aggressive and arithmetic compression was so good that a separate coding algorithm called range coding was invented in 1979, which basically did the same thing as arithmetic compression, but was free from patents. Nothing like a good government system to stifle creativity, huh? no, I really don't think this is all really that necessary. I mean, it was just a comment on a video. What do we got here? We got another signature. Fine. I don't even know what this says. Initial, too. You guys, of course, need an initial. So really, I think that...
And here.
You guys need, like, blood samples and hair and everything else, too?
Pictures?
Just, okay, fine. Listen, I'm very busy. Can I at least get back to all of this?
Let me just check.
You're going to check it all? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. In the early 2000s, though, the patent expired and arithmetic compression took off again, allowing itself to achieve the status of the gold standard for the current generation of statistical encoders. In fact, the majority of modern compression formats for archives, like LZMA and BZIP, audio and video, like JPEG, WebP, WebM, and H.264, all work with an arithmetic compression system as its statistical compression step. Okay, so here's the tricky part with arithmetic compression. Why the hell does it work? I mean, it's a simple concept, but how does it get us close to entropy? Well, it has everything to do with probability distribution and how we subdivide our space. So let's try to subdivide our space evenly. If we've got 10 values and we subdivide our space between 0.2 and 0.3, we end up with 10 new ranges starting at 0.2, 0.21, 0.22, 0.23, 0.24, 0.25, 0.26, 0.27, 0.28, and 0.29. Look at what just happened. By subdividing our space, our range values have increased in size by 1 digit. If we stopped right now, all of our outputs would be 2 digits in length. So if we subdivided any of them again, we would end up with 3 digits per range. And if we divided those regions, we'd end up with 4 digits per range, and so on and so on. Can we, quick. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Now let's subdivide that space unevenly, and just for the sake of argument, give one range 9/10 of the space. So we'd end up with the starting spaces of 0.2, 0.291, 0.292, 0.293, 0.294, 0.295, 0.296, 0.297, 0.298, and 0.299. Now look at that. Every time we fall in this first range, going from 0.2 to 0.291, we're outputting less digits to the output stream. At best, we could simply use the lower bound of 0.2, which is less digits than any other starting value in our range. And at best, we don't end up outputting any new digits to our output code at all. Even if we're 10,024 levels deep into the subdivision tree, picking this first range will output less digits to our output, and at best cases, won't put out any new digits at all. This skewing of unit space based on the probability of the symbol is the core idea that makes arithmetic compression a statistical compressor. Effectively, the more probable the symbol, the less digits it outputs to our encoding. Props. When all the dust settles, arithmetic compression can consistently get close to entropy for arbitrary streams, regardless of the data type or the probability of its symbol distribution. Its single-minded focus makes it a Swiss Army knife of statistical compression. But there's a large battle between Huffman and arithmetic in the minds of compression programmers out there. Some claim that the Huffman king is dead. Long live arithmetic compression. While the true believers claim that the king is alive and well, living under the alias dynamic Huffman encoding. But that's for a different episode. My name is Cole McCandless. Thanks for watching.
Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. My name is Alan Huang. I'm a product manager on the Android TV team, and this is John Afaki, one of the engineering managers on the Google Cast team. So today we're here to talk to you about developing compelling applications for the home, particularly in the living room. Hopefully, you guys are all in the right place. So over the past couple years, Google has been building out an ecosystem of devices to make it just easier for you to take your existing apps and extend them to all living room devices. So we started with the launch of Chromecast, the first endpoint of Google Cast. So Google Cast has since extended to the Android TV platform, a platform we've built that extends Android to smart TVs and set-top boxes. And finally, Google Cast for Audio, which extends the reach of apps beyond televisions and to speakers. So then we'll talk a little bit about the opportunity space and why you should be paying attention at all to the living room. Hopefully it's not a huge surprise, but good to go over that. We'll then move on to the anatomy of Android TV and Cast applications, how to build them, how to make it, and how we're trying to make it as easy as possible for you guys. And then finally, we'll talk about making your app more discoverable and just ways for you guys to increase engagement. All right, so sorry about that. So let's start with what we're doing and what our goals are in the living room. So we want to enable sort of rich experiences on the wide range of home entertainment devices. But yet we don't want to be another attempt at the living room. A lot of people have tried different things here, and it can be tough. And we want to make it easier for you. So we understand that not every user is the same. Their homes, living rooms, their setups are very different. And hardware manufacturers manufacture a lot of different types of products. So we think that it's really important to give both users and consumers, OEMs and developers, different options to get into the living room. So in order to reach that goal, we built out Google Cast and Android TV. So these are two complementary ways to build applications for your users. Both take advantage of the work that you've already done, particularly on mobile and on your existing phone and tablet apps, to bring that to the full living room device ecosystem. So for those of you that don't know, Chromecast is a small HDMI dongle. It enables any television, whether it's smart or it's not, to run applications and get your content onto the big screen. And it does so by extending your mobile applications so that it's communicating with the television. All the interaction happens on your phone or your tablet, or even your web browser. And you can build where you're building the rich interactive experiences, and you're not intruding on what's going to be on screen. So we've been really happy with the success of Chromecast. In fact, it was the #1 selling streaming device last year, outselling all other devices in that category combined. So we attribute a lot of that success to just how simple the interaction model is. People are already familiar with using these apps on their phones, right? Like you're using them all the time. And we take advantage of that. Users are going to be familiar with that, and then you just cast that to the big screen. So with the launch of Chromecast, our goal was to introduce that interaction to the world, and it's really taken off. Users are clicking that cast button like crazy, so over 1.5 billion times just on the Chromecast device itself. And since launch, the overall use per device is up 66%. So given the way Google works, we think a lot about ecosystems. We wanted to open up that functionality and extend it to different device manufacturers so we could create this Google Cast ecosystem. All right, so the other device ecosystem that we'll be talking about today is, and that Google is driving, and we've been doing for several years now, is Android. So at Google I/O last year, we launched the Android TV platform, which brings together Cast, Play, and traditional television, and we extend Android to these new form factors. So we're extending Android to several form factors. We talked about cars and watches last year as well, and making that sort of running that connection across all of these different types of devices. So by doing this, people are already familiar with Android, both the combination of how to develop for the platform as well as how you deploy apps. And so we're just extending that. And that's when we talk about making it easy, that's really what we're trying to do. You're already familiar with all of those things, so we just want to extend that to all the different form factors. Since the launch of the platform last year, we launched the Nexus Player device for Android TV back in November. And that was really just a start. We're seeing a lot more smart TVs and set-top boxes that are launching this year. So just this month, Sony launched their 2015 line of Bravia televisions that you can find in store now, running Android TV. And then NVIDIA and Razer have launched their new entertainment devices. We've also seen pay TV operators, so these are the boxes that deliver sort of pay TV content into homes, launching, several of them are launching around the world, and there's more coming. On the app side, we're seeing a lot of new apps coming to the platform, both traditional names from sort of more traditional TV like CBS, Fox, and HBO, as well as streaming content from like Vimeo and Epix. So all of these partners, both across apps and hardware, they share this vision that we have of a better living room user experience. I think all of us have suffered through just lots of remote controls or difficult TV UI, and we want to do better. And not only that, we want to take the existing experience of traditional television and merge that seamlessly with the open apps and games ecosystem. So beyond native apps and games, every Android TV also supports Cast. So which means that all the apps that you guys have already built for Chromecast, they'll just work on Android TV. You'll be able to cast to them without any additional work. All right, so we love watching TV and playing games on the big screen, but home entertainment goes beyond displays. So earlier this year at CES, we announced the Google Cast for Audio program, which extends that Cast ecosystem that we've talked about to speakers and soundbars. And again, there's just no modifications needed to take your app and bring it to these new devices. So Sony and LG were the first to launch their speakers. But as with Android TV devices, we have many more announced and many more coming. We have over 17 million Chromecast devices out there, and expect to have tens of millions of Cast-enabled devices in Android TVs by the end of this year. So with Android TV and Google Cast, there really isn't a room in the house that you as developers can't reach. All right, so why should you care? We have these solutions that we just talked about, but what problem are we trying to solve? So first off, some stats. There are 200 million new televisions sold every year worldwide. And not only that, there are a lot of televisions already out there, somewhere around 2 billion of them by our estimates. The majority of them don't have internet connectivity, which means they don't have any sort of ability to do much beyond sort of receiving a signal and putting it back on screen. People use them a ton, though. In the US, they're on for an average of about 5 hours a day. And they're right now using them for what I'll call traditional TV, sort of watching whether it's through a paid TV box or over the air through the antenna, or they're playing games on their consoles. Beyond this traditional television, though, streaming video has been growing like gangbusters. And what we found is that rather than cannibalizing that traditional television watch time, people are just watching more content. They have so many choices now, they're just watching more and more stuff, being entertained in new and more delightful ways. And they're mixing both of these two things. For many families, sitting down around the big screen to watch, whether it's sporting events, go Warriors, if there are any Warriors fans out there. Well, not very many, I guess. Their favorite sitcoms, or torturing themselves watching the Kardashians, that guy, is a very social event. YouTube, Netflix, and Hulu are also products that just have become household names in the streaming space. And this started on desktop and mobile, but it only makes sense that they're also going to be on the TV screen. So if you have an application that delivers content, there's great opportunity for you here, and hopefully that's why you're all here. So here's some data that we found to illustrate that opportunity. So we see an increase of a 45% increase in overall watch time on YouTube across all devices for users who start casting to a Chromecast. So that's a little bit of a mouthful. So what we're finding is that just overall YouTube usage, across whatever form factors, once someone has gotten a Chromecast, just starts increasing. And there's 3 reasons that we've attributed to that. So first is when you share the experience of a music video, it's so much easier on a television than when you're all going to be crowded around a phone. The second is that if you're going to watch extended amounts of anything, it's just a lot easier if you're going to do it around a TV rather than on a mobile device. And the third is that watching it on a TV enables scenarios like party queues, for example, where everyone can sort of queue up different content for the screen. And these things just aren't possible on a mobile device. The other thing that we found is that the bigger the screen size, the more time people spend on them. And this applies to both Cast and Android TV. At the rate phones are growing, however, so next year's 75-inch Nexus phone might be the most engaging screen in your house. You didn't hear that here. And that was also a joke. Please don't tweet that. So 100-inch Nexus phone. Starting with your existing Android or iOS application and leveraging the big screen, you're going to increase engagement, which will just increase the overall opportunities and revenue opportunities that you have. So given that streaming and digital downloads is how most people are enjoying their music today, it's surprising we haven't seen that much of an evolution in how people are listening to music. So in the US, people are listening to an average of about 4 hours per day of audio. So that's quite a lot combined with that TV figure. So headphones are great when you're listening to music on a bus, but in the home, it doesn't really make sense. You want to be more unencumbered. And so Bluetooth and Bluetooth speakers have started to bridge that gap, and you're starting to see some change in that, but there's still pretty significant drawbacks there. Besides sort of the lower audio quality that you get from it, it relies on the smarts being all sort of on your phone or on your mobile device. It has to be on, it has to be within range. So with Google Cast for Audio, all of that processing happens on the Cast device. So you can throw your phone out the window. Please don't actually do that. And any other device can now pick up and control that music. So you can create really interesting applications here, like virtual DJs, where everyone puts their favorite songs on, or build features that take advantage of the mobile device and drive revenue, such as like interactive or contextual ads. So all of your favorite music apps available on Cast just work on Cast speakers. So you can take your Pandora, your Google Play Music, your iHeartRadio to that next level. All right, so we talked about building out that ecosystem and why we think there's an opportunity here. But a lot of people have tried this. A lot of different companies have tried to introduce custom development models and forcing developers to build these apps that will really only work in a single device ecosystem. This has led to a lot of fragmentation, both in sort of the development platform as well as the payment platforms. And the challenge that we see is that it's really stifling to innovation. We kind of see it like smartphones before Android and iOS. What's happening is that instead of really focusing on building amazing experiences, you're more worried about, oh shoot, how am I going to get the service on these types of devices and this type of device and 20 other platforms that are out there. And not only that, a lot of these new platforms, you have to start from scratch. It's something completely unfamiliar for a lot of developers. So our goal with our open ecosystem for the living room is really trying to bring some sanity and scale to that. Just leverage existing platforms, again, like Android, iOS, web, and the development practices you already know and love. So our hope is you can take that existing mobile app and just expand them to the living room. So to tell you a little bit more about what that means, John is going to talk about building apps for Google Cast and Android TV.
Thanks. So we've talked a lot about the devices, so let's talk a little bit about what it takes to build those apps. So our goal, as Alan said, is to make it as easy as possible for you to dive into building applications for the living room. So we're going to start by talking about Android TV first, because that's pretty much straightforward for any of you guys who've already built Android apps. The reason it's straightforward is because Android TV is just Android. It's the same APIs, same development model, and same distribution model. The biggest difference with these apps is how your users interact with them and how they watch the content. So that means that you need to do some small tweaks to your application to deal with the different form factor. So instead of being touchscreens like most Android devices, the Android TV, users interact with Android TVs using either a remote control or a game controller. And that has a 4-way D-pad with center click, a back button, a home button. You can also use voice to drive data entry, or use voice commands like play Beyonce. So because of that interaction model, building a UI for remote control is a little bit different. Instead of a user being able to touch pretty much anywhere on the screen, you have to be able to support scrolling or tabbing through the controls on the screen. So if you've built apps, your Android apps with accessibility in mind or keyboard support, you're already kind of there. But if you haven't, please do. Accessibility is important. So another big difference in these applications is that your users are essentially leaning back and sitting 10 feet away. We talk about the 10 feet UI. And so even though the big screen is, well, the screen is much bigger than on a phone, you're really going to be tempted to cram a lot of information on that screen. But don't, really. Your users do not want to read walls of text on television. They really want to see cinematic action, smooth transitions. And the reality is they have a beautiful TV that they spent a lot of money on, and they want to see their content all the time, uninterrupted. It's not a phone. It's not a computer. So any kind of complex interaction is going to turn them off and frustrate them. So as a developer, you're going to build your apps, and you're going to deploy them like pretty much any other application that you do through the Play Developer Console. But in this case, you're going to opt in to having them deployed to the television. So in order to make sure that the users don't end up with a really frustrating experience, we do manually review that every application works well on televisions, instead of being like a touchscreen app that you try to make it run on the TV. So in order to help you deal with those differences, we've actually introduced a library that we call the Lean Back Support Library. It brings you some great fragments to help you deal with the navigation experiences that most of the media applications that you would build for televisions use, such as and they support all the animations, the navigation, the D-pad support, without you needing to do any work. Here's an example of one of the fragments. This is the Daily Motion app that uses the browse fragment, and it showcases videos in smooth scrolling categories. And in this fragment, on the far left, you can actually also optionally use the fast lane, which will provide you an overview of all the categories that are available. Now, after browsing from the browse fragment, it's pretty natural to click on something and go into the details fragment. So here's an example of the details fragment in the Plex app for one of my favorite TV shows, Big Bang Theory. And what that allows you to do is essentially pick actions that are associated with that detail. Again, all of that done by the detail fragment. Now, with Android M, we're introducing a new version of the detail fragment. And we saw the detail fragment in the previous slide. This is a full bleed version of it. Now, both this one and the existing one are customizable to show whatever kind of content, so custom actions related to the content that you want to see. So, for example, if you want to put more, this particular version of the fragment highlights actions such as buy, rent, and add to wish list, rather than the metadata, which is highly visible in the previous one. So you'd use this one if you wanted to focus more on that. Now, also, when you're browsing, another common destination is going to be playback. So here's an example of the playback fragment in the YouTube app, which provides two primary actions here: rewind, play, fast forward. But you can pretty much customize the actions based off of what your application supports. And then you can also see secondary actions, such as below on the suggestion section, where you could provide more rows to provide more related information, or as we have here, suggestions for content. Now, browsing is likely going to be what users are doing when they're leaning back and deciding what to watch, clicking through mindlessly. But sometimes users use search, and actually it's fairly common. And for that case, we actually provide the search fragment. And that has built-in voice support, as you can see here. We've got a little microphone icon at the top left. And this is another example from Daily Motion, which shows up when a user's actually clicked on search. And we have full support for instant search results as the user's typing. And this is actually, uses exactly the search, the same APIs that you would implement for search and data APIs that you would use for your Android app on mobile or on your phone or tablet. So finally, with the latest release of the support library in April, we introduced the guided step fragment. And with Android M, we have an updated version. And this updated version essentially, this fragment allows you to walk through multi-step flows like setup or sign up. And you now have the option to show previous steps. So if you see here, we've got the multiple steps getting to picture mode. And you can, or you could choose to show only, I guess, the latest step, the current step. Now, this allows you to also overlay it over content. Remember, I said users do not want to see as they're watching content, they don't want it uninterrupted. This allows you to deal with overlays, and you can tweak settings in real time without with the user being able to keep watching their Kardashians. So as we talked about also, a huge part of the Android ecosystem is gaming, in addition to media. And with powerful Android TV entertainment devices by NVIDIA and Razer, we're seeing all sorts of really amazing games being built. Some of them you can see in the sandbox area today. But like phones, the Android TV device ecosystem has a variety of hardware that supports many flavors of games. Now, we see that addictive and casual games are really exploding the size and diversity of the gamer audience. And many of those games, many of the best games there on TV span all possible Android TV devices. Now again, because this is Android and you have access to Google Play Games, you have access to the full array of features that brings you, and that you also have when developing games for mobile, such as being able to track and player achievements, save games and resume on another device, browse player profiles. But you can also build multiplayer games using the Nearby Connections API. And that allows you to find nearby phones and other Android devices that are nearby or on the same network. Now, this allows you to deal with both phone-to-phone multiplayer, but also use your phone and communicate with the Android TV device to act as a controller. So, while it might be easy to think of that Android TV equals TV shows, movies, and games, you'd really be missing out on the opportunity to build some really great interactive experiences. As an example, I love to cook, and you can see it's not particularly practical to cook it with a tablet. Well, that's not me, just FYI. So I'm really excited to see interactive cooking apps that'll walk me through complex recipe. Now, I know Alan's crazy about karaoke, but I heard him sing, so please, no karaoke apps. So you can learn more about developing for Android TV by checking out the dev bites that are getting posted online and going to developers.android.com/TV. Now remember that you can also develop for Android TV the same way that you would for a Chromecast or any other Google Cast device. So let's talk a little bit about the Cast development model. Now when we looked at the living room for Cast, it was very important for us to look at what the typical household's like or wants. It'd be very easy for us to stand some ground and limit our reach to Android devices, but we really wanted to build an ecosystem that supported choice, particularly non-homogeneous households. And we know that many of you guys use fruity devices, so it was important for us to support both Android and iOS. And for those of you guys who are using laptops or desktop to interact with your TV, we have full integration with Chrome. Now, if there are any iOS developers out there who are watching, who are worried about the fact that iOS is not a high use case for us, well, roughly half of our mobile usage with Cast is iOS. So out of the 1.5 billion Cast, you've got, well, 40% of that is iOS. So there's plenty of usage on iOS. So it's a great opportunity for you to deal with your multi-platform apps on Cast. So now, as Alan mentioned earlier, Cast is really about extending the mobile experience onto the television or speakers. So that basically means that development for Cast is about multi-endpoint development. So you now have two components to your application. One that runs on your Google Cast device, which is your Chromecast, your Android TV, or your speakers, and we'll call that the receiver application. And one that runs on your mobile device, which is the sender application. Now, both of those things are connected by the Google Cast SDK, which allows your sender application to discover, connect to, and communicate with your receiver application. So with that, let's start talking about the receiver application. So the receiver application is a small web application that runs directly on the Google Cast device. And that's what the user sees. It's what outputs the video to the TV or the sound to the speakers. So for simple media apps, we provide actually a default player to which you can send most video or audio formats without writing a single line of code. But you can also make simple customizations to it, such as skinning, by just using CSS and providing us with a custom CSS. Now for richer applications, you could build your own application the same way that you would build a small web page, which is basically host your own HTML and JavaScript, except that you'd add the Cast SDK to it. Once the Cast SDK is integrated, you can now send and receive commands to that web application from your sender application. Now, if you're playing back media that uses Dash, smooth streaming, or HLS, or any kind of DRM that we support, the Cast SDK also provides a rich media player, which makes playback of that content on any Cast device an absolute cinch. So within that receiver, you also have access to the device's properties. Just like Android has properties, Cast devices have properties. One of those properties, for example, is whether or not there's a display. Really, there's not much point spending 2 or 3 seconds showing a splash screen on your speaker. So you probably want to make sure that you skip that part. Now, remember, essentially, when we talked about Android TV, we talked about the simplicity of development and keeping it simple for the user. And so you want to use the screen the same way that we talked about, which is keeping it useful for the things that it's great at, which is rendering content, not very much data. If you want complex interaction or a lot more data, that's when your sender application comes in. So the sender application is what your users interact with, and you're pretty much quite familiar with them. It's your typical Android, iOS, or web application, which you can either build from scratch, or if you already have one that you're looking to extend to the TV, you can use that. They're developed exactly the same way as you would develop them if they weren't Cast enabled, except you include the Cast SDK to send messages to your receiver application. Now, this is great for your users because they don't need to learn a new kind of user interface. If they know how to use your app without Cast, they know how to use it with Cast. So once you integrate the Cast SDK, you can see an example here with Play Music and Play Movies, the Cast icon shows up, and once the user clicks that, it'll basically provide a device picker to pick a Cast device to connect to. And once that's done, your receiver application gets launched on the Cast device, and you can now send commands back and forth between the two. Now, we provide the ability to send specifically formatted messages, such as media commands, with our media namespace. And those are commands like play, pause, seek, volume, stream volume. We now recently introduced the Game Manager APIs, which will allow you to send custom messages for games. But we also say, well, we don't know exactly what you're building for everything, so we allow you to pass back and forth any kind of generic commands for any kind of application that you might think of. So the thing that you have to also keep in mind is that, in this case, your mobile device is a lot more than a simple remote control, because with the Cast model, you can really enable some cool experiences that you wouldn't be able to do with a traditional D-pad remote control. A great example of that is the MLB at Bat application. It takes advantage of the big screen to display beautiful content, high def, there. So I'm a big baseball fan. And one of the reasons I love baseball is because I love stats. But at the same time, when I'm watching a game, I really don't want those stats on the screen. I want to see the game. So in this case, using the MLB app, it's great because I can watch the game on the screen, but then get play-by-play analysis on my tablet while I'm watching the game without any interruption. Now, the other thing that you have to remember is that in this case, your remote control is a rich device, and it's got a touch screen, a camera, a speaker, a gyroscope. And it's also likely that if you've got multiple people in the room with you, they probably also have one in their pocket. So they bring their own controller in this case. And we're seeing many developers leveraging the features of mobile devices to build some really innovative apps and games. One of the great examples that you can see today in the area outside is a game called FitFlap. It's a fitness game that really proves that pigs can already fly, so no matter what they tell you. And the way that it works is it takes advantage of the camera on your phone, the front-facing camera, and it captures motion and basically looks at your movements to detect when you want your pigs to flap their wings or various actions. So you could go and try it out. Now, FitFlap's not the only game we have for Cast. In fact, many of our partners have launched games over the last few months. We've brought some popular classics like Wheel of Fortune, Monopoly Dash, but we've also brought a little bit more high action and heart-pumping action with Just Dance Now. Now, they're just great examples of games that you could be building. And so this week we announced the Google Cast Games Manager API for the SDK, which makes it a lot easier to introduce Cast into your games. And it manages game state, player state, and communications with the Cast device. With that, we're showing a bunch of games that are using these APIs in the area upstairs, and you'll be able to download them from the Play Store or the App Store soon. One of those is Catchphrase Blitz. It's kind of interesting to walk by the section upstairs, and you hear a lot of yelling, and they're all playing this game, so it's a very passionate game. So also, with these games, you can also remember that just like Android TV, you're building your games mostly on the mobile device, so you have access to all the features that Play Games provides you. So everything that you could do building a game mobile, you can also extend here. So really building rich multiplayer games is absolutely easy on either Android TV or Cast. And so also with the technologies that I just described, you can see that we're really trying to leverage your existing expertise of well-established platforms with either Android, iOS, or web development for the senders. And then we have a small extra thing, which is the HTML app for the receiver. So there isn't much new to learn here. But with all that, there's still some times when you want to stick to native development, even for the things that are running on the Cast device. So we launched the remote display APIs for both Android and iOS. And so with that, you can now actually build all of your UI natively, draw to a hidden canvas, and have that rendered directly on the Google Cast device, which allows you to provide some rich, fast-paced action on the TV, taking advantage of the really powerful CPU and GPU that you have in your pocket. Now, a great example of that is Autodesk Pixlr, which gives you the ability to do real-time editing of your photos on your phone, and renders the output on the TV. And that way, either everybody in the room or you could see the beautiful photo and what the outcome of that edit would be without being obstructed by the controls that you'd see on your phone. So Pixlr is a great app, but the remote display feature is also particularly relevant to gaming. where many of your assets might be shared between what you'd show on your phone and what you'd show on the screen. And we've had Android mirroring for a while, and that was good, but fairly limited for gaming. But it was important for us to give iOS developers access to the processing power of those phones. Whether you can use Metal, you can use OpenGL, or you can even take UIKit and specify a surface and provide your audio to the Cast SDK. And the Cast SDK will essentially encode, stream, and render whatever that surface was on the Cast device. And you can really enable some great experiences. Now, FitFlap, that I talked about a bit, was developed using a remote display. But you can also check out a few other great examples, such as Ubisoft's Driver, or Rollicule's Motion Tennis on Android and iOS. And you'll be able to find them if you're not at the Sandbox area on your mobile stores pretty soon. So you can get a lot more information about developing for gaming with Google in many of the online videos that will be posted with the I/O batch. And you can find out a lot more about development for applications for Chromecast, Cast for audio, as well as Android TV in our dev bites at developers.google.com/cast. So, Alan?
Cool. So now that you've built your app, how do you help people find it? To be frank, your beautiful, amazing, fluid teleportation app, it's pretty useless if no one actually ever finds it. So for Google Cast, since the interaction with the users on the mobile device, the way people find the app is pretty familiar. It's how people are finding your app on mobile phones already. Millions of users a month go to g.co/castapps. It's a mouthful. g.co/castapps, which will list out all the Cast applications and filterable by the different mobile platforms. You can also filter based on whether or not it's something optimized for an audio device. On Android, you can find your Cast apps in the Google Play Store, in the Cast section there in the category view. And on iOS, you'll find the apps in the App Store. We've got some fun, exciting stuff to enhance Cast app discovery coming up later this year, so stay tuned. App discovery on Android TV is similar to how you're thinking about it on other Android devices. What you're doing is you're still distributing to over 100 countries through the Play Developer Console and uploading your app there. So your app is then available on Android TV devices and found in the Play Store on television. We're rolling out a big update to our TV Play Store in this coming week, next week, to better expose the hundreds of apps and games on TV to users, introduce browsing via a wide set of categories, as well as sort of top apps and games. Once users have found your app, you'll want them to engage and use your app. So obviously, the content that your app provides is the #1 most important thing, but there's more to it than that. So Android TV provides a couple surfaces for you to expose your great content, helping users get entertained. And so when users are at home, they're sitting down on their couch, they don't really want to think too hard about this. So that's why we've made the recommendation row the first thing you see on the home screen. Just a couple days ago, I saw the new Taylor Swift video that everyone's talking about as the first slot. And so we've introduced new recommendation guidelines that we'll be publishing to our developer site. And with M, we'll have several APIs so that you can classify your recommendations better, and as well as helper modules for you guys to refresh your recommendations and just make them more engaging for users. The two most important things are just how often people are using your app, as well as how often people are clicking your recommendations. And those are the things that determine the ranking order of the recommendation row. So another surface on TVs that we haven't talked that much about yet is just the traditional TV and channels experience. This is where people today are spending 4 to 5 hours a day channel surfing. There's something really powerful. You sit down at home, you flip on the TV, you're in the middle of an episode of a show or middle of a movie, and people will still sit down and just keep watching. And like we mentioned before, Android TV is really about bringing together that traditional television and that streaming content seamlessly without having to wait a while to switch inputs, et cetera. So at home, when I'm watching the NBA playoffs, I'll often cast YouTube clips of great plays during the commercials. And what if there were a channel, though, that just had 30-second clips of great plays happening all the time that I could just flip to? So live channels is how we're going to do that on Android TV. So what are live channels? I really think of it as cats 24/7. I'm pretty sure that's what everyone really needs and wants. All right, so can we switch to the demo? Or the screen? All right, cool. So So developers can publish these channels to something we call the TV input framework. And so it's just a part of your application, and you publish sort of the video content and stream as well as metadata about what's available there. And then these get exposed in the TV app that's going to be available, the TV app that's going to be on all Android TV devices. So on Nexus players, the NVIDIA device, the Razer device, what you'll find is the Live Channels app that we've built. And so this is your standard TV experience. Oh, it's a little frozen. And so when there are new channels that have been installed, you can go to new channels. You'll find that there's some new channels there available, and it will start loading them and adding them to that program guide. So there are now 113 channels available. All right. So when I go back to the program guide, you actually find all of these new channels. So tons of these music channels available in that guide. So the TV input framework, it's going to be available on all Android TV devices. And these new channels that are creating great sort of streaming content, they will get exposed. So you can see it on the Sony TVs upstairs alongside sort of your antenna feeds. And you'll also see on paid TV boxes, you'll see these alongside all your paid TV channels. And now it's just a channel switch away. When you're channel surfing, that experience is just right there. Cool. Can we switch back to slides? So we have several partners that we've worked with really closely to publish out these initial channels that are going to be available on Play Store today, and we have a lot more coming. We see I just showed Pluto TV. There's also Zuzu by France TV. So lots of different content from a lot of different places. We'll have more coming soon as we start rolling this out for more consumers. All right, back to John.
Other one.
Yep.
So speaking of channels, in traditional broadcast TV, after you finish watching a show, the next one starts, and the next one, and the next one. Once I get started, I can get stuck on HGTV for hours. And the reason that happens is because there's really no friction for me to keep watching what interests me, whether it's the next episode of something or something that really I'm interested in. So Red Bull TV just introduced a feature that we call autoplay, where they create a personalized virtual channel of content to watch once you pick one video. And it keeps going and going and going. And so we've introduced this feature on multiple partners so far. And after introducing it, we see average session lengths with those applications increase by over 15% for those partners. So it's something that you really want to consider if you've got a media application. Now, to help you build that feature, we introduced queuing and autoplay functionality in the Cast SDK, which makes it really easy for you to create playlists, but also automatically starts buffering the next piece of media before the current one ends, so that the transition between these items is not a 30-second buffering time. It's pretty much instant. Now, on Android TV, you can already build similar functionality using the queuing APIs in Media Router. So basically, with those two features, building your own TV or audio channels never been easier. Now, with autoplay, we see that reducing user friction increases user engagement. Another source of friction is things that I'll call computery steps. A good example of computery step is sign-in. No one wants to sign in into their television. Now, we launched Smart Lock Passwords with this release of Google Play Services. And if you integrate Smart Lock Passwords into your application, your credentials will carry over between your mobile version or your web version or your Android TV version. And so your user will be able to save their credentials on one and not need to sign in on multiple devices. Netflix has been our initial partner. So what happens here is that when you go into the Netflix application on TV, once you've signed in to your mobile device, you'll see a dialog that lets you know that you're signed into the Netflix account associated with the same Google account that you've used on your mobile devices. It's that easy. Now, for Google Cast, your credentials are probably already on your mobile device. So this feature works great when you've got multiple senders. For example, if I've got a tablet on my coffee table, I just pick it up, install the Netflix application. I don't even need to sign in. It'll automatically be, all of my credentials will already be there, and so it's smooth. Now, we talk about friction. We briefly talked about monetization before. So we all make great apps. Hopefully you do. There's some not so great ones, but we're going for the good ones. You have great content, but in the end, you got to pay some bills. And ideally, you'd like to make some money. So for your users, if you think that it's a pain to enter a credit card on your phone, it's crazy on the TV. But you've got to understand here that you've got all of the goodness of the Google Play Store, including your users' stored forms of payment, purchase histories, APIs for in-app billing, subscription. Everything's already there, so you could pretty much eliminate all of that friction. Whether it's building native apps running on Android TV directly, where you have the Play Store there, or for the apps for Cast that you're running on your mobile devices, either on Android or iOS, the friction of collecting payments is gone. Why? Because we're reusing existing technology. So in the screenshot that we have here, for example, from Hungry Shark's Evolution, a big time sink, I can buy gems to make my shark more hungry, and I can pay for it using my wallet or Play Balance here, as well as carrier billing that I might have set up already on my phone. So there's because it's Android TV, or if it's on Android or iOS, there's really no friction because we've already set up the payment system for you. Now, our ads are also a great way where you're going to be able to monetize your application. In particular, video ads are something that TV watchers are very familiar with and are expecting. Now, because these are familiar on Android, iOS apps, your existing video ad solutions just work. If you're already using the IMA SDK to deliver video ads, regardless of what video server you're using, they just work. This is one of the biggest benefits of building on top of established platform. So here's a screenshot of YouTube where we show TrueView ads by building ads UI on top of our playback fragment. So what does this all mean for you? So we've talked about the living room ecosystem, and it's growing rapidly. And we believe, that's why we're betting on it, that there's huge opportunity there. Now, Google's providing solutions for the entire ecosystem to let developers like you take advantage of your existing applications and websites to easily get into the living room. If you've got an Android application and your interaction model benefits a game controller or remote control, then getting it up and running on Android TV is super simple. And with Razer, NVIDIA, and Sony releasing their devices, the size of the market is growing rapidly. If you're building or already have an Android, iOS, or Chrome applications and want to take advantage of multiple screens and speakers in the home, we have millions of Cast devices out there, and you could build some truly engaging interactive experiences that could take advantages of multiple senders at scale. So whether it's games, audio, video, or recipe sharing apps, or whatever you can imagine, it's really never been easier to get compelling apps on television. So whether you choose Android TV, Cast, or anything in our ecosystem, we've got plenty of support, and our DevRel team's really excited to get folks up and running as quickly as possible. You can find more information about developing for Android TV and Google Cast, and you can take a look at the following links. And you can also attend some of our Box Talks during I/O, or watch the Dev Bites online for Android TV and Cast on YouTube. If you've got any feedback, please provide it online. Thanks, everybody, for attending. We're out of time. We could take questions outside, but thank you. We really look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. Thanks. Thank you.
Ow! Dude. One of the characteristics that makes Compressor Head successful, I think, is really that dynamic range between the two of us. Ow! Dude. Can we try that again?
Sure.
Do we want to do that again?
Compressor Head is a universe of knowledge.
It was my way of trying to rekindle a love for this sort of lost computer science art. So here's the tricky part with arithmetic compression. Why the hell does it work? I mean, even if you're a PhD in computer science, you really aren't taught these core fundamental algorithms of compression.
I never was.
How would you teach the most complex thing possible to a 3-year-old? Well, you wouldn't do it with a computer. You wouldn't do it with a diagram. You would put like blocks and sticky tape and really bright colors to show them things moving in space. And I said, well, if that's how I would teach a 3-year-old arithmetic compression, obviously it would work on a programmer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Huh. I remember when we pitched it the first time internally, we were like, we want to do this crazy thing where we talk about compression and we use Play-Doh.
Oh, right.
And like, just deadpan from everybody we pitched it, they're like, why? We shot a prototype, and we didn't tell anybody we were shooting a prototype. And then we just handed the video to people, and it kind of went viral internally, if you remember. Like all of a sudden, like my boss's boss saw it, and they were like, yeah, this is great, we want more. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, everyone wanted Compressor Head. There's something in this video series just for you.
It really was Brian's vision to do a show that was different than what we'd done before. What was it, the rules of Compressor Head?
Yeah, you can't walk in with any props in your hand, and everything that you use has to come from the room. At Google, there's this place called The Garage that is made to develop community and collaboration. We found out that we could go into this room, we could use it like a studio. There were so many possibilities. It had so much junk in it for us to make things out of that we could actually go on set with Colt's ideas and make stuff that represented them pretty much in real time right before we started shooting.
Part of the mania of Compressor Head is literally about the fact that none of us know what we're doing until 5 minutes beforehand, and the fact that all of us on the shoot, all of us around it, just kind of have to be okay with that. Literally, I mean, we do...
The lighting guy doesn't like it.
The two ended up creating the Burroughs-Wheeler transform algorithm.
For me, the magic was really meeting Mike Burroughs, or as he prefers to be called on the internet, Mike Burroughs.
That's what he goes by.
Mike's, the co-inventor of Burroughs-Wheeler transform, and he works here at Google. Charming man, but you talk to him about the invention of Burroughs-Wheeler transform, and you realize it should be the stuff of cinema. Like, this story is so amazing and dynamic, and you're just like, why does no one know about this? Why is this not published? Why is this not on the Wikipedia page, for God's sake? Just getting a chance to meet someone who was a part of that was, like, I kind of fanboyed out a little bit. Like, I got red.
One time he caught his finger in that. It was actually pretty funny.
You know what was number 2 for me? Magnus.
Yeah, man, let's do it.
Ready?
Magnus.
The power of Magnus in that scene.
Oh, yeah.
If you keep up with the Play Services What's New videos, Magnus is the guy who does them. And Magnus's energy is just so higher than any of us can just even get close to. And then number 3 was Joanna.
I want you to go and do your job and tell them exactly how to succeed with compression.
Joanna did a fantastic job. She really didn't have to act in that role. She really does hate me that much. And she hates what I do that much.
Yeah,
that it was perfect.
We got to talk about the dynamic arithmetic.
Some of us have real work to do.
She has so little respect for you.
She does.
So anyway, we're trying a bunch of different things. Tell us what you like.
We did season 2 because I could not walk through a conference without people stopping me and asking for more. That's why we do these things, is for developers out there. And so if the developers want more and we hear them wanting more, we'll do season 3 in a heartbeat. The best thing about working with Brian that really humbles me is his patience. I mean, to have some crazy bald guy running around, here's all this crazy stuff, and iterating back and forth between UI about the movement and the shot and the direction, and then someone who actually has a background in film, like actually being patient with all the craziness that I bring to the table and the last minuteness, and like that thing kind of makes this magic happen. It's the mania kind of makes it magical in that regard, and Brian's ability to manifest that and make it happen is really cool.
I enjoy every moment of it.
Well, it's the cursing really that brings us together as a team.
The dirty talk. If I was going to work with one of the guys here, this would be the guy that would go do something crazy with me, and I wanted to do something crazy. He is known to make everybody a little bit better than they were, and I feel like that's happened to me as well. I've learned more about compression than I ever thought I'd want to. It's really like the most fun I think I've had at work.
We get it done.
We get it done.
Fist bump.
Boom! My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head.
Hi, Lawrence Moroney here. I'm in the Coffee with a Googler stage, and I'm going to be chatting with Jason Titus. He's the lead of the developer product group at Google, and he had so many great announcements for developers at the keynote yesterday. So Jason, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
So what kind of feedback have you been hearing from developers? What's been exciting?
It's been pretty cool. It seemed like folks were really excited about the new things in Android Studio, where we're now supporting C++.
That was pretty cool.
That's a lot of folks have been doing native development kit work for a while, and they really wanted to be able to have that support. So that's a big step. We made cloud messaging cross-platform, so now you can use it not just on Android and Chrome, but also on iOS.
Yeah.
And people seem pretty excited about that.
We added topics to that as well, right?
Yeah. So now it's a great way, essentially, with topics and cloud messaging, you can just without having to manage and track all the different users that follow specific things. You can just on the client say, for an arbitrary topic that you create, like, I'm interested in the San Francisco Giants or something like that, you can subscribe the client, and that can be happening across all your users, and later on you just do a single push notification, say, new information about San Francisco Giants, and it fans out to all of them across platform without you having to do any sort of management.
And that's Android, iOS, and web.
Yeah.
So yeah. And one of the neat things about GCM or Google Cloud Messaging is like if you've got multiple devices, right? That if you dismiss the notification on one, it can be dismissed on all of them. So you don't have that kind of clutter on your notification tray.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, right? So and it's a free for developers, right? As well. So
And probably the other thing that got the most excitement was around our cloud test lab.
Oh yeah.
So we recognize that there's a lot of developers are having problems going, hey, there's all these different devices, I don't have access to all of them, I want to be able to test my stuff, how do I do that? And so we're going to be rolling something out that actually allows you to just upload your APK, and we'll run it across the top 20 devices from around the world and give you a report saying like, hey, if we run into any issues, here's a screen video of how we got there, here's crash logs of what happened. And so you can very quickly know whether or not you have any issues.
That's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to trying that one out because it can be difficult to try on different devices, or if you live in a country or a device isn't available, right? Then you can use the Cloud Lab for that. So that's pretty cool. Also, Polymer. Was, Polymer 1.0 was announced yesterday.
And I think folks, we did both Polymer 1.0 and then elements on top of it, so you can actually get libraries where with a simple just insert an element, you can have a map, charts. Toolbars, menus, a bunch of stuff. I think people will start making some pretty nice web apps based on that.
Cool, that should be good. Now, with all these like little bits and pieces, there's like great releases here and great releases there, but this all must be part of some bigger picture to make developers' lives easier.
So, our whole, the point of our group and what we're looking at across the company is how do we make it easier for developers to get up and running? How do we solve problems that developers actually have? I have actually only been at Google a little bit more than a year.
Okay.
And,
same as me.
So, before that I was at Shazam.
Oh, okay.
And so I spent 3.5 years like banging my head against the wall and kind of fighting all the things you have to do to try and get an app built and successful across different markets. And I think we're doing a bunch of things already across the things we're doing in the Play Store to let you A/B test listings, making the developer tools better, like on Android Studio. On iOS, releasing, moving to CocoaPods to make using our libraries better. These are all just about saying, how do we make it so when you have an idea or something that you want to build, that it's easier to do it with our stuff. And this is just the beginning. I think what people should recognize is this is the first round of just making it faster, better, easier, and you'll see a lot more in the future.
Nice. And one of the themes that you had in your keynote, and we've seen it in a lot of the talks, is really thinking for developers to, this tentpole of developing, engaging, and earning, right? So, and that in many ways is the workflow for a developer. You have your idea, and if you have your idea, you want to be able to express that. And what kind of things are we doing to help them express that, to help them to learn?
So, on the develop front, it's how do we make it easy for you to build your code, like with development tools like Android Studio. How do we make it easy for you to sign up for anything you need to use? We have a new flow to sign up for analytics and messaging and all that we think gets rid of a lot of the pain there. And then we redid the entire Google developers.google.com site. I think hopefully folks will find it much more useful.
I see that just
easier.
launched, right?
Yeah, so that just came out, and that's a redesign of the entire site. So that's all things around how to make it easier to develop. On the Engage side, we're recognizing that folks really, they want to get new users. You got your app done, you upload it to the store, like how am I going to actually find folks? And so, both making it easier on the Play Store to try and find the best way to pitch it, like how do you describe the app, try 2 or 3 different text for your listing, try different icons, see what works best. Giving you the ability, once somebody's installed your app, make it really easy to message with them and do notifications. And then, for folks who actually want to start buying app install ads and try and buy distribution, I think maybe it's been harder than it should have been with us. And so we're starting the process of giving you, like, here's a single place you can go. It'll be in the Google Play Developer Console. You can buy across all of Google. You just say, I'm willing to spend $200 a month, and I'll pay this amount per install. And we'll just do it, set up the campaign for you. Cool. And I think that's the kind of thing you should expect to see more of from us. It's just ways to make it easier, fewer knobs and dials, more straight to the meat of the things you need done.
Good. And for engaging, there was one technology that I really enjoyed is the app invites.
Yeah.
If you're familiar, because like for me, we had to talk about it yesterday, and one that is like, you know, I discover most apps from friends. Like, you know, Magnus was my co-speaker, and you know, he sends me all these crazy hockey apps, and my son sends me all these games. And when you've got friends sending you apps that you can trust, and then the app invites technology is really good.
Yeah, so that came out of saying, you know, what are the main things developers are trying to do? You know, we see again and again and again developers build invite flows, and they're, you know, it's like, okay, hey, how are we going to get it? You know, most app installs are happening from word of mouth.
Yeah.
How are we going to do that? Oh, we'll build an app invite flow. But it turns out that we actually have a bunch of data that we can use to make it more useful for a particular user.
Right.
Like if you use Google Services, we have a better sense of across your 1,000 contacts who are the ones you actually communicate with, and we can sort of bubble those to the top and make it easier for you to share with the folks you're more likely to share with. And that's something that would be very hard to do as a third-party developer.
Yeah.
But we can provide that to you as a service, and we think it'll make it easier. And then over time, just reduce the friction, make it easier for the install flow to work, all that.
And if I'm a developer, I can then focus on my domain expertise.
Right.
Instead of trying to roll an app invite.
Yeah,
I'll roll a sign in.
You know, the reality is that most developers are coming at something where they say, I know I have a better way of doing this than other people have done. I'm going to build this app that's, you know, it's going to make it easier to organize a block party or, you know, sell these things or whatever. And they shouldn't have to spend a whole bunch of time rewriting things that everybody else has written. And they shouldn't have to spend forever gearing up and signing up and configuring things. They should just be able to say, okay, I need notifications. Boom, it's in. You know, I need this. It's set up for me. Now I spend my time working on the part that's unique to my app.
Cool. And so this is wealth of new stuff that you've announced, and there's a whole lot of stuff that we're actually working on. Particularly, like, I mean, we've a lot of iOS stuff that we've announced, but you're only just getting started, right? So there's
So, you know, like I said, I think you're seeing these as the beginnings of, you know, sanding down the sharp edges, taking the things that we've gotten feedback that are hard and making them easier. But we have a lot more in store in the future that we think will be great for developers.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Jason. And thank you, everybody. Remember, the new developers.google.com is live. Go and check it out, and you can learn about some of these great technologies that we were talking about. Thank you so much. And thanks again.
Thank you.
When the balloon rises, it expands, and when it gets high enough, it bursts. We could just lose the balloon completely.
Hey, everyone. Hey, so we're here to talk about Android Wear and the always-on screen and your apps. So I'm Brett Leider. I'm the design lead for Android Wear. And this is David Singleton, the engineering lead. And yeah, let's... All right. So Android Wear has had an always-on screen from our launch a year ago. It tells you the time in active mode, and also has this low-power ambient mode for showing you the time. It's also really great at showing you your most important notifications, such as Jeff, who you probably saw in the keynote yesterday. He's trying to get in touch with us for plans later tonight. So I can wake the watch back up. I can interact with this notification. But as app developers, you can also deliver powerful user experiences using these notifications, such as controlling your home stereo or navigating the real world. So that's the always-on screen as it exists today. But we're here today to talk about the always-on app. And so before we get too deep into that, I want to set a little context around what it means for us as people writing things down and having an easy way to reference that. So let's take a big step back, actually, 5,000 years back. So the Mesopotamians first started writing things down on clay tablets for ease of reference. And actually, that's what kind of kicked off civilization. So the ability to write something down and refer to it or show it to someone else, it was a really powerful enabling technology. But it had some downsides. A clay tablet is heavy, it's brittle, you can only write on it once. So we're humanity, we work on things, we make them better. And so fast forward a couple thousand years, and you have papyrus. So papyrus is flexible, it's much more portable, you can write on it with ink with multiple colors, but it still has some bugs. You can only write on it once, it's not accessible to all, it's not super flexible. So again, we work on things as humans, and we're going to fast forward through history, a couple thousand more years, to the 20th century, and the invention of the cathode ray tube. So this is transformative. Having an electronic display that you can put anything on really changed things and allowed us to have lots of flexibility in what we put on our screens, what we put on our displays. But again, downsides. It's heavy, it's bulky, it consumes a lot of power, and in the beginning, they were very expensive. So we work on it some more, and we come up with the segmented LCD display. This addresses a lot of the issues that we've talked about to date in terms of power and bulk, right? Segmented LCD displays, really light, really portable, don't consume much power, but they have a really killer downside, which is when you're designing the hardware, you have to think about all the information you could ever want to put on the display and bake that into the hardware. So very inflexible. So that's what brings us to the present day with Android Wear and the always-on screen, where you basically have all the things that you could want in a single device. Portability, and I'll get into that in a second, sorry. So let's look at the timeline, right? We've had 5,000 years of display technology, and always-on has actually been the vast majority of that time. So let's zoom in to the far right of the timeline here, and you can see that occasionally on screens, electronic screens, have only been prevalent in the 20th century. You know, the screen that's your tablet or your phone that you take out of your pocket, and you have to go and grab it and turn it on. That's actually not been the case for a really long time. And so we're finally at the beginning of the always-on era. And so that regrettable period without always-on displays is behind us. And so now we do have our wish list. We basically have color for flexibility and expressiveness. We have pixels to display whatever we want to display on the screen. We have touch interaction, so users can manipulate and act on whatever they're looking at. And we have low power, so the display can stay on all the time and all day. And so to show us what we can do with that, we've got David to demo the Android TV remote.
Thanks, Brett. So hopefully that's given you a flavor of why always-on displays are important. Let's take a look at a real-life example of an application that is using the always-on feature that we've just introduced in Android Wear. So last year at I/O, we demoed the Android TV remote control app, which is what you can see up here. And it's really great. I've enjoyed using it sitting at home, controlling my TV from my watch. And it already makes great use of contextual notifications in the stream, so I can just wake it up, tap this card, and I'm going to go into the remote control app, look at my TV in the picture-in-picture. I can wake it up, can swipe down to YouTube, and I can start playing a video right there. So this is a great video that I made of my ski holiday. Now, previously with Android Wear, if I was watching this video for a long time, my watch would eventually time out, and you'd go back to the time. But with Always On, there's a better way. And what you can see here, the latest version of the Android TV remote app, we've actually integrated the Always On feature set. So we're back in the ambient low power state. You can see that the TV remote is still running in the foreground. And it's decided to put the time there in black and white mode so that I can still see what time it is. And then the great thing with a real remote control, of course, is it's right there. So I can just pick it up if I wanted to pause this video or move on to the next thing. And with the Always On feature in the Android TV app that we've just introduced, I can now wake it. I'm back in the remote control, and I can instantly pause this video, fast forward, and skip on to something else. So this is a really powerful feature for applications that know that the user is engaged in an ongoing activity. And then when I'm done watching video, all I have to do is tap on the screen again. I'm going to wake the watch, and I can just press the hardware key on the side, and I'm back at the watch face. Now I have a general purpose smartwatch again. So hopefully that's given you a flavor of what you can do with this feature using Always On. So let's switch back to the slides. Now that you've seen some of the power, let's take a look at what you need to do to enable these features in your own applications. So we've tried to make this as simple as we possibly could. And there are just a few simple changes you need to make to your app to enable Always On. The first thing you need to do is to take any activity in your application that you want to remain in the foreground when the watch goes into the ambient low power mode and have it extend from wearable activity. So this is a base class that provides all this functionality. And then in your onCreate method in that activity, you simply need to call one method, which is called setAmbientEnabled. And now your activity will remain in the foreground when the watch goes into its ambient low power mode. There are also 3 important callbacks that your activity is going to get to let you know what's going on here so that you can take the appropriate action. The first 2 I'll share right now. The first one is called onEnterAmbient. So this is called every time that the watch is going from the high power interactive mode into that low power ambient mode. And you can see here, this is a real code fragment from the Android TV remote app. And you can see what we're doing is we're going to set the background color to black. We'll talk more about that in a second. And we're also going to update the rest of our UI to look different, turn on the time in that low power mode. The second one that you need to know about is called onExitAmbient. So this is called when we move from the low power ambient mode back into the interactive mode. And there, you just reverse those changes that you made as you went into ambient mode. So that's it. That's all you need to do to have your app be enabled for Always On. A couple little housekeeping things you need to do as well as your code. In your Android manifest file, you need to ask for permission to use wake locks. You need to do this in both the wearable and in the phone app if you're not already using wake locks, because the Always On feature uses them internally. You also need to request and optionally require support from the wearable support library. This is the library that contains the definition of that wearable activity that I said that you would move to extending. And that's it. So with that, we have been working with a number of partners, so developers that we've given slightly early access to these APIs for a couple of reasons. One, to make sure we've designed and built APIs that work well and are general purpose, and also to see what they did as they brought Always On support to their applications in order to distill some best practices, which we're going to share with you today. So let's take a look at a couple of examples. First of all, let's go shopping. So I'm in town for I/O this week, but I live in London. I have lots of friends in San Francisco, and every time that I come into town, there are folks that want all those British things that are really hard to get hold of here. So I have this common use case. I make a list of groceries to go buy. I either make that on a piece of paper or I put it on my phone, and then I take myself off to the local supermarket. Now, as I move around the supermarket, it's kind of cumbersome to keep getting my piece of paper out or to keep getting back into the right app on my phone. So with Android Wear and the Always On functionality, there's a better way. And one of our partners, Bring, have added Always On support to their shopping list app. So let's take a look at how that works. Here I am at the watch face. I go ahead and tap on the watch face to bring up the application launcher and start Bring. I created that shopping list before I left home. I can see I've got 3 items to buy. I'll go ahead and tap into that, open the list, and now I'm in their shopping list activity, and this one is enabled for always on. So the first thing I need to get is Swiss chocolate. Great. So let's walk off to the Swiss chocolate. Now, this is going to take me a while. So before always on, my watch would probably have been back at the watch face by the time that I got to the Swiss chocolate. But now I can drop my wrist. It'll go into that low power ambient mode. And you can still see at a glance that you need to go get the chocolate, and also they've put the time on screen. So that's great. Let's walk off to the chocolate. I get there. I tap the screen to wake it up. And I can tap one more time to mark that I've got the Swiss chocolate. I can swipe, move to the next item. English breakfast tea. Definitely hard to get great tea here in San Francisco, but pretty easy back home. I can walk there. Again, I drop my wrist. It goes into ambient mode. I can still see throughout that whole interaction what it is that I need to get at a glance. I get there. I tap the screen, and mark it as done. So I've got one last thing to get. Marmite. I hate Marmite, but I do have friends that like it, and it's much easier to get back home. So we'll walk there. We'll drop our wrist. We're in this low power mode. We can see it's still Marmite we need to get. Get there. Mark it off the list. And then when I'm done with all my shopping, I can close the app, and I'm back at the watch face. And I have a completely general purpose smartwatch. So what's up next? I've got my shopping. I've packed my bags. I need to get off to San Francisco. So let's board a plane. Now, the way that I'm sure all of us are used to doing this, I show up at the airport. I get given a piece of paper, very important piece of paper, which I need to not forget, but I'm going to need to pull it out several times as I move around the airport. I don't know about you, but I find this a source of amazing anxiety. I keep losing my boarding pass, tucking it inside my passport, putting it somewhere when I'm going through security. And of course, mobile boarding passes have made that a bit easier because they're always in your phone. But how many times have you found yourself getting to the front of the line and you're busy looking at a web page or checking your email, trying to do all those last things before you get on your flight? And it's kind of cumbersome to get back to the boarding pass. Well, with Android Wear and the always-on functionality, there's a better way. So let's take a look at one of the partners that have implemented this functionality. So I'll start on the watch face. I can launch the American Airlines app. And here it goes directly into the ticket for the flight that I'm about to take. And I can see all the details of the flight right there, including when it departs and the gate number that I need to go to. If I drop my wrist and start moving around the airport, the watch is going to go into low power ambient mode, but my ticket is still right there on screen. And if the gate changes, it'll update and I can glance down at it. But probably what I'm going to do next is try to actually board and go through the gate. So I need that QR code. I can tap my watch face. I can do this amazing fling gesture. I get to a QR code, and I can go ahead and scan it at the gate. If I get busy and drop my wrist in that time, it times out to this low power ambient mode, still showing the QR code. So that's pretty powerful. And now Brett's going to take us through a couple more.
Sure. So the day of a big talk like this, I like to go for a run in the morning. Helps calm my nerves. So let's do that. A way that I might do that today is that I would go out and buy a fitness tracking watch. I would charge it, keep it synced with my phone or laptop. So that's kind of a hassle, but I do want to keep track of my run. So let's see if there's another way I could do it. Well, if I do want to look at my pace and my distance as I'm running, I could carry my phone in my hand. But I get really sweaty when I run, which is probably a common thing. And also, people running with their phones, at least I feel like I look like a big dork when I'm doing that. And whether or not I am a big dork, I don't want to feel like one. So I don't think this is a great solution either. So with Android Wear, we think that there's a better way. I think we've lost the slides. Hold a moment, folks. All right, so I can launch the Endomondo app just by tapping on the watch face, tap on Endomondo from the app picker, and I'm in the Endomondo app. And all I have to do is hit this big button here, and I'm recording my run. Next slide. Awesome. So I'm now tracking my run. The counter is going to start incrementing As I start running, the distance will start incrementing as well. And what I can, here's the time going up. And if I drop my wrist, or it times out, it's going to go into this low power ambient mode and track my time and distance about once a minute. The screen will update about it once a minute. And so at the end of my run, as I'm tracking it as I go, I can wake the watch back up, and at the end of the run, I've run for 30 minutes and 3 miles, and I can just save my run. So my watch was a dedicated run tracking device, and now it's back to being a general purpose smartwatch. So we're pretty excited about that. I am, at least. And then our next use case would be a day like today. So at the end of I/O, after watching all these talks, talking with all of you guys, being up here on stage, I'm going to be really tired, and I'm going to want to go home, and I won't have to think about it very much. So what's a way that we could do that today? What's the way I would do it? I would probably get out my phone, I would ask for navigation home, and I would walk around the streets of San Francisco with my phone out. Now, that has some downsides. I might bump into people, I might walk out into traffic, someone might try to take my phone away. So let's not do that. Let's do this a better way. So with Android Wear, I can just launch CityMapper, and CityMapper's got this great button that I love, Get Me Home. Yes. And it's telling me, oh, we think the best way to get home is 25 minutes on BART. And that sounds great to me, so let's just hit go. And immediately, CityMapper just tells me everything I need to do. I need to walk to Powell Street BART. It's about 9 minutes away. And here's a map, and here's the route. And it's just all there right for me. So I can start walking, and the watch will time out to ambient, yet the information that I need to know, the next actionable step, stays on screen. And as I approach Powell Street BART, and glance down at my wrist, it'll actually update and light up and say, oh, you want to wait for this train, it's coming in 3 minutes. And again, after a few seconds, it'll time out to ambient, but CityMapper stays on top to help guide me through my journey. I think someone who's used this app, it just came out yesterday, told me it feels like having a superpower walking through the city. You can just glance at an unfamiliar city, you can glance down and know where you need to go. It's pretty special. So when I'm done, I can hit the home button and be back to using my watch for whatever I want to use it for. And if it's not already, so thanks to Bring, American Airlines, Endomondo, CityMapper, Zillow, Golf Shop Pro, Runtastic and Runkeeper, KLM, Delta, and Google Maps and Google Keep. These are all app developers that have tried to embrace the always on screen, and what they've been able to do is transform their apps into an actual wearable device. And this is one of the reasons why we're really excited about the always on screen. Android Wear has been really good at keeping the time and giving you your notifications and allowing you to take quick actions. People love it for that, but it can be so much more now with the always on screen and always on apps. So it can be this immersive navigation experience, a fitness tracker, a fitness coach. It can be a to-do list manager, help you get things done. It can guide you through your travel and help you control your home. So what you do with it, we'd love to see, because we feel like we're at this point in wearable evolution where prior to this date, if you had an idea for a wearable experience, you would have had to go out and hire hardware engineers, mechanical designers, industrial designers. You probably have to do some fundraising, maybe a crowdfunding campaign, or find investors, contract with an overseas manufacturer. That's a lot of time and energy and effort just to even see if your idea, a single purpose wearable idea, is going to have traction in the market. Now, with the always on screen and Android Wear, you basically have access to the entire Android Wear supply chain. So all of our 7 devices today and all of our devices to come can become your wearable experience for users. So we're really excited to see what you guys do with that. And to help you, we're going to segue into best practices on the design and engineering side. So we built, and this is actually in our documentation, the sample stopwatch app. And on the left here, you see the interactive high power mode, and on the right, you see our low power ambient mode. And we're going to talk about the design changes you want to make between these two states. So it's pretty simple. The first is to, when you transition to ambient, you want to use it black and white. So the 2 reasons for this are that it saves power on the vast majority of devices, and it's a strong visual cue to the user that the device is now in this low power state. Pretty simple. Second, you want to display the relevant time units. So this, again, takes 2 flavors. So because you're in a long-lived session, the user might want to actually know what the time of day is. So we've included that in the ambient display of this app. Second is that since the display updates only about once a minute, if you're tracking time down to the second, that doesn't quite make sense. And so you want to stop keeping track of time down to the minute and just down to the second and keep track of it just down to the minute. So you can see that here. We're counting up minute by minute. Finally, third, you want to remove any buttons that are on the display in ambient mode, because tapping on the watch face in ambient mode wakes up the display, and then the user can interact with the display. So remove buttons when you're in ambient mode. And finally, this only applies to a small number of apps, but if there's any information on the display that the user might not want to have persist in ambient mode, just take it out as you transition into ambient mode. So that's all you need to think about from the design side. And let's hear from David on development stuff.
Thanks, Brett. So one of the most important things to understand from a development perspective is that as we go into low-power ambient mode, we're actually doing something pretty profound in order to save battery. And that is that we actually, as much as we possibly can, turn off the CPU. It's pretty powerful. So while your application is still in the foreground, the CPU is not running at all. And most of these development best practices are about how you can preserve that state so that you're really making best use of the user's battery. So first thing to think about is, as we said, it's important to be efficient in ambient mode. It's also important to be efficient in interactive mode, because now your application is in the foreground. It's essentially become the home screen of the watch. And that means that anytime the user performs the wrist gesture in order to get into interactive mode, it's going to be your app right on top. And that's really powerful for you as a developer. But it also means that you need to think about efficiency of that mode just as much as you do the ambient mode. So for instance, this is not the right time to grab some data and transmit it across the Bluetooth link, because spinning up the Bluetooth radio uses a lot of power. This is probably also not the right screen in your application to show any videos or animations that run for a long time, because that's going to keep the CPU in high power mode. So be efficient both in interactive and in ambient. The next best practice is to choose the right approach for updates. So when you're in interactive mode, we do turn off the CPU, but it is actually possible to keep fresh information on the screen, and that's really important so you can have a great user experience. But it is something that you're going to have to do to choose the right approach of when you're going to make those updates. And the first thing that you might need to do for your application is not to update at all. So we saw a great example with Bring. I was shopping. The next thing that I needed to go pick up was still the same until I got there and woke up my watch and could say that I got it. So in the case of an app like that, there's no need to update the display in the low-power ambient mode at all. And that's great. You're going to achieve really great battery savings. And that's where I'd like to encourage you to go if you can. Some other applications, for instance, we looked at the boarding pass for American Airlines. They might only need to update the screen if something changes. So for instance, the gate changes, the time to depart changes. And we'll talk about that as well. But then other apps might actually need more frequent updates. So let's take a look. So I mentioned the possible best practice might be to update never. But if you do need to update periodically, I mentioned that wearable activity gives you 3 callbacks, but I've only shown you 2 so far. There's another one, which is called on update ambient. So we need to go back a slide here. We think we've skipped over a slide. Here we go, on update ambient. So this will be called approximately once a minute to enable your application to update the display. And you can go ahead, invalidate your views, and have them redraw themselves. If you need to update more frequently, that's also possible. Probably the best way to update more frequently is on demand. So for instance, if you have incoming data from the application that you have running on the phone, using the data APIs, then those will actually cause the CPU to wake to handle the data, and that's a place where you can update your UI. But if you remember the Endomondo example, that was a kind of long-running activity, but where we wanted to maybe tell the user how far they traveled or how many calories they burned by updating periodically. So Android already has a great set of APIs to enable you to wake up the device, the phone, tablet, or watch periodically with Alarm Manager. And if you would like to do that, you can set whatever kind of frequency of callback to wake the device up and allow you to redraw the ambient display. It's really important here to read the documentation for Alarm Manager. There are a couple different ways you can set alarms, and you need to use the ones that end in _wake up, because those are the ones that will actually start the CPU if it's asleep. And then that means you could, for instance, wake up every 30 seconds, figure out how far the user has traveled, and draw that on the UI. A couple of things to know here. The first one is the 10-second rule. So I've been saying you could wake up periodically with this API. Make sure that you're not waking up more frequently than every 10 seconds. If you do, then you won't actually be achieving any power savings at all. And therefore, you might want to think about, in my application, how am I going to display information such that if I update less frequently than every 10 seconds, it's still a great experience for the user. The second thing to know is that you need to be a little bit careful when you're using the Alarm Manager API. You're going to provide it a pending intent to say, when your alarm goes off, please start my activity again. And you just need to be a little bit careful to use the right flags with pending intent. Make sure that you're using the flags that will cause the same instance of your activity to be updated. So there's a flag called update current, rather than a whole new instance of your activity to be started in order to handle that callback. There's also a really easy way to do this if you put launch mode single instance in your Android manifest file. All the details of this are in the code lab in the documentation that I'm going to reference at the end. The final best practice is to test on your wrist and not on the dock. So I've mentioned that we put the CPU in this low power mode whenever we're in ambient as much as we possibly can. If you put your watch onto the charging dock, which is often what you'll do when it's connected via USB for development, because there's outlet power, we won't put the CPU to sleep. So you may see slightly different behavior on your dock as to if you took the watch off every time you put a new instance of your app on the device and then use it. So make sure you take it off and check that it's behaving as you would expect, because the CPU will actually go to sleep. It's also important to test on your wrist, because a lot of the applications that you're going to develop that are going to have glanceable information on screen really need to have as simple a UI as possible. And we found that if you're just sitting at your desk and looking at your device in one spot, you may not actually see all of the things that you might need to change. So get your device on your wrist, walk around your office if you need to. Even better is take your application into the context in which the user is going to be whenever they're controlling their TV or buying their shopping, and that'll help you make really great choices as you develop your always-on apps. So now that Always On enables Android Wear watches to be many devices in one, as Brett explained, we're really excited to see what device you're going to build. So in order to do that, here's what you can do next. We have documentation at developer.android.com. The full URL is right there. We've also developed a code lab that will walk you step by step through the process of adding always-on functionality to a simple stopwatch application. That's the end of our talk. Thank you for listening. Please give us your feedback, and we have some time right now for some questions and answers. I think that there are a couple of mics out here in the audience. There's one here and one over here. So if you've got questions, step up to a microphone. Thanks a lot.
Great presentation. Thank you. Oops, live mic. Is there any facility for multitasking to have more than one screen, more than one application be available in the low power mode?
Great question. The question is, oh, everyone could hear it on the mic, so multitasking. First of all, one thing that's important to remember is it is possible for your Android Wear apps to run in the background in general. So Android has very powerful APIs for this, and we run Android on the watches. So you can do multiple apps can run in the background. However, it is the case that only one of those can be in the foreground at the same time. So the idea here is the user is involved in a long session where they're doing something in the real world, and your app can continue to stay on top. However, all those APIs that we have had before today still exist. So one of the best ways to get the user's attention if something has happened related to your app or service is to post a notification. And by default, notifications will still appear on top of always-on activities in the heads-up notification mode. So if you are running in the background and you want to give the user the opportunity to switch to your app, which could also implement always on, then post a notification and they'll be able to see that.
So a concrete example of that might be that you're navigating and listening to music at the same time, and both of these apps, implement a full screen version of themselves. So let's say I was navigating, but I wanted to go switch my music, so I could hit, the hardware button to go back to the watch face, and as I did that, the app could actually publish a notification that was like, hey, you're still navigating. Here's your next turn, and tap here to relaunch me, into a full screen experience. So then the user can basically go down, launch their music experience, change their track, change their artist, go back to the watch face, and access that previous app via the notification.
Right.
So that's the suggested way that you would go and do that. And I think we have another questioner right here.
Congratulations for the presentation. And my question is, all Android Wear devices must have off-screen mode. It's mandatory because Moto 360 does not support this feature, I think.
The feature is supported on the Moto 360. You'll see in settings that there's an ambient screen setting, which you can turn on and enable. And obviously, always-on apps do require that the user has that setting for the always-on screen turned on. On other devices, it's also possible to disable the always-on screen. So your app should still make use of the contextual notifications that we talked about if you want to have the user get in there during interactive mode.
But I have to, in the Moto 360, all the pixels are on, and all colors, right?
Yeah, good question. So I guess we can talk about screen technology here a little. Brett mentioned that the best practice is to use black and white and actually keep as many pixels black as possible. And that's because a lot of devices out there have OLED screens. And for OLED screens, you only spend power for the pixels that are lit. But there are plenty of devices, and we're excited about the range of display technologies because they have different traits. For instance, there are transflective LCDs, which look great when you're in bright sunlight because they reflect the light back. And there are regular LCDs like the Moto 360 has. So you should expect there to be a range of display technologies. We've distilled the best practices so that you can make good choices that work across all of those. So it's true that for the OLED devices, the pixels that you light have the impact on power. For LCD devices of any kind, then how many pixels you light does not make so much difference. But we've distilled the best practices so that you can make good choices across all the devices in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. What I wanted to ask you was, do you have any plans for better haptics on Android Wear devices? Because right now one of the big issues is that sometimes notifications just get lost. I have the Zen watch, and the vibrator or whatever is in there isn't good enough. And also to be able to sort of enable different forms of interaction where you're not forced to look at the screen but still receive some information just from a series of vibrations or something.
Sure. So one of the things I'd encourage you to do is go and look at the vibration API that exists already, because it's already possible to use different patterns of vibration in Android. That's an API we've had for some time. And we're definitely excited about haptics in wearables, but we don't have anything to announce today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Question. When I'm in always on mode, is there a way to get feedback of how much CPU I'm using, like a profiling tool?
Great question. So there are tools that you can use to see how much CPU you're using. So you can take a look at the Android systrace tool. It's part of the default SDK. And that will allow you to instrument your app. You don't actually need to change your app, but to instrument the running session. And you'll get deep insight into how much CPU you're spending and exactly where you're spending it. So go look for systrace in the docs. I think we've got time for maybe one more question.
So I have a question. When it's in ambient mode, can I still have force the CPU to run and the accelerometer and the gyroscope still running?
Yeah, so the question is, can I still use sensors when I'm in ambient mode? And the answer is yes. So this new always-on feature doesn't change the way Android Wear works with the existing APIs. So it's already been possible. For instance, you can use those alarm manager APIs that we showed you to wake up and do some work with sensors. But the best practices that we talked about still apply. So it's still important to think about how you can use the battery sensitively. And you can definitely continue to do that.
Yeah, but I thought you said the CPU goes to 0.
That's true. So one of the things that we do, and we do this on phones and tablets as well, is if possible, we'll try to turn the CPU off. But the way that you would already be using sensors, if you wanted to use them in the background, is to use the Alarm Manager API, which itself is going to wake the device in order to use the sensor APIs. And to be used very carefully, there are the wake lock APIs that allow you to hold the device awake while you grab that. And if you were already using sensors in the background, you'll already be familiar with those APIs.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And if you have more questions, we'll be on this side of the room on the outside after this session to chat more with you if you'd like. So thanks again for coming out today. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Today's episode is all about good times.
First thing, you need a Google account. If you don't have one, that's easy to fix.
Doing so will reward you with a plethora of colors and bars on your device.
Engaging users in an immersive and joyful experience.
To help you make your graphics look their best.
That kind of intelligence will be built inside the software.
Our team here at Google works closely with app developers.
What kind of challenges do you see developers facing, and what are we doing to make their lives easier?
Great apps engage all learners.
And so we did a very simple web app that lets you type in your address and the age of your kid, and it would tell you which schools you were eligible to attend.
So you can think of today's episode as a little bit of extra credit.
So how does this help you?
Let's take a look.
Look, that dinner reservation is on my Google Calendar, so I don't forget.
These are things that you can worry less about.
But with a fundamental understanding of how the digital world works.
Highlighting what matters most to users.
But I wanted to show you something here.
What if I told you I was going to do it without using a database or a backend server?
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Whoa!
This is the type of technical minutia that's worth knowing.
They've never before realized how important geeks are.
1 billion active.
Yes. And you'll end up with a community of people that you really enjoy and feeling really good about the work that you guys can do together.
Well, these are just some ideas of how to take good experiences and making them great.
So now we're done.
Don't forget to join our Google Plus community as well.
And make software more intelligent.
And Google takes care of the rest.
Thanks for watching.
Hope we get an opportunity to serve you again.
Hello, this is Google I/O, and this is Coffee with a Googler. I am sitting on a chair, but that doesn't really matter because on the sofa next to me is Alex Komorowski.
Yep.
How are you having a good time? Are you enjoying?
I'm having an
Google I/O?
amazing time. There's all kinds of, every year it's different, and so they have all these interesting like swing sets and stuff. It's pretty cool.
So what's your job title then?
I am the product management lead on Chrome's web platform team.
Okay, that's quite long. So I would shorten that. I kind of think of you as a sort of web hero or champion of the web.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I like that. That sounds good. Let's go with that.
So why the web? What is the web to you?
So I think like a lot of people have had this long, deep connection with the web. So I shared yesterday this story, this embarrassing story about the real ultimate power, and actually how we uploaded a picture of our crew team posing for that. But for me, it actually really became like sort of an important moral issue for me in college when I read this book, The Wealth of Networks, by Yochai Benkler, who's a professor at Yale or something. And it totally sold me on the power for society of these open systems or whatever. But all of this, I guess, is really abstract. And so I think one of the reasons I love the web is that it makes it really easy for you to reach a lot of people with your stuff and get your ideas out there.
Yeah, and part of it for me as well, I guess, is that and the openness of it. One of the things that really got me into the web was like view source. Like I was able to go and see. So wow, this is a thing on the web, view source, wow, that's how it's being put together.
Yeah, and it's great for tinkerers because you don't need to get anyone's permission. You don't need to buy anything. You can just use a text editor that comes on your computer and get into it that way. That's totally how I started. That's how I bet a lot of us started on it.
Yeah, I know we have a bit of like sort of back and forth, sort of banter with the Android guys, and like the Hello World for Android comes in at like 800K. I think they've got down to, whereas Hello World on the web is Hello World, right? It's just a text file with that. Upload that somewhere and off you go.
Yeah.
So you gave a talk yesterday morning on the next generation of the mobile web.
Yep, that's right.
So when I remember Web 2.0 from a few years ago, it was a kind of marketing thing with no substance.
Yeah. Well, so actually I found that for those kinds of things, the terms, when they're really successful, some things are just always hot air, right? They just start as hot air, they end as hot air. But some things that are actually really something meaningful then become so meaningful that everyone who doesn't understand them starts using those words. So like Ajax.
Oh my God,
right? Ajax was totally a thing, right? It totally meant something very specific. And then all these CEOs and marketing people said, oh yeah, like, Ajax. Like,
can we make it Ajax?
Cool web things. And like, so it lost its meaning. And so meanwhile, we're sitting here like, that's not Ajax. What does that mean? That's silly.
Yeah, so it's like, yes, it's asynchronous. Yes, it's JavaScript. We can go with that. What is it? It's not XML. It was very rarely XML, and it all sort of fell down from there. It just became to mean anything vaguely asynchronous.
But to me, Web 2.0 is the same way. Yeah, it's a buzzword. It totally has become a buzzword. But the fact of the matter is, there's a number of amazingly successful companies that got their start during that time. And so now we look back at it and we're like, oh yeah, Web 2.0, whatever. But like, it actually was always a really successful companies that we totally take for granted today totally got their start because of the web.
Yeah, and because companies were asking for, can we make this the second web rather than the first web? I was like, oh yeah. So what you essentially mean there is you want it to be a bit faster and a bit simpler, and that was a good excuse, I think, for us as developers to sort of crowbar some of what we wanted.
Absolutely, because I think with the earlier web, everyone had like this oh, what static sites, things are slow, you click, it takes a while to load. And there really wasn't any reason at that point because techniques like Ajax and XML HTTP request allowed you to build these immersive things. And so actually a new label really helped developers go with it and find that. In the same way, I think, as what we're at now. People say, oh my gosh, look, this native app loads so much faster. It's like, well, look at the web's version. It just took this huge 25 megs that required to download it. It's got 13 different third-party scripts, many of which are calculating the same stuff with synchronous layouts on every scroll event. Of course that's not fast.
So how's the next generation of the web different?
I think it's people really learning how to use some of these new technologies, how to build things that feel at home on mobile. So using the Rail framework that we talked about to help understand when you have good performance and when you should be optimizing, and when you add an extra script to your site and go, nope, you know what, that made my site load too slow or scroll too slowly. I'm not going to include it, it's not worth it.
That's one of the things I'm hearing sort of becoming more and more popular, and it's music to my ears, is the idea of having a performance budget as part of your design process.
Right.
And that's a big part of Rail.
It totally is, because if you wait till the end and try to make it highly performant, it's too late. So what you really want to do is build something fast from the beginning, and as you layer in things, make sure you don't ever regress your performance. And that's one of the reasons that we're looking forward to doing things in DevTools to make it easier. So right now, when you open up DevTools, you're like overwhelmed, right? And there's so much there. And that's why we're looking into tools that will make it much more, hey, you looked at your page, your reaction time is pretty good, load time could be better, animation speed, terrible. Like you were always janking. This third-party script right here is doing way too much work on every scroll event, take it out. And that would make it much easier for you to go, oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, because this is the thing, the web is fast by default, right? I mean, if you have a blank page, pretty fast.
Right, exactly.
It's all regression.
Right, exactly. And I think also, by the way, everyone goes, well, native apps load so much faster. Well, again, well-made native apps definitely can load very quickly. Well-made web apps can as well. But remember, you're comparing the first visit to a website. You're downloading all of the images and resources to display this on the screen versus a thing where when you install the native app, it did take a while to download. In fact, it probably took a minute or so to download. It's just you did it at install time.
Yeah, it's many megabytes, and if you're on 3G, it's normally like, I'm going to have to download this later.
And it gets past that 10-second mark, so you say, yeah, I'll install this. I'm going to go over and play some solitaire or something.
I'm data roaming at the moment, and I'm locked down to 3G, so I'm completely aware of that right now. So it's not just about like the improvements in next generation web, but we're getting new features as well, right?
Absolutely. So one of the ones we're most excited about is push notifications. So on mobile in particular, increasingly we're moving from this world where it's driven by the grid of apps and into more things that happen in context. So actually just before we started this, I got a notification on my watch about some breaking news that happened from Vice. And I was able to interject it in conversation because I just glanced down at my watch. That actually came from our website, which is really cool.
So even though it's on your watch, which I mean, we don't run Chrome on the watches, but it's.
So yeah, so Chrome running on my Android device got the notification, and then it's just a normal system notification, so it showed up on my watch.
It's brilliant. So I visit. I get sent a link by someone. I'll go to that website, and one of the things I like about the web is I don't have to think, ooh, do I trust this website before clicking the link? But I mean, to be able to do notifications and things, there's code running in the background. So what kind of protection? Is there a break in the security of the web here?
That is a really critical point. And everyone goes, you should just copy native apps. Or native apps do some things extremely well. The web, one of its biggest and most important strengths is how easy it is for people to navigate to a diverse collection of stuff so easily. So if you were afraid to tap links, that would be a total failure, right? Because that's the benefit of the web. In fact, yesterday we shared that on average, Chrome for Android users visit 100 distinct domains a month on average, which is
more than most people have apps.
Oh, way over. And it's because it's so easy for you to dive into these things. So that's incredibly important for us to maintain. So the way that it works is you visit a site, and what we encourage developers to do is, in context, explain to the users why they might want push notifications. So say, for example, you visit The Guardian. You've read multiple articles on a given topic, and they say, hey, at the end, you like this topic. Would you like to be notified when there's more articles on this topic? Well, yes, I would. You tap that on, and then, of course, Chrome verifies, hey, Guardian would love to send you notifications, just to make sure that you knew what you were doing. And at that point, if you say yes, they'll allow them to register for notifications. But there's an important bit, too, that this is, then say you register, and it says, this sounds good, you register, and they send you a notification every minute. We also make it very easy in each notification we show. There's a prominent site settings button. If you tap that, it's just a couple more taps to turn off notifications for that domain. To make it very easy for you to revoke that permission if you decide that that site wasn't using it in a respectful way.
And that's excellent as well, because we've been building a few test apps with this technology, and just because there's just a button that sends a push message to someone else, I've sort of woken up in the morning with like 100 of these, and I'm like, and it's just so good that it's like, right, actually,
I'm done.
I'm done with this. We've had our fun, and yeah, we're sort of back to safety, able to just revoke those permissions, and you're sort of back to it just being like any other website.
And I think that's what's so important about this feature is everyone goes, yeah, you got push notifications and apps. But remember, websites, you visit so many of them, so easy to stumble across other things. And instead of having this all or nothing, do you want to fully commit to this thing, give it space on your home screen, give it all these powerful permissions? Nah, I just want push notifications. Like, I check into this airline. I don't fly them very often. I don't want their app necessarily. I don't fly them that often. But it says, do you want to be notified if your gate changes? Why, yes. Yes, I would.
Yes, exactly that case. It's not something that you would visit every day, but that notification is so important to you.
Exactly, it's critical. And so I think we're combining this amazing reach, this no commitment for the web, and allowing you as a user to sort of escalate on your own terms as you feel comfortable, and pick and choose which aspects of it, the experience you want.
So the whole push messaging thing is one of the features that's from native, right? When I think of the apps on my home screen, the native apps, the reason previous to now, it couldn't have been done on the web is push notifications.
That's a big one.
As the web, are we just copying native? Are we always going to be behind and just picking and choosing their innovations?
So I think I don't think it would be a good way for us to go. And so, yes, we look at the features, the things that people are relying on these devices, and we figure out a way to bring it responsibly to the web. But at every point, we're trying to marry these capabilities with the power of the web, this reach. And so, for example, background sync is a functionality that native apps often have. They can sort of wake up in the background, refresh in their resources. Why don't we just bring this to the web? Well, it's actually really hard. So imagine that you visit a site every day on your personal computer. It's an embarrassing celebrity gossip site that you don't want to admit to anybody that you visit. You go often. You never would visit that at work because you're supposed to be working, right? So you visit it, and we say, okay, cool. You visit this pretty often. Let's let you background sync that. Well, now you go to your work network, and it syncs in the background, and your boss goes, Jake, what are you doing? Why are you wasting time on the company network?
Yeah.
So that's just, we have to think very carefully about these things and make sure that users have the right expectations about what's happening, so the right things can happen and they don't inadvertently waste their battery or leak personal information or what have you.
And it made me really happy in the keynote to hear that the Android's permissioning model, they're changing to what you mentioned before, this kind of just-in-time contextual permissioning model. So I thought that's a case where, hey, they've kind of copied the success of the web, which I thought was great.
I think there's a lot of great properties of apps and of the way the web works, and I think it's great for them to be inspired by one another, to figure out how to bring these lessons from the other realm into the other, and just make it better for everybody.
I think it's great to see like the web progressing and getting all of these new features, but still staying true to the benefits of the web. This is Mr. Alex Komorowski talking about the next generation mobile web. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm Martin Omander, the host of Google Root Access, a show for startups featuring startups. In each episode, you will see me interview a successful tech entrepreneur about a business or technology challenge they faced, how they overcame it, and emerged ahead of their competition. These are some challenges we've explored in previous episodes. What to do if you have lots of users, but have a hard time getting revenue from them. What to do if your platform can't scale up with your users, and using crowdfunding to your advantage. The result is actionable insights that you can use for your startup.
Computers that we now carry in our pocket.
Yeah, good. What Google developer products do you work with?
So we develop for Android.
While general purpose computing is all the rage these days, let's not forget about a massive area of computing, single purpose machines. From point of sale devices to vending machines and reception kiosks to in-flight entertainment, computers that are produced to serve a single purpose are everywhere. Often, these deployments require a highly customized OS, but now Android packs enough of a punch for bespoke app developers and enough control to device administrators to meet all these needs out of the box. I'm Rich Hyman, and I'm going to let you know how to cater for single-use devices when writing your apps, and how they can be easily provisioned and managed using Android for work. With a new focus on corporate-owned single-use devices, one or more apps gets installed when a device is initialized, and it can be locked down into single app mode. That means things like the home button and touch switcher are gone. There are also enhanced controls around the status bar, notifications, incoming calls, and quick settings menus. And of course, at reboot, it will launch you right back into your chosen application. Because updates on these devices can be problematic, we've added APIs to give IT admins the ability to accept them remotely. Admins can set an OTA policy for a device and use these APIs to control them, remotely accepting OTAs, scheduling maintenance windows, or even postponing them to give them a chance to verify app compatibility. Like all Android for Work features, COSU is designed to be supported and managed by your enterprise mobility management vendor. Once a supporting EMM is configured, provisioning your COSU device is as simple as an NFC bump, and you've got your own interactive building map or hotel check-in station. As a developer, there are a couple of things to consider when building for single-use machines. Firstly, the power state of the device. Many applications of COSU devices will be plugged in and require the screen to be kept on the whole time. There is a device policy for it, but it's also worth ensuring it's in your application, or at least make it configurable, as you might end up in a multi-app COSU system. The best way to do this is use the window manager flag Keep Screen On in your activity. There's also the Keep Screen On parameter you can use in your XML layouts. Your app should also be self-contained. Avoid things like the send intent for single-use apps. Your app should work on its own without the need for interactions with other applications, as you want to be in full control of the device the whole time. Probably goes without saying, but it applies to in-app purchases as well. These devices won't have access to the Play Store. Finally, we also recommend keeping your app within one task. Support for COSU deployments will mean you can now target a huge range of new use cases with your applications, and we're really looking forward to seeing the results. When considering the reach of Android for Work, enterprise mobility management companies make up a critical part of the availability. They integrate Android for Work into their offerings so that IT admins can manage the devices in their organizations. They install your apps from Google Play for Work. They apply security policies, set up corporate Wi-Fi networks, application restrictions, and they can even set up single sign-on by remotely installing certificates. We're constantly updating the APIs available to EMMs to give them more flexibility in their offerings. For more information on integrating Android for Work into your enterprise management product, you can contact us through the partnerships form at google.com/work/Android. To simplify the testing of your enterprise apps, we've released and open-sourced a new device policy client called TestDPC. When developing functionality for enterprise, you can use TestDPC to simulate the majority of features of Android for Work. The app lets you set up a work profile, apply device policies, set app and intent restrictions. You can even set up COSU devices. You can find the app in our GitHub repo at github.com/Google Samples. It's ready for you to incorporate into your testing workflow. These new updates could revolutionize single-use devices whilst keeping IT admins happy. For more developer information, you can check out developer.android.com/work, whilst I go and look up some more acronyms. So for now, it's TTFN for BYOD, whilst your apps go COSU.
It's a great pleasure seeing all of you this afternoon. If you paid attention in Sundar's keynote, among all these wonderful announcements was a very small, petite announcement pertaining to education. Sundar announced what we call a nano degree, online education for Android development, which means anybody in the room who is either an Android developer or aspires to be an Android developer or wants to work for Google or one of its partner companies now has an opportunity to learn from the best of the best what it means to be a top-notch Android developer. We put together a short video which I want to show you about it.
The reason why I'm an Android developer is because of the platform's massive reach. Building for Android means that you can build something here and it will reach people all the way across the world. In fact, the next billion people coming online will interact with the internet for the very first time using only a mobile device. There's so many people who are consumers of technology, but I think it's so much more powerful to be a creator of technology. Everyone has unique experiences and strengths, and they can draw on that and use that to identify problems in their community and then use technology to solve that. I really feel like there's a big opportunity to show people that they can create something really amazing. You can imagine something that you think should exist and you can actually go and build it. I can't think of anything more powerful than that. You can start your journey to become an Android developer today with Udacity and Google's Nano Degree.
The person who first and foremost deserves credit is actually sitting over there in the first row. Peter, want to get up for a second? This is Peter Lubbers, who put together a wonderful team of Googlers to really bring education to everybody, not just knowledge and information, but education. And he teamed up with my startup company called Udacity to really change education. So let's go back a few years and tell you the story of how we came about. About 4 years ago, I was busy raising Google X, working on self-driving cars, contact lenses that could measure your glucose level, balloons in the stratosphere. In fact, there's a parallel talk right now about Project Balloon, and many other things, Google Glass. When Peter Norvig, who was speaking about half an hour about education, and I decided to take a Stanford class online. I was teaching in my free time at Stanford, an advanced artificial intelligence class. And following Sal Khan and many other people I admire, we decided to make it available for the world, not just Stanford students. So here's our context of this. At that time, colleges were under fire. They had raised tuition rates by about 7.5% for 30 consecutive years. The nation was facing a credit card debt of more than $1 trillion. And the return of investment seemed just not to be there to get a college education. So when Peter and I decided to take this online for free, we started inevitably and unintentionally a movement called Massive Open Online Courses, or MOOC. Many other companies followed, edX, Coursera, iVersity, and many others. The thing that blew us away was the sheer size that you could reach by going online. Now, for all of you, that's completely obvious. From libraries to Google, it's just completely obvious. It's a 100,000 times as bigger a market, 100 million times as big a market. But for education, very few people had really attained global scale in education. To make a long story short, the numbers that came out of this class were staggering. 160,000 students signed up in a short period. 23,000 finished. And this is a graduate level artificial intelligence class. There is not 160,000 people in the world who care about AI. We had an army of 1,950 volunteer translators that translated the course into 44 languages in 195 countries. This became the biggest course ever taught in the history of colleges. In fact, I taught more students in this class than I can teach at Stanford in 50 lifetimes. The cost of doing this, the cost of building the engineering, recording all the videos and exercises, and paying all the fees for our service providers was 60 cents per student. Compare this to a $50,000 a year Stanford tuition rate. What's even more staggering to me was ranking the online students with my Stanford students. To remind you, Stanford students go through an ardent process of admission. To get in, you have to be wicked smart, the right age, the right SAT scores, and a wonderful statement, all these things. And even then, only a few thousand students get in every year. So there ought to be the smartest kids on the planet. However, when we compared, based on identical homework assignments and exams, our online students with those Stanford students, the top 412 students were online. And the strongest of 200 Stanford students ranked number 413. As the course unfolded, and I'm going to read this for you, students started writing me letters, like this one. And I'm going to start at the third paragraph. I'm completing the course from remote areas of Afghanistan and often don't have great internet connectivity or electricity or internet connections that wouldn't block YouTube. I spent the last few days under incoming mortar and rocket attacks, then dodging checkpoints under questionable legal status to exfiltrate a war zone to a third world airfield until things settled down. I had about an hour of fairly solid internet connectivity to be able to get the assignments done and still manage a respectable score. This is a typical week for me here. This wasn't a typical Stanford student. This was a brave soldier fighting for a good cause and trying to work on a future past his military life. This lady works 40+ hours a week. She's a single mother of 2, and her younger child is only 7 months old. She has no time to concentrate or to dedicate, and she's been hanging on to a class by her fingernails, waiting to learn and to feel a sense of accomplishment. Just before homework 5 was due, I suffocated another series of great chaotic difficulties. There's a long story, but basically, baby has been sick, and someone of her relatives lost their home, and the life became really miserable. Why am I telling you so much personal stuff? Because on November 13, I gave up. I told myself that it was ridiculous to think I could justify continuing this class, taking this time, given all the other problems that surrounded me. And then that Monday morning, I checked my email and I saw the note you sent me Saturday, and I stared at it for a while. And then I sighed and told myself, I can't quit now. I took the midterm exam, she finished, and she finished the course. Now, unbeknownst to her, I had sent every student who was late an email, about 40,000, which prompted about 40,000 personal responses like those, which I didn't all read. But still, there was a moment here where I really had to pause and think, at Stanford, I teach these wonderful kids who are already extremely privileged. And I'm really ignorant to the rest of the world of people that possibly need me much more, like single mothers raising children wanting to re-enter the workforce. And she's not alone. Here's a video that made me cry.
Hello, my name is Melody Bliss, and I was an advanced track student at Stanford for their online Introduction to Artificial Intelligence class, taught by Professors Sebastian Thrun and Peter Norvig. I am also a disabled woman going through dialysis 3 times a week. In addition, I am still working full-time as a systems engineer for a local company. Because of this, I went to this class knowing that I would have serious constraints upon my time, and that gave me some trepidation going into the class, since there would be many days where, due to the dialysis or other factors, I just would not have the energy to even watch a short video. The enthusiasm that the professors exhibit, however, throughout the class engages you, energizes you, and affects you with the same enthusiasm for the subject. The short lectures with quizzes helps you realize that yes, you are understanding the material, and if you realize that you are not, it is easy to go back and review the information until suddenly you get that light bulb over your head effect. What I love most about this class, however, is how it has given me new ideas and how I could possibly implement AI practices in the work that I do today. This has been one of the best classes that I have ever taken, and in my opinion, a wonderful use of the time that I hold precious to me. So I urge you, if you are considering taking this class, to do so. It has changed my life, and I believe it can change yours too.
Thank you. Still getting moved when I see this, and I've seen it many times. This was the beginning when I realized there's a mission here, something we do not well in society. Education is unevenly distributed. We have the wrong model of education, and we don't reach everybody. So it was time for me to wake up and do something about it. So we started Udacity, which comes from the English word audacity, with a singular mission to truly democratize education. We believe if you give a man a fish, or the woman, the person has dinner for one night, but you teach him or her how to catch fish, they have food for the rest of their lives. We believe education is the single most important thing and should be a basic human right codified in the Constitution, the right to free education. Thank you. The very first thing in trying to go global was to think about what's the delivery method. And physical classrooms don't scale very well. So we decided to launch on Android, on mobile platforms, on web browsers, to reach the 3.7 billion people who are already connected to mobile or the web today. We decided to focus a lot on international students. I'm putting this picture up because Google has just announced an initiative to translate 6 Google-led and Google-developed classes into Arabic and launch career centers on the ground in Egypt and issue 2,000 scholarships to students in Egypt. What makes me particularly excited about that initiative is that, especially in the Arabic world, there's a lack of opportunity for young people. And by creating reputable, Google-led, state-of-the-art instruction, we can possibly give young people a path to be productive members in the Western world, which I think will really change the course of this geographic region. To quote my friend Thomas Friedman, who visited my company recently, Thomas Friedman is a New York Times columnist. He said, look, if there's better education, there'll be less reason to do things like terrorism for some people in these countries. Thanks. In terms of going global, Google and Udacity have a long history of working together. We started about 3 years ago, and we let students sign up for our classes. We have a freemium product, which I'll explain in a sec. And we signed up just south of 900,000 students already. Not all these students finish, but we have a portfolio of classes that we teach students anything between HTML5, game development, proper app development, Android, and many other things. And that's just the beginning. With today's announcement, or yesterday's announcement, we extended it to include certification, and we created the nano degree, which I'll talk about in a second. The next thing we decided to do is we wanted to make it fun. To me, sitting in a class with 500 other students, watching an aging professor on stage, telling me the same story every year out in and out again is just not fun. There's many reasons to go to college that are fun. That is not one of them. So we wanted to make learning fun. And we wanted to use the internet to make it as fun as possible. One of the things that you realize is in a physical classroom, you're forced to take everybody at the same thought at the same time, just the way I'm doing it with you right now. In the online world, it's completely okay if people go at a different pace. That means you can make education much more interactive. You can wait for a student, and you can make it more like a video game. We decided to put a very strong project focus on education, and I want to show you some of the projects that people have built. There's a huge number of interesting projects, but I just took these two out in the graphics class, and these are students who'd never programmed graphics before. So here's what's called the Musical Turk. Here you go. So this is a student who's just taking his first graphics class and decided to build just a really fun app. And he's obviously a music lover, so I can pick my favorite composer. And you can pre-guess what you're about to hear by looking at the picture. This is Liszt, Franz Liszt. Second project that I dug out, again, a student city who's never done graphics before. Typically takes a while to load, and it's not perfect yet, but this is a city driving project which integrates head tracking. So here I'm in a car. If everything goes well, I can activate my own camera and move my head left, right, left, and then drive this car through the city just using my head. Okay, I'm not very good at this. That's one of the reasons why I actually worked on self-driving cars, because I'm a lousy driver. But I found it just amazing how students really build these really amazing applications. Oops, I'm dying. Let's go back to the presentation. So we decided, like, projects are so much better than lectures. You get to do something, build something. But to become a really good project person and build a portfolio, you need feedback. So we needed people. So we started hiring. And hiring is hard. We hired dozens of people that would sit at Udacity and grade all these projects. And the company, when we launched Nanodegree, started growing almost astronomically, roughly 5% every week. We couldn't hire that fast. So our projects fell back, and it took us 2 weeks to grade them, just like colleges. And then we got students complaining, I'm paying a monthly fee for a 2-week delay. You guys are getting rich on my advantage. And then we decided to follow the model that Travis at Uber and Lyft and Airbnb and many others had developed, where your workforce becomes global. We decided to democratize not only the learning part, but also the TAing of classes, the code reviewing. We built a global code reviewer network, and beginning to build a global mentor network, where people all around the world would now be able to grab these projects the same way an Uber driver grabs your request for a ride, and then grade it really fast and turn it around and give it to the student. And the student would assess the quality of the grading, and we would then compensate the grader in correspondence to the work and the quality of the workmanship. We launched this just 2 or 3 months ago. We now have about 350 or so worldwide graders. They're in all countries. It's amazing. They turn around projects almost always within a day, mostly within an hour. So if you write your code and you put it on GitHub and you submit it to us, you get a detailed feedback within an hour. Anybody who's been at college say, oh my God, this is possible? And these people make real money. They make real money. Actually, some of them make more than me. So the monthly income of our best global code reviewer is more than $11,000, sits in South Africa, does it as a part-time job on the side over the weekends, makes more with us than with his main job. And I just put this graph up to compare the typical salary that the typical part-time instructor makes in a US institution, which is actually very, very low. And this big difference in earning potential is really the result of globalization, of true globalization. If we tear down the wall of colleges and open it up to the world, then we have an amazing ecosystem we can build about learners and people who help them to learn. Next, step 5. We decided the best opportunity that we have that no college ever has is to learn about our students. When we put up a new video, we do a new quiz, a new exercise, typically we have about 1,000 or so students at that same location, and we can get almost instantaneous data about people's learning abilities. This is just one graph. It graphs the student progress over time as they engage. Horizontal is time, vertical is progress. It's shocking. Most college students would be on a single line because you're forced to be on a single line. But once you let people loose, it's shocking to see that some students stop sleeping to finish the course as fast as possible. In fact, one student wrote a blog post about us and called the phenomena, the feeling of taking a class with us, binge learning. Which I loved because that's what it should be. Step 6, this is a big step for me. We wanted to make it relevant. And that's the reason why I'm here today and why we're working with Peter and his wonderful team. In areas, in ecosystems as fastly moving as Android, with more than 1 billion active Android users worldwide, many more, it's important that the education is fresh. And that is somewhat irreconcilable with tenure or with a primary research mission. I challenge everybody to find a good Android class in any college in this country at this point, or anywhere in the world. There might be a few. But by and large, the speed at which academia is able to adopt new technologies is slow. And very often, in places like Facebook and Twitter and others, when you come out of college, you have to be retrained to be suitable to be working in the 21st century. That isn't to say that colleges do a bad job, they're just very different. But we wanted to make it so it's really bleeding edge, that things announced at this conference are already available as a course in our nano degree. So we teamed up with companies, and Google being a wonderful partner and others, to really bring top-notch education to everybody. And then finally, we really wanted to focus on jobs. We believe that one of the core value proposition of education ought to be employment. So we created this new thing called nano degree. It never existed before. It's not accredited. There's no accreditation body. Colleges don't do it. It's a much smaller packaging size than a college degree. But it turns out there's also no law against inventing new degrees, luckily, so we could just do it. And we launched them. They're typically, think of them as like 6 months long. They can be faster. In principle, you could do it in a week. They can be slower. We care much more about mastery than meeting some artificial timelines. But if you spend 10, 15, 20 hours a week on this, and you come with the right starting knowledge, you should be able to complete it in 4 to 6 months, maybe 9 months. We launched iOS, front-end development, programming, web full-stack data analyst, and yesterday we announced Android developer. And we also announced that we are actively working on 3 more Google-led nano degrees: entrepreneurship, cloud development, and advanced web development. And I'm particularly proud of entrepreneurship because it's something that people outside the tech field can benefit from, and international people can benefit from. If you look at youth unemployment in Greece and Spain exceeding way past 50%, if we can teach them the tools to be digital entrepreneurs, we might be able to get them a dinner for the rest of their lives. We have numerous examples of people finding jobs. On the right side, you see a Googler, Kelly, who was a business analyst and is now a full-stack developer at Google and stayed at the same company. Vicky, in the center, she became a data engineer from a business analyst intern. Devun is a golf professional who by his own words says he wasn't quite good enough to make the cut. And he became a full-stack developer. We have working mothers who want to re-enter the workforce. And we have seed food managers who become software engineers. And there's a really strong vision here, I believe. When education was invented, people believed that one education of a lifetime is enough. Today, people have many different careers, and what we with Google enable people to do is to go from here to here, to take this job over here, to be a high school teacher and be hired into Google. So here are some of our students.
Hi, I'm Dennis Shen. You can call me Dan.
My name is Martin.
A little about me. My name is Ibatari.
My name is Fabia.
Hello everyone. My name is Evgeny. I'm from Sochi.
I'm Dan Stormont.
I'm Jessa. I'm a software engineer from the Philippines.
My name is Gennady. I'm 27.
I always wanted to do the degree, but I could not afford moving out of my home city.
The existing system of education, I think it's pretty much ripe for disruption.
I decided to change paths and become a programmer.
I've been learning online for as long as I can remember.
It kind of redefined what I think is possible now.
I was amazed how much I could learn in a very short period of time.
Writing code is my passion and I enjoy it a lot.
The community is awesome. You get to help each other out to pass the course. You get to ask questions. You get to answer them too.
I find myself having the ability to think in different ways. It was a problem in my daily job and my daily routine. So I try to solve this problem with a piece of Python code. I solved my problem and I'm really happy about it. Every day I discover new things.
It's been life-changing.
And by the end of the course, I can build my own Android application.
I truly believe online learning is the future of education.
I got the position of Java developer in startup.
I manage the Google Developer Group and the Women Tech Makers Group in my university.
And you can also keep current on the things that you need for doing your job or just to be a part of modern society.
I adore programming and I have developed some applications.
I have a wonderful wife and a beautiful 1-year-old daughter, and I feel more motivated than ever to give my family a better life.
Every course has application in my daily job and gets me closer to my dream of creating my own startup.
Well, that was my story, and happy learning, guys.
So, how much does this cost? Well, in staying in tune with the idea of truly democratizing education and making it accessible to everybody, we made the decision that all our content, everything we build, is available online for free. So it's the equivalent of a free textbook. And I really want to give kudos to Google. Sundar yesterday in his keynote mentioned that there was a $4 million injection of money, and that was really the money it took to put together all the content, all the exercises and projects for the Android Nano degree and beyond. However, as a startup company, it's not a good idea to give everything away for free. So we are truly a freemium business. The services we provide, where we pay our global code reviewers money, need, of course, financing from the side of the students. So we charge students who want code feedback and certification a $200 per month fee, tuition fee. Now that's a lot of money, but it's much less than you pay for pretty much any college in this country. Now, this month we announced for the May cohort and going forward that if students finish, they can ask for half the tuition back. And we did this. Thank you. Thank you. We did this because we want the students to go all the way to the end. And we incentivize every student to say, look, you make money back. Udacity has a scholarship program of 5,000 scholarships for students in need, financed in part by companies like AT&T. And Google, as I mentioned in the beginning, just announced 2,000 full scholarships for students in Egypt. And I hope that many Egyptian students will sign up for this. What many people don't know is Egyptian computer science students have a much higher female ratio than this country. And one of our goals is to really help diversify and bring everybody into computer science and software engineering, not just male, middle-aged men like myself. The last thing, thank you. The last thing that I found really amazing is that Laszlo Bock and his team at Google have committed to do a career summit in November. And this is really underlining the seriousness of this education. The Android Developer Nanodegree is not a beginner level, easy to do thing. It is serious education with serious sweat that we believe gets you to the level of a nice, completely competent Google employee in software engineering. And to underline this, 50 of the top Android Nanodegree finishers will be invited, all expenses paid, to Google Campus in November to meet lots of Googlers, including Google's recruiters, to chat about careers and experience Google firsthand. I think Laszlo and Peter and their teams deserve a big applause for doing this, because it really sets the stage for possibly a new way of finding those 412 students that beat the single strongest Stanford student. Before I open up for Q&A, I want to also share with you one video that completely surprised me by my own company and that I've watched maybe 500 times. It is one of our professors, in this case a great colleague from Brown University, from Georgia Tech, getting creative in this medium that you wouldn't believe is possible. So let me go here. This is part of a Udacity class. This is Professor.
You got some data. I need to find a rule that can predict. You want a theta that works for any instance that you pick. It's Bellman's curse. The classifier needs to be.
All right. You can actually go online and see it. This course was actually instructed by two people, and the second person said he couldn't sing, so we got a role for him. Let's see.
Saves your day. But what a chilling plot this is to find the right hypothesis. You let your guard down one small bit. Oh no, it seems you've underfit. Like scary films in cinema, you're trapped in local minima.
All right. Questions? There's microphones here. Come forward, please. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to make a question. I just want to say thank you, because girls like me can learn more about code. And this is very emotive for me, because 7 months ago, I didn't know anything about coding, and now I've got my own startup with 12,000 users in it. And I also belong to a community that is looking to for 7 to 11 years old girls to learn more about code. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come visit us. Honestly, these are the moments that make me do what I want to do. Thank you.
I'm actually more of a database developer, which I actually started learning on my own for a job that I was, the company that I was working, or that my husband was working for, gave were willing to give me a chance to do that, which I know that's an incredible circumstance to end up in because most people don't have something like that. But I was wondering if, I've actually had quite a few women in my area ask me, how do you get into database development? What can I do about it? Do you guys have anything in the works that you might be looking to do that, or can I put a bug in your ear for that, or?
We have a class that we built with MongoDB, and we have several classes with Cloudera where we did data analysis. Some work with Salesforce, but no nanodegree yet. And we'd love to have a nanodegree. The model that's been working is that companies, mostly in Silicon Valley, come to us, knock on our door and say, look, this is an area we really think is really important. And then we answer those queries and say, let's get together and see what it would take, how big is the market size, who would be the typical student. And then we end up, after a few meetings, defining a curriculum that we believe is bleeding edge. We are definitely will put a lot of oil into the fire of building more content and more nanodegrees, inside coding and outside coding, so we're extremely open to suggestions. My email is thrun@udacity.com or thrun@stanford.edu. Please send me email, okay? Thank you.
Yes. Hey, Don. So it's a really great product, and I'm curious if you have any aspirations. Most of the courses right now are technology related for just a broader curriculum that isn't necessarily based on technology.
Yes. The reason why we focus on technology is I think it's good to be good in something that's confined first and really work out the kinks. So also technology is one of the most employable areas today. With the entrepreneurship nanodegree that we're building right now, we're branching out a little bit.
Right.
It's still technology-based in the sense that we believe that every entrepreneur has to know a lot about analytics and website domain and mobile and so on, but it's much more basic in some sense. As the company hopefully grows, we will look into adjacent areas. The thing we're probably never going to do is philosophy or art history. Or if we do it, I want to do it completely differently. I want to do it in a way that the people coming out of these humanities classes are absolutely employable by Facebook and Google and by tech companies, because I think there's a huge shortage of great humanity thinking in the tech field.
Sure.
But the way it's being taught today, in my opinion, is very separate, is very disjoined from what the workforce needs are. And Udacity's promise is really jobs. We really want people to find employment as a proxy for being contributing to society.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, over there.
Hi, so you've been a pioneer in this technology that we've seen sort of explode over the last couple of years. I've known people who have taken courses on edX and Coursera and Udacity, and it's changed all of their lives considerably. What do you see as the future of what are now these sort of fragmented online education courses like Khan Academy? There are some that appear to have very different educational areas, but do you see in the future, do you see education becoming more unified or separate across these companies, or what direction?
We certainly live right now in an area of great experimentation and education, and that's wonderful, honestly. It's been long overdue. And it's great to see so many companies engaging in the same space and trying to innovate and finding the right formula. It's completely obvious to me that 50 years from now, education will, what Larry Page often calls to be a toothbrush technology we use twice a day for 5 minutes. It's completely obvious to me that the Prussian picture of childhood play, go educate yourself, work, and retire is obsolete, that we have to intermix these things and be lifelong learners. And that means education has to be available wherever you go, on your phone, on your watch, on your devices, and blend into a physical, busy life. And that's basically what we do and what other companies are doing. It's also completely obvious to me it's going to be open, democratic to everybody. We can't lock it up anymore. I think it's almost a crime that we have this amazing, great education in this country. We have the best education system in the world, and no one gets in, right? Almost nobody gets in. And it thrives on exclusivity, in that to keep your ratings up, you have to be exclusive. You can't be inclusive. So I think education in 50 years from now will be with us all the time, and it'll be an absolutely great thing to do instead of watching a movie, to go learn a skill that you can leverage to work and make yourself smarter. The path there, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, obviously, I'm putting my own time into my own company, and we're trying to do our very best job to reinvent everything from the basic credentialing system to the quality of the videos to the experience. But more important than my company winning is that somebody wins and really breaks into this big wall of existing education systems. Yes?
So there are claims that the completion rates of these online courses are really low. Is that correct? And if it's correct, have you seen any difference with such nano degrees?
Yes, so the massive open online courses have often been critiqued for completion rates typically in the order of 2 to 5%. And our numbers are the same. We, obviously, when we have paying students, we drive up completion, because if you pay money, you're more committed. But also we found that by offering intense services, mentoring services, tutoring services, and feedback, we drive up completion rate. I don't have a good number right now. I ran it for one of my own courses, which is a bit of an exaggeration, so it's not typical for our company. But I'm teaching a course how to program a self-driving car. It's a robotics class. And it's being taught as an open MOOC, where we get a 2.3% finishing rate. And as a kind of a Udacity, in this case also Georgia Tech class, that is embedded in a degree, we get a completion rate north of 90%. I think our typical completion rates are more like 50% or so. And it's a factor of many things. It's a factor of the fact we have no admissions for our 9 degrees, so people can just come. So many people are not well fit for the 9 degrees. We're working on this. And the end of the 9 degree now has a little admissions hurdle. We have to do a self-test. But also, I mean, overall, I think a 50% is certainly better than a 3%. And one of the things that my company cares a lot about, every person, is bringing this up to 100%. We really care about educating not just the top of students who could perfectly learn from books, but also the bottom of students. So come visit Udacity. Perhaps you sign up for one of the 9 degrees, and then give us feedback how we can make it better. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rasha. I now take the front-end nano degree on Udacity. I actually won the sponsorship money through Udacity contest as well, which was awesome. I was wearing the cape in the photo that I participated in. That's what made me win. Anyway, I've been following up with Udacity, and it's amazing. I love how easy it is to actually build something useful through the course. So you actually are very proud by the end of the course because you built something. I was wondering, because you mentioned the partnership with Egypt, why that country? And is there any plans for localizing content, for example, making it available in Arabic?
Yeah, so the Egypt pilot involves a complete translations into Arabic, so that students not even proficient in English could completely experience the basic experience and take these courses. Google has subtitled their classes into 10 different languages, and we are between 1 and 10 languages for other courses. Obviously, the localization is a big part of going international. India, we have a lot of traction, where many students already speak native English. And we have plans to open a China office and go into China later this summer to reach Chinese students. I'm specifically enthusiastic about Egypt. Google has a really great relationship with the Egyptian government. And the Egyptian government is very eager to empower its own people. So some of these things came together. But for us, it's a platform to reach much more than just Egypt. It's a platform to reach the entire peninsula and really reach a lot of people, maybe not everybody, but hopefully a lot of people who otherwise would have no chance to be a productive member in this society.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing. I'm a professor at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. I teach computer science and Android development, and so I'm the guy in a way that you're replacing, and that's okay.
We do have open requisitions right now, and we're not far from you. We pay well.
You pay well, probably better. I'm excited about what is happening. I mean, I can relate to what you're saying. It is very difficult for a professor to keep up with technology. I'm not a full-time Android developer. I teach a lot of courses. I get to teach Android, maybe once a year, one quarter, one course, and so it is a challenge. How do you see what you're doing integrating, or do you see it integrating at all? Can we leverage and work together in different ways? Do you mind if I use some of your content in some of my courses to scale my courses, things like
All our content you can use for free as much as you want. And if you charge tuition based on our content, please keep it, absolutely. I would say, I'm actually I'm really impressed. I know that there was an Android course in San Luis Obispo. I've seen very few in the nation, so a big kudos for teaching Android. This is actually great. That's actually remarkable because most professors teach what they did in their PhD thesis for the rest of their career, myself included when I was at Stanford. And things that come along as fast as Android typically are completely dismissed by academia. And as a result, students coming out don't have the skills that they would need, for example, to be productive on day one at Google. The truth is, our content is being used by many, many universities and many high schools and many colleges. In fact, Sal Khan started an elementary school, and my son is on it, and that school uses one Udacity class. So the kids, the 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds, are learning genomics on Udacity, which blows my mind. Our goal really is to reach as many people as possible, and we are very interested in feedback. So, for example, if you use materials in the classroom and find services that we offer or content useful, please come back to us. Tell us how you used it. Come visit us. Our goal really is to... Looks like it just was sound. Maybe one last question in the interest of time. Right over here.
That's really funny timing, because my question was going to be how are professors and university college administrators reacting to this? So maybe you answered my question, but from your perspective, your colleagues or ex-colleagues, or how are people reacting to this? Are they seeing that there's a need to change traditional university education, or at least change the content, or try and keep up with content?
When you go out and think of something well established like academia and go to people and say, look, we can do for 60 cents what you guys charge $50,000 for, you don't just end up with friends. So if you do a Google search on my name about a year and a half ago, when we worked with a local university to make San Jose State's college education 10% as expensive as it is today, you'll find a few labor unions taking a little bit of an issue with me. It was manifold. One specific day, I bought the New York Sunday Times, and I wouldn't even have to flip over the first page. Above the fold, they called my work a flop, and the Financial Times said, we're going out of business. And I think the way it's coming out right now is actually really interesting. With all the rhetoric of replacing college, which of course hasn't happened, the main quote-unquote customer that we have is actually very different in demographics. The main customer we have are young professionals and middle-aged professionals and some high-age professionals, typically past college age. And the reason why that's the case is there's an enormous thirst for learning. A generation ago, employment lasted for a lifetime. Today, employment lasts for 4.6 years on average, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And tomorrow, it might just last for a year. Ad hoc employment through Airbnb and Uber doesn't necessarily last that long. So I think especially young people today are completely conscientious that they have to stay on top of things to be able to engage themselves. It's not okay anymore to just get one college degree and stay there. So the intersection between our current customers and college students at this point is virtually zero. And that has really calmed down the discussion quite a bit. So we're reaching people all around the world that existing colleges don't even want to reach. Existing colleges, we specialize on the age of 17 to 24, and they're doing a good job. There's nothing bad about going to college, nothing bad going to Stanford or San Luis Obispo Polytech. But we're ending up having this huge number of people that are currently completely excluded from the educational system. Well, in the interest of time, thank you so much. And one last shout out to Peter Lubers over here, stand up again, who's doing the work at Google and his team.
It gets complicated, but you can think of it as saying, let's start with version 3.10, but feel free to update it for me until you get to version 4.
Sounds like a good topic for a follow-up video.
Oh, you always were a bright kid. So let's go back to your command line and type pod install. There we go. You're going to see CocoaPods think for a while. Then it's going to go out onto the internet, grab the libraries that we need, and install them. We can wait a few more seconds. and we're done.
Say, what's this line about using XC workspace file? What's that?
Well, an XC workspace file is basically a collection of projects. In this case, we have our original project, which is our empty application, and then we also have the pods project, which builds all of our CocoaPods as static libraries.
But I don't get it. Why can't we just use our original project?
Well, CocoaPods has altered our original project to rely on the static libraries built by this other project. So go ahead and open your original project by itself and try and run it. See, Xcode is complaining that it doesn't know what these libraries are, and we get these fun linker errors.
Yikes.
Well, it's not really too bad. You just need to open the workspace in Xcode and build from there. Once you do that, it builds the static libraries, and everything works just fine.
Oh, I see. But if I tried to reopen my old project from the welcome screen...
That's right. That, along with any recent projects lists, is probably a link to your old project that no longer works on its own.
So is that it? Can I use my libraries now?
You betcha. Let's go back to your view controller here. You can import AF networking and GAI, which stands for Google Analytics Igloos?
I don't think that's it.
No, all right. And in our view did load method, you can make calls on both of these libraries. And look at that. Everything builds and runs just fine. We saved a whole lot of manual steps we normally would have needed to include both of these libraries. And if you ever want to make sure you're running the latest and greatest of any of these pods, you can simply type pod update from the command line. CocoaPods will check and see if there are newer versions of any of these libraries. If there are, it will update them for you. Since we just installed everything a few minutes ago, I would be surprised if this command actually did anything, but I'm sure you can imagine how much work this would save you on an actual project. So there you go, son. Everything you've always wanted to know about CocoaPods.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
Now, when that Eddie Clark starts teasing you again at the schoolyard, what are you going to tell him?
I'm going to tell him, hey, Eddie, it was me who set your car on fire.
You said his... Oh, Robert.
Hi, I'm Rado Meyer. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and I'm joined here today by the Director of Android Wear, Dave Singleton. Hi, Dave. Thanks for joining us today.
It's a pleasure.
We heard all about some of the new features from Android Wear at the keynote this morning. I was wondering if you could tell us what are some of the biggest highlights from your perspective?
Yeah, so today's been really great. This is our second time as part of the keynote at Google I/O. Last year, obviously, we announced that we were working on Android Wear and also the first couple of devices. So what's been really great today is that we really gave an update. And we also talked about some of the new capabilities of one of our latest updates. So in terms of the update we gave, it's been really great over the last year to see the diversity of designs and devices and applications coming out, which really gives everyone who wants to use an Android Wear watch a lot of choice. So when we announced last year, we had 2 models, and we now have 7 with some others in the works. So it's really cool to have lots of different shapes and sizes of watch available, and also apps. So this time last year, we've been working with just a few folks that have been helping us, make sure we had the right APIs in place and that we were thinking about things the right way. Today, we were able to announce that we've got over 4,000 apps specifically designed for Android Wear. It's been really great to see how much innovation developers have brought to the platform. I think it's really exciting. This is kind of the first time that you can wear a general purpose computer on your wrist. And by using the same tools and the same APIs that exist on Android for phones and tablets, I think that's pretty powerful for developers. At least that's what I thought before we launched. It was pretty powerful that folks could just kind of imagine what they wanted to do with the completely new form factor and hopefully do it really quickly. And it's amazing just to see everything that's out there. So some of what we talked about in the keynote today were some of the apps that we've seen that really get us excited because they take advantage of a lot of those capabilities. One that I love is called Golf Swing Analyzer, and it uses the accelerometer and the gyroscope in your watch to kind of track your swing. It's actually really cool. So you start it says stand at the ball, and you start taking a swing. It realizes automatically that you've started to take your swing, and then it records the whole accelerometer gyro path, and then you can play it back on your phone to see how well you're doing. I'm pretty bad at golf, so
not for long, right? You've got the tools to help.
hopefully that's the case. So that's an example, but I think maybe something that folks watching this might be most interested in are some of the new capabilities of the platform that we talked about on stage today, and we're just releasing in an update that's rolling out. It's on some devices already, and it's rolling out to the rest of the devices over the next few weeks. I think the most exciting feature is something we call always-on apps. So it's been possible with Android Wear watches since the beginning to have an always-on display. So it was either on by default or something you could enable so that you can always just glance down and look at the time. And obviously, at the end of last year, we opened that up to developers because we published the APIs for watch faces. And there are now over 1,500 watch faces, which is really cool because you can have like designs that help express your style. But also, if you're an app developer who has some really interesting information that the user cares about, you can put that right on the watch face. So that's really cool. But what we have announced today is always-on apps for regular apps. So you can take an application like Maps or City Mapper, things that are, the user starts the application and you know that they're still going to want to refer back to it. They're still kind of involved in this ongoing activity in the real world. And you can actually make your app stay in the foreground even when the user drops their wrist and their device goes back into the low power ambient mode. And we showed a bunch of examples on stage, but I think that's something that's going to be really exciting for developers.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things you were saying this morning was that you can have full-blown apps effectively running on the watch device itself. Which seems like it's an awesome opportunity for developers to create things which are more than just an extension of an app that runs on the phone, but something which is unique to this different form factor. When it comes to sort of the sensors and things that are on the device, do you think we've kind of hit a plateau in terms of the sorts of things we're going to find on devices, or is this something that you expect is going to continue to expand?
Yeah, I definitely don't think we've hit a plateau. I think that when we started thinking about Android Wear and what we could do in this space, we realized that all technology that we were seeing in phones and tablets was on this amazing path of miniaturization. And that really last year was the first time that you could put everything together into a package that was small enough and power efficient enough to wear on your body all day long and have it continue to work all day long. And a lot of the sensors that are in today's devices obviously started in mobile phones where they had to be low power and small. But now that there's this kind of explosion in wearable devices, I think we're going to see a lot more innovation in the sensors that you would have here. And I'm really excited by some of the technology that you hear about in research labs and in even computer science and engineering departments and universities around the world, and how those will now start to become miniaturized and go into wearable devices. It's going to be cool.
That's incredible. I mean, what do you think, if you're a developer and you're out there and you're thinking, this is kind of interesting, where do you think are the biggest opportunities for someone who's thinking like, maybe I want to move past the smartphones, I want to move into something completely new, maybe this wearable thing is a thing. Like, what are the biggest opportunities, do you think, for folks?
So I actually think that the always-on apps functionality that we announced today is actually probably one of the biggest opportunities for developers in this space to have come along anytime, really since we started the platform. Because if you think about it, if you want to build a special purpose wearable for a specific application, for instance, maybe you want to have a remote control that figures out which room of your house you're in and controls your lighting or your TV or whatever. That's a really great idea. Wouldn't it be awesome if you could build a dedicated wearable that does that? And I think a couple of years ago, maybe even just a year ago, you would have had to hire a design team, an industrial design team, an electrical engineering team, or somehow find people that had all of those skills, and you'd have to probably do a Kickstarter, some kind of crowdfunding to get your initial seed capital, find manufacturing, go through multiple rounds of iteration just to produce the device so that you could bring that use case to life. But with always-on apps, you can take advantage of all of the sensors and the fact that you have a general purpose compute platform here and have your applications stay in the foreground the whole time while the user's engaged in that activity. And so for that example I suggested, it would be possible to build a remote control application that maybe starts when you tap your watch as you enter your home and then just stays there all the time. And so you actually can turn your watch from a watch that you could go in and do very quick interactions on, which is still a very core part of the Android Wear experience, into a watch that, when you want it to, can become this very special purpose device for as long as you need it to be. And for developers, I think that means you can go from the idea that these use cases are important or this particular problem you want to solve is valuable to a real, fully fledged special purpose device really quickly. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm really excited to see what people are going to build on top of these APIs.
Absolutely. It seems like there's a great opportunity to weave this wearable computing stuff into the Internet of Things, which we heard about as well with Brillo and Weave.
Right. Definitely very excited about that. So, a lot of what they've announced are making some of the processes of getting set up with Internet of Things devices really seamless. And I'm excited about how watches and other kinds of form factors of wearable are going to be able to work with that over time. It's definitely going to be a great area to see people innovate in.
Fantastic. All right, well, thank you so much for coming and speaking with us. I feel like I have to ask you before you leave us, what Android Wear watch are you wearing at the moment?
So right now I'm wearing the Moto 360. This is the one that I was wearing on stage earlier. I love the Moto 360. In fact, you see the band here. This is a nice Horween leather band, but I've actually had it laser etched with a little Android of my own, which was a lot of fun. The watch that we were doing the demos on stage today is the LG Watch Urbane, which was the latest one to come to market. And it's really great just to see the diversity of designs and styles.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time.
Cool, thank you. It's been great talking.
Cheers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team. As a middle school teacher in Denver, Colorado, I was able to see firsthand the incredible impact that technology can have on student learning. Today we're seeing an unprecedented level of adoption of technology across all subjects in school. From math to science, literacy to the fine arts, more and more teachers are taking on technology and integrating it into their classroom practice to unlock creativity among their students and to facilitate amazing collaboration. Our team here at Google works closely with app developers, and they often ask us, what do teachers want? We've worked with countless educators to help understand what distinguishes a good app from a great one, and what key elements help to drive engagement and adoption. In this video series, Tech Tips from Teachers, we'll share those insights so that educators and developers can work together to enable amazing learning. We hope you'll check them out, enjoy them. Thanks so much.
Hey everyone, this is Natalie Villalobos from the Women Tech Makers program here at Google, and I'm excited to share with you some of the amazing innovators here at Google I/O that are hanging out on this playground. Let's go meet a few. Hey, what's up? Hey Joanna, can you tell me a little bit about what you make and what you're passionate about?
So I'm actually most passionate about Android performance because that's my thing, and I came up with this really cool hashtag for Perf Matters, and I think it's just so great to sit around and really try to teach people to understand what their apps are doing and how they can best use their frame rates and make sure that they're really nailing it.
Awesome, and I'm guessing you're with this guy who
works with me.
Yeah, this Perf Matters sign. I think I was seeing this hashtag trending on Twitter. Cole, can you tell me a little bit about this sign you're holding?
Well, it's about performance. I, too, am passionate about performance, Joanna. Thank you for that. Toast. That's what this is about. This is a hashtag about the performance of toast and toasting of toasters for the Internet of Things. And the performance of... I told you not to steal.
I think you stole his thunder.
I just took a thunder, Colby Camus. It's my thunder. Yeah, yeah, I know.
I think it's about to turn into a weapon. I think I'm just going to get in the middle here. I think I'm going to get in the middle here. Guys, performance matters. Can we all just agree? Performance matters. Performance matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. I'm going to go meet some other people. Okay, let's go over here. Hey, everyone. So what's your name? Can you tell me also, what do you like to make?
My name is Anna Billstrom, and I like to make Android apps, iPhone apps, just mobile apps, and also connecting with different hardware I really like.
And can you tell me a little bit more about an app that you created or a project that you're really passionate about?
Sure. I recently made Android Wear watch face, which got me into kind of notifications on the watch, which I really like. And I'm working on an app that does, it's called Step Rewards. It helps you keep your goal in Fitbit. So it does little notifications reminding you of a goal you've set. So.
And how do you create healthy habits so that people want to keep coming back to that app?
Yeah, I think if you kind of keep your eyes on the prize and you have small improvements and you get reminded of what your goal is every day, it helps instill that habit in you. So.
And is this similar to me trying to get 10,000 steps on my Fitbit?
Yeah. So if you could say like, oh, I get to buy myself yoga pants at the end of the week if I meet my goal every day or accumulate it, and it'll just remind you of your goal every day.
Awesome. And you built this specifically for your Android phone and for iOS, or are you on other platforms as well?
No, it's Android, iOS, and then Watch. Notifications on Watch, yeah.
Awesome, cool. And hi. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're working on and what's important to you?
Sure. I'm working in a watch face. It's a cupcake watch face. I like to create Android applications, and I'm passionate about increase the visibility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, visibility.
Visibility of women in technology.
Awesome. And where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Cool. And what is the technology scene like in Mexico?
It's growing up now. Yeah.
Cool. And can you tell me, so did you start, was this your first foray into Android, was building this cupcake Android Wear watch face, or was there another way that you got started doing Android or in the tech industry?
I started 2 years ago just by myself because I wanted to do something different and something new.
Awesome, great. Do you mind if I come sit next to you? Oh, cool, thanks.
How you doing?
Good, I'm just doing a little dance so I can meet as many
around?
meet as many people as possible. So I see it's like there's a commonality here. So you've also created an Android Wear watch face. Can you tell me about what you've created?
I created a little minion because I love minions, and I always wanted to if I look at my watch, I want to see them. But also I learned from the Women's Tech Makers lab code. That's when I started. I was like, oh, this is cool. This is something I didn't know. Because I started programming in Android, but regular apps for phones, but not for the watches. That's when they're like, oh, Android Wear. I was like, what is that? That's when I learned, and then, they gave us a Moto 360 to play with. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is something, that we want to teach other people, because a lot of people, you walk into any places, it could be a school, and they're like, what is that in your hand? And they're like, oh, what is it? What is it? And you show them like, oh my God, I want one. And they're like, oh, I should go online and find out if I could find one for myself. And they're like, I don't know how to work it, but I'll have it on my wrist and look cool like you.
No, that's really cool. And where are you from? And are you teaching people? Are you extending your knowledge beyond what you've learned?
I'm currently going to grad school, so there's a lot of people that
A little bit about what that is and how you got involved?
I'm an Android developer, and I started doing a lot of public speaking and writing blogs, and I got invited into the program to share my knowledge more with more people.
And can you tell me is there a particular project that you've made recently that you're especially proud of that you would want to share with others?
Sure. It's actually a pretty funny story. I got this idea to make an Android Wear watch face, which is called Fit Cat. And what I want is a really, really cute cat on it, but I don't know how to make cute cats. So I asked for help on Google Plus and tell my friends if they know any good illustrators. And one of my friends introduced me to Virginia, who is an awesome illustrator, and we've been working together really hard actually because we wanted to bring the fit cat out as soon as possible. And what the fit cat does is it's a cute cat that starts off the day sleeping, and he's fat, and the more you walk during the day, the fitter the cat gets. So if you walk a lot, then it will be like weightlifting and doing other crazy things on the skateboard and things like that. So it's been really fun working with Virginia.
Cool. So you have a weightlifting cat. Can you tell me what are the challenges in drawing a weightlifting cat? Or can you tell me more also about your illustration background and why a cat?
Yeah, so I'm actually an illustrator and designer, so I've been doing a bunch of different watch faces. So I had a little bit of practice with making images for Android Wear, and when I met Chuki, and I loved her idea, and I was like, that sounds like so much fun. And of course, she's fantastic, so we made a list of what we thought would look cute for the watch face, and we just sort of started drawing and getting some ideas together. So yeah, it's been fun.
And how long did it take for you to go from concept to coding it? And I don't know, is it in the Android Play Store?
Yeah, it's available for download right now. I think it took us like version 1 maybe 5 days, something like that. You were really fast because I may have contacted you on a Friday or something, and then I just made a Google spreadsheet and said, these are the actions that I thought would be cool. And the next day she's like, what do these look? And I opened up my email and all these like pencil sketches, I just fell in love with the cat. Like that moment, I was like, oh, so cute. And then you just ink them in and send me over all the things, and she was amazingly fast.
I'd love to know more about your process. How did you, I mean, I don't illustrate. So to me, taking a picture in the real world and creating it digitally and putting it on a watch seems extremely challenging. Can you tell me about your creative process in maybe going from sketch to launching it?
Yeah, so I actually, when I first got my watch, I was looking in the Play Store at what was there, and there was a lot of awesome stuff, but I wanted to take some of my doodles and see how they would translate. So I have like an octopus and a skull and a bunch of just crazy, colorful stuff that I was like, I don't know how to do this, but I'm just going to start and see what happens and see what works and what doesn't. And so it was sort of trial and error to see what was successful. And I also post a lot of my process online to get feedback from people because I think that's really helpful too. So just trial and error, I think.
Yeah, I think most designers, most engineers would say trial and error is a big part of creating a great solution. Can you tell me about who you are, what you like to make, and maybe a little bit about what's worked and what's not worked in your pursuit of creating a personal project?
Sure. So my name is Trish Wetzel, and I'm interested in building apps, or I'm interested in Android apps for Glass and the watch face. And so I had a great opportunity at the Women Tech Makers event to learn how to make a watch face. So that's what I've started off with first with the watch.
And what was your first design, and how did you come up with it?
Yeah, my first one was a smiley face watch, so I wanted to just pick a nice, fun image, keep the image part simple for now, and learn the code on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, so not everyone has a Virginia, right? So it's like, so I think picking a really solid. This is also a very universal image that everyone can relate to a happy face, and I think if I had to look at a face every day, you'd want it to be a happy one. So what other projects do you have, either in your career or in your work, that you're especially proud of, that maybe in being here at I/O, the education and things you're learning today help supplement those projects to go forward?
Yeah, so I'm really interested in wearables for healthcare, and really how those can better improve communication between patients and doctors, and also the exchange of information. So really just continuing to learn more about Android.
Awesome, super cool. Well, thanks so much for letting me barge in to your conversation. I know you guys were just kind of hanging out. So thank you so much for coming to I/O. I really appreciate you being here and for being awesome makers. That's it for us. Really, really excited to be here at I/O. As you can see, we're in the playground area where all the innovators from around the world are coming together, meeting each other to make the future of technology. This is Natalie Villalobos from Women Tech Makers. See you soon.
there's this great technology available in Android called Google Now, and I'd love to tell a little story about it. Like last night, I went to a restaurant in Japantown, and like I just swiped onto my phone and I saw all these great things that were going on all around me. There was this museum I could visit. There was the menu for the restaurant that I was actually in. There were reviews of that restaurant, and thankfully they were good reviews because I discovered it after I was in there. And there's all this great stuff that Google Now will actually give you. But today I'm going to be speaking with our partner who this morning had a great keynote. And one of the things that stood out was that while my smartphone was already smart, you're working on things to make it even smarter. Right. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my smartphone. I think they're getting smarter over the years. But I think the motivation was to say, look, we really want the technology to work for you, right? Like, can we make the phone do more of the work for you so that you can get on with your life? That's kind of our, I mean, if you think about it, that sounds crazy and ambitious. But we feel like we've kind of taken a few early steps toward that.
Take Moonshots, right?
Yeah.
So, and some of the things you've been doing about that, the way I understand you've been thinking about it is that you think really in terms of context and the things that are around you, and answers to the things that you might want to know, and then actions that you can take. And can you talk us through that process?
You've been paying attention to the keynote.
Absolutely.
That's good.
It was hard not to. It was awesome.
No, look, I mean, I think that in fact, if you think about it, it sounds super cliched, super obvious. But mobile changes everything, right? In terms of how you find information, how you act on it. And then when you think about it, like, okay, that's Department of Obvious. But then if you unpack it, right, actually the three things going on here. One is, of course, the fact that your phone is with you all the time, right? Like, take my Disneyland example from morning. The fact that you're there is enough of a cue that you need certain things. You don't have to actually spell it out. You don't have to go to like a box and like spell out, oh, I need X, Y, and Z. Right? So the phone has a lot of this implicit context. Context is the new black, right? Like there's a whole bunch of information that you should be able to tee up. Your smartphone should be able to tee up without you having to sweat, right?
Sure.
So that's one key insight. And that's when we started saying, well, what are the kinds of contexts where we can help? Okay. A place is certainly one of them, like your Japantown example. But then sometimes the context is kind of in your head, right? So in my case, for example, I love cricket. Watch the World Cup, I was maniacally focused on that, right? And so any information around that, I don't have to spell it out. Give it to me, right? So that's another context we think about. Right. And then I think the other kind of context we start to think about is just time, right? So the fact that, around Thanksgiving, you need certain things, you're like, or Halloween, you're looking up pumpkin patches. So how do you kind of really bring a lot more information without you having to spell out is our like key motivation for this.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it gets to answers and actions in that.
And the context of places, it's not just that this place is in this location, right? It's like, if it's a restaurant, you've got the opening hours, you've got the menus, you've got all that kind of stuff, which is
exactly. I mean, nobody thinks about like, oh, I'm in this lat long, right? Like, you're actually saying, oh, this is a restaurant or this is a mall. At the mall, you want the directory. At the airport, you want the terminal map or whatever. Yeah. So in some sense, it's like you're trying to get stuff done in a place. You're not just there for the sake of it. So how do you kind of help you get stuff done?
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the Cricket World Cup, because that's a great example. That I was in Australia back in January, and I didn't know about the Cricket World Cup, and I'm from Ireland, and I heard that Ireland were going to be in the Cricket World Cup. So I Googled for like Ireland in the Cricket World Cup, and then Google Now started giving me all this information, like when they were going to play, and the games that they won, and the games that they lost, and all this kind of, it was really enriching, and it was really delightful to actually have it. And so some of the other things that you spoke about now, that some of the future things that you were talking about with Google Now, and this Google Now on tap, like what's that going to be bringing to us?
Not beer. But the idea was simple, right? Which is like saying, look, like I was saying, how can we bring you answers and actions in context? Right. But then if you think about it, the context is not just places, time, and interest, but really often the context is what you're doing in that moment, right? You were making dinner plans, so or you're talking about a movie. Like in that context, in that specific moment, what do you need? So we're kind of saying, okay, how do we take this assistance that we're starting to build with Now, but then put it to use in that precise moment? Nice. And that's kind of the idea behind Now on Tap.
Right. And I liked your Disney example, was like, instead of just telling me like, what I can do in Disney, it's also got information like how long the line is for this ride. And, that's really, really handy stuff. So cool.
And with Now on Tap, the other thing that's interesting is we started out thinking, oh, we should get you quick answers. Like, you and I are talking about a movie, give you the movie information. But with user studies, we actually found another use case, right? So one of the ththings people said is, oh, I have another thing that I'm super annoyed with smartphones, which is I'm reading something, like, actually this just happened to me, right? I was reading some article about, free-range parenting, and then I have to come do this. And so I have two choices now. Either I lose track of it forever, or I just like fudge in my phone right before I come here and like, take 15 steps and add this to my calendar or whatever else, right? So one of the things we're saying is in that moment, can you just like put a single button push and just say, hey, Google now, get this back to me when I can read it, when I have the context of reading it.
Yeah.
I have to like, go through 15 steps just to get a quick question answered. That's kind of the...
And it was really funny because it was like, when I was watching your keynote, and I was like, I know Hugh Laurie from somewhere. And when you pushed that, and then there was like a little icon of an old British TV show called Blackadder, and he was in that, and I was like,
exactly. Sometimes you just have to see it for a couple seconds. Actually, this happened to me. So I always get confused between, I still am confused between Helen Hunt and Holly Hunter. Like that always trips up.
Helen Hunt, Holly Hunter. Yeah,
they're like two Hollywood actresses, and I was like, which one is it now on an article? And I was like, okay, let me tap on Holly. And it's like, oh yeah, it's the other one, right?
Cool, cool. Now, so this is great stuff for like the end user. How about for developers? What kind of goodness do we have?
That's a pretty cool thing here. I think for developers, there's a couple things, right? So one, your app, you don't have to change anything. That's why we are using kind of the platform API to make this work, and which is the reason we roll it out in Android M. But the other thing is like, if for Tomorrowland or for restaurants or whatever, if you have an app that can get you something useful done for that kind of a use case, you can start surfacing here, right? Which is pretty cool, right? It's a new way. Of course, now today you can surface in Google Play.
Right.
So Google Search as well. This is the third way that you can kind of reach users.
So if you're a domain expert in something like, coffee shops that have great latte art, you can build the app around that and then get surfaced to users through Now on Tap, if you excuse the pun.
Yep.
That's pretty good. And when can we expect to see this? This is an Android M?
Yes, it'll roll out with Android M in a couple months.
Okay.
We should see some updates to the developer preview as well.
Nice. So lots of great stuff to look forward in Android M. Google on Tap, Google Now on Tap is one of them. So I'm really excited for that. Thank you so much for this, Aparna. Folks, download the developer preview for M today, and you won't have the Google Now in that yet, but it's coming very, very soon. So thanks, Aparna. Thank you.
Jelly Bean. Want to learn how to develop fast, beautiful, engaging Android apps? Want to learn on your own time, at your own pace? We have a suite of online courses just for you. Developed by Google experts.
Confusing or disorienting. Just as we learn how applying lessons.
We have courses for everybody. From beginner programmers to those of you who know your way around Java, who want to delve into the depths of Gradle.
Like these.
Learn the fundamentals of developing Android apps. Build apps that look cool on all device sizes. And learn the elements of great design. Learn how to extend your apps to wearable, TV, and auto. Integrate your app with Google services like Analytics, Maps, and Ads. And make your app fast and efficient. Start now at udacity.com/Google.
Hi, I'm Adriana Chirundolo, Program Manager for the Global GDG program. So GDGs are Google Developer Groups. They're in-person meetups for developers around the world to learn about Google developer technologies. We have over 600 chapters in over 100 countries globally, and these events, we have over 7,200 of them yearly, reaching over 35,000 participants. So this year, we have over 500 of them here at I/O. I have a few GDG organizers here with me, and we're going to ask them what they're going to bring back to I/O. Hi.
Hi.
So, Gino, you're from a GDG chapter in Nigeria.
Yeah, GDG Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
What kind of events do you run in Nigeria?
Okay, we organize tech events. We organize user experience events. We organize events to bring good developers from Port Harcourt. Yeah.
That's great. And given the content here at I/O this year, what are you hoping to bring back to your community and teach them?
Okay. One of the things I've learned here is that how to better manage a community. So I'm going to go back and see how I can build a better community, work very well with my co-organizers, get volunteers and other guys that are interested in building a good community, and also introduce good technologies that could help developers provide better solutions to their clients over in Port Harcourt.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know we have another organizer from Nigeria here, Chinedu. Chinedu, talk to me about what you're hoping to bring back to I/O to your community and any specific technologies that you want to teach them.
Okay, it's been a very beautiful experience here out at the GGG Summit. The day 1 and day 2 was awesome. Day 1, we had CSI labs and NVC communication. It has taught me how to be a better organizer, how to manage my team better, how to see people better. So on day 2, we had awesome breakout sessions, and I learned how to manage the community, how to teach people how to better experiences how to bring better experiences to the community. So what I'm taking back home is a whole lot, because when I get back home, I'm going to make my chapter one of the best in the GDG society.
Thank you. And also, Timmy from GDG Vienna, what do you want to bring back to your community from the I/O content here today?
Hello, I'm hoping to bring back the enthusiasm that I felt when the keynote was on about all the new products and technologies from Google, especially the Google Photos, which I'm also very excited about, and the new Android M, so super cool. And also to the organizing team in Vienna, I'm hoping to bring back very good examples of how to improve our events like DevFest and Women Tech Makers.
Nice.
Thank you.
So clearly, if you want to learn more about Google Developer Technologies, just go ahead and find one near you. Woohoo!
Lawrence Maroney here, reporting from the Coffee with a Googler stage on level 2 in the Moscone. I'm going to be chatting today with Ellie Powers, who's a product manager on the Google Play team, who gave us a wickedly great keynote this morning. Thanks, Ellie. So tell us all about what you do at Google Play and some of the stuff you spoke about in the keynote.
Well, so I'm a product manager, which means that I work on all sorts of new products and services for our developers and our users.
Okay.
So we're constantly trying to understand, as the world of Android grows, what do developers and users need to have a better experience? Okay. And so for users, that can mean, how do we surface the right apps to them? How do we help them find what they want? How do we help them explore and do the most with their phones and tablets that they possibly can?
Okay. Now, as a parent myself, I saw some of the stuff on families that you spoke about, and that looked really, really cool, because my kids use the Play Store all the time, and I don't want them to find anything inappropriate. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So we saw basically exactly what you've been seeing with your kids. We've seen that about a third of Android users in the U.S. actually have kids under age 12. So that's a lot of parents who are out there trying to find the right content for their kids. And so we said we can do something that's better than what we've been doing before. And what we're so excited to have now is an easy way for parents to say, let me find the right content for my kids. And the right content can mean appropriate for their age, but also aligned around their interests. So whether it's like a favorite character, if they're a big fan of, Mickey Mouse or something like that.
Dora the Explorer.
Dora the Explorer, that's my favorite. They can go and find that content easily and be sure that that's going to be appropriate for their kids.
So if I'm a developer producing child-friendly content, how do I get it filtered and filed and appropriately listed in the store?
So if you're a developer on Google Play, you're already going into the Google Play Developer Console to publish your app and check on the latest stats, how much money you're making, things like that. And so if you just go in there, click on the app that you want to distribute into our family section, and then you go to a page called Pricing and Distribution, down at the bottom there's actually a little checkbox, and it just walks you through the process. It shows you exactly what the requirements are, and you can submit your app, and we'll let you know as soon as it's approved.
Okay, now, so is there some kind of smart work going on in the background to kind of pick characters out of the app and validate age appropriateness and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. We really want to have a very, professional experience for the parents. We want them to be really confident in what they're finding. So we do go and make sure that it adheres to all the rules for the program,
and make sure that, you know, we're not filing Dora the Explorer under Star Wars or something like that. So we'll make sure that you can actually find the right content.
I think a Dora the Explorer Star Wars crossover would be awesome.
That would be so awesome. I guess we'd have to put it in both places in that case.
Yeah, it'd be really, really neat.
Yeah.
Now, I know you also do a lot of stuff with the developers console. Can you talk through a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest challenges we're seeing that developers are facing today is that they want to just bring more users to their apps. So in addition to everything that we're doing on the user side in terms of surfacing the right apps to users, we're also making it so that developers can take action to make their apps more discoverable and to make users more likely to install it. So there's a couple big things we're doing there. The first one is we're making it really easy for developers to create advertising campaigns.
Okay.
So, you know, if you haven't tried it before, we want to make it possible with just a couple clicks to start advertising. So we have something new in the developer console called Universal App Campaigns. And all you need to know is just the total budget that you want to spend and the amount that you want to pay per user. And we just make it easy. Within a couple minutes, you can set up your whole ad campaign, and we'll go and we'll select the right inventory across Google Search, YouTube, AdWords, and the Play Store search ads as well.
Nice.
And so that's really easy. And so probably the next thing you probably want to see after that is, well, is it working? If I'm doing certain types of marketing activities, which ones are going well, which ones aren't? Where do I want to double down? Where do I want to cut back? So we have a new page that we're calling the conversion funnel. And so you're able to see all of basically user traffic in the Play Store, and you can see how many users looked at your page on Play, how many of them actually installed the app, and then how many went on to spend money. And you can also break that down based on how the user found your app. So you can see, oh, this ad campaign that I created, this is how many installs it was able to get me.
Sweet. I also saw that you have like an A/B testing kind of thing in the Play Store itself, so you can test your listings.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know, a lot of developers say that they want to make the best store listing that's going to appeal to the most users. But how are you supposed to know if like a red icon or a blue icon is going to be most effective? And you could get in a conversation all day, but without any data, it's not really clear what you're supposed to do. So you can just create up to 3 different variants of your store listing in the Google Play Developer Console. And then we go on and we test those new graphics and tests across a bunch of users. Okay. And then we'll tell you, hey, it looks like this one here is the winner, and you can just switch over to it. You don't have to do any math. You don't have to write any code. We just create everything for you, and all you need to provide is the graphics and the text.
Nice. And like if I want to make changes to my graphic and text based on feedback from this testing, it's pretty fast for me to filter that into the store.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just make the change. We'll say this option is the winner, and you can just click on it and say, yep, I want to make that my new Play Store listing, and then very soon it'll show up there for everybody.
Cool. And one other thing that I saw that I was really excited by was developers can actually have their own page in the store where they list all of their apps. And I think that's really powerful.
Yeah, we're really excited about that too. You know, some developers have maybe just 1 or 2 apps, but other developers have a very large catalog actually of what they've created. And a lot of developers have told us, well, wouldn't it be nicer if there was just a single place in the Play Store where they could send users? They could say, check us out on Google Play and send, you know, the users to that one page. So now we've made it so the developers can customize that page. And they can really give it a flavor of their brand by putting custom graphics there. And then if they have a certain title, maybe they've just launched a new game, they can just feature that one at the top of the list. And then users can go on and explore the other apps and games that they have too.
And I personally found it's a great way to discover things that I like, is that usually if I like one app from a developer, it's like liking a book from a particular author, right? That you tend to like the other ones from that author. Yeah. So if I have that page where I can see the other apps from that developer, it's great for me as the user, and it's great for that developer too.
Yeah, absolutely. We really hope that this can be a way to build loyal fans like you, where you say, oh, I like the first game from this developer, I'm going to try the next one, and the next one, and the next one after that.
Exactly. So, and like if I'm an app developer, how do I go about getting one of those pages or setting that up?
Well, it's all in the developer console again, so you just go there, you click on your store listing, and there's a new experiment section, and you can set up all the different experiments that you want to run, and you can go from there.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for coming, Ellie. This has been fabulous. And great job with the keynote this morning. It was just wonderful. We've looked at so many new things that are available in the Google Play Developer Console. There's, as Ellie mentioned, there's the advertising, there's the A/B testing, there's the developer page, there's the family-friendly stuff, and there's great new stuff available for Play Games developers. So we just go and check out the Google Play Developer Console. If you're submitting any apps, if you're submitting any games, there's lots of great new tools on there for you. So thanks, Ellie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You must have used Dreamweaver, right?
Yeah, I used Dreamweaver, but I used other tools before Dreamweaver. I used Notepad.
Notepad's not really a tool, is it?
What are you talking about? Notepad was the pinnacle tool of its time.
How is it a pinnacle tool? Like, it was text, that was it.
It was text, that's all you needed.
But it's not a tool, it's just like, nah.
Notepad didn't let you change the font face until Windows 98.
And that was a beautiful day for you, I
It's
think.
a beautiful day for me.
Right. So I used
we got one new feature. Let's party.
That was the one feature everyone wanted. Everything else, nah. Like, I used to use Dreamweaver was the first one I think I used. Oh, no, actually, it was Front Page. Front Page is beautiful.
Front Page, was this Front Page 2.0?
I can't remember the version.
Okay.
It was old school, though, and I enjoyed it greatly. Had like a fluorescent mushroom as my tiled background. It was great.
Front Page was great. You could like easily add in your marquee tags and your blink tags.
Dancing babies, visitor counts, under constructions.
Fire, just random fire anywhere on your page.
So I use package control like just for when I'm installing things. Like I've had to install it at some point.
Mhm.
But like, what do you like?
So I usually, package control is a lot like Tinder for Sublime Text modules. You swipe left or right depending on the quality of plugin you're after.
So which ones do you swipe right for?
Swipe right is good.
Right is good. The ones you want to keep.
Right.
Yes.
I'm terrible at Tinder. Okay, so I swipe right for linters. I love linters. Linters help like you make sure that your code quality is where you want it at.
I use linters as well. Like I've been using JSM for a little while, and it's actually been insanely good. So if you do things like foo.hello world, and you haven't actually defined foo anywhere, that doesn't make sense. You can't call a function hello world or nothing. So for things like that, it's super helpful. And I used to have JSHint in my build process, which was fine, but it would complain in the background, and it's so much easier just having it in my text editor there and then. And it just catches tons of little errors like that.
That's awesome. So you can like easily visualize where you're breaking your code. You can go in and fix it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So like on a similar note to that, I love using a tool called JSCS for like making sure that you're following your JavaScript style guide. Here I've got JSCS running against a piece of code, and it's highlighting anywhere where like I'm going away from my style guide. Like I've got operators that are sticking to variables that they shouldn't be. I've got spaces in front of opening brackets.
Yep.
And one of the really cool things about JSCS is they recently added this option that lets you go and format your code so that it fixes all of the style guide issues for you.
Nice. You don't even have to do anything.
Exactly.
So does it have like a JSHint RC file as well?
It does. So similar to the way, JSHint has got a JSHint RC file, right?
Yeah.
So this is a very similar concept. You can set a preset that you want to use. So JSCS supports the Google JavaScript style guide.
Yep.
And if you want to customize that a little bit, it supports you doing
things.
that.
So anything you don't like from a default one, boom. One of the packages that I'm finding actually more and more useful is Color Highlighter. And literally all it does is it just shows this like underlined color of whatever's in the CSS. When you hover over it, it like covers the entire background of that bit of text with the color that it represents. And one of the nice things that I realized is under the package settings, you can actually just switch it out. So you can just say filled all the time. And then any color in your CSS, it'll always be filled. And it's just really handy just because you can see a color in your page, quickly see where it is in the CSS and make any tweaks you want to make.
Right, so normally people end up using like external tools to go and select colors, but this is really useful because let's say you're messing around with your styles and you just want to change the color. Just bring up Color Picker inside Sublime, change the color, hit pick, and it'll go and update the value.
Just actually swaps it in the file.
Yeah,
nice.
it'll swap it right in line. And if you happen to be using a Gutter plugin, it'll also highlight that with the color that you've just chosen. So it's nice and visual.
So I mean, it kind of does what Color Highlighter does, but in a lesser form and more rubbish. Yeah, sure, okay.
For a given definition.
One of the only other plugin that I use on a regular basis is Autofile Name. And all it does is whenever you're typing in a file, whether it be like adding it in your HTML, like reference CSS file, or adding like an image as a background image, as you're typing, it just says like, this is probably the file that you're going to type in, whether it's a folder or a file name, and it just auto-fills it, basically.
You may just be the laziest human being I've ever met.
No. All it's doing is just stopping me from adding in typos.
Okay, so it avoids you having to like go through the file tree and look for the file that you're working on.
Exactly.
Do you use Auto Prefixer?
I use it in my build process.
Okay, so you can also use it in your editor. Just work on some styles without any prefixes, go and enable a plugin. It'll fill out everything for you.
But like, why have it in your text editor? Because like the build process makes sense. You type your CSS, you do all the things. Build process like picks it all out, creates the final output, and then it keeps your CSS just like clean. It doesn't have any of the stuff that you normally have.
I guess this is useful if you're working on a smaller prototype and you want the same benefits as you get in the build process.
So basically, when you're too lazy to add in a build process.
Exactly. Yes.
Nice.
Hey everyone, what's up? It's Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I'm going to take you down the path of creating a public API for your elements. We're also going to be answering questions from the audience, so be sure to stick around for that. First, let's hop into some code. So the first part of creating a public API for your element is declaring public properties. And this has changed a bunch from Polymer 0.5 to the newest version. In previous versions of Polymer, if you wanted to declare public properties for your element, there was an attributes attribute that you could put properties in. There was a published object that you could put properties in, and sometimes it was confusing, you know, where should you put your stuff? So in the latest version of Polymer, this has all been consolidated into one single properties object. And it's a very powerful object. So let me show it to you, and we can check out some of the cool things that it does. So first and foremost, I've got an X custom element that I've created here. I've got a properties object, and I've got two properties, first and last. And I've set string to their values, which basically tells Polymer that when someone passes in a value for first and last, that value should be deserialized to a string. So that's really nice. You can deserialize to various other types like number, object, etc. Another cool thing that you can do is you can pass in a default value for a property. So I've got an age property here. I've set its type to number and a default value of 42. You can also create observers for your properties. So these are functions that will run whenever the property changes. So here I've set observer to this age changed function. And you know, in previous versions of Polymer, we had this notion of change watchers, which were functions that we kind of secretly implemented for you. If you had a public property, you kind of got one of those functions for free. It was a little bit of magic. Now that has been sort of removed. And if you want to observe a change, you need to explicitly create an observer like this, which is nice. It sort of, you know, if someone was looking at your code and they weren't quite sure where that function was coming from, this clears up any confusion there. And one thing to point out is that because this is effectively like a private function, I don't want a bunch of people calling this method. I would only like it to run if my property changes. I'm prefixing it with an underscore. And that's something that we're doing with all the Polymer elements, just to highlight to folks that, you know, this is internal to the element and not meant for the outside world to call. Now, another thing that you can do is you can have your element dispatch change events anytime its property is updated. So this is similar to the way that native DOM elements work. You know, you've got input and select, and you know, when they change, they actually fire events every single time to notify folks. So adding a notify property to your element is going to dispatch those change events for you. So I'll get an age changed event. And the nice thing is this is actually the basis for the two-way binding system in Polymer. So if you want one of these properties here to be two-way bindable, you need to make sure that you've got notify true set on it. Also, hopefully, this makes it easier to interop with other frameworks. So there are other frameworks out there that have their own data binding systems, and previously it was unclear, you know, how they could know at what point in a Polymer element's life to actually like check for changes. This way, it's getting an event it can listen for that is consistent, and that way we can hopefully interop with some other data binding systems. Now, another really awesome thing that you can do is create computed properties. So let's say I want to take first and last and combine them together into one value. I can do that here by passing a computed key and then a compute full name function name. And I'm passing in the two properties that I would like to send in as arguments. So I'm passing in first and last. Now, it's important to include these arguments here because what they do is they tell Polymer that anytime first or last changes, this compute full name function should run again to update this value. So very, very useful trick there. Another thing that you can do is create read-only properties. So let's say you have an element with some internal state. You don't want the outside world playing around with it. You can set that property to read-only so that way folks can only get the value, they can never set it. Now, lastly, one thing that's really cool is you can reflect values back to attributes if you need to. So this is really helpful if someone is trying to style your element with a CSS attribute selector. You probably won't use this guy that much, but it's there if you need it. So the new properties object gives you a ton of power. Let's hop into the code editor and actually put this into practice. So I'm going to start, as I do with all my elements, in a Bower.json file. I've got an element that I've created called name tag. And in my dependencies, I've listed Polymer 090 RC1. So this is the release candidate for RC1, which is what's currently available at the time of this recording. But if you're watching this, and I'm assuming by now the 090 tag is actually out. So you can actually take this value here and probably just go ahead and replace it in your Bower.json with a little caret 090. And that should get you the latest tag of Polymer. Now over in my terminal, I'm going to run Bower install to pull down that version of Polymer. And then back in Sublime, I can create a name-tag HTML file. And this is where I'm going to put my element's definition. The first thing I got to do, as always, is use the canonical path to import Polymer. Then I'm going to create a DOM module with an ID that matches my element's tag name, so ID of name tag. And inside of there, I will throw a template, and that's where I'm going to put all of the local DOM content for my element. And the next thing I need to do is call the Polymer constructor, and I need to give it an is property and pass in my tag name. And then I'm also going to create a properties object for it, and I will create first and last properties. And I'm going to set those to strings. Then I will create a div up here called full name, and I will bind those values up to spans inside of that div. Now in previous versions of Polymer, you could actually create these binding expressions where you had like multiple values or multiple bindings all kind of mushed into one tag. Currently in Polymer, that is not supported, though it is on the roadmap. So if you need to get both first and last into this div, you got to wrap them inside of spans, which is a little funky, and we're going to come back to this point in a moment. But so far, just with this right here, we're ready to preview our element. So I'll go to my index file, and I'm going to import the definition for my name tag element. And then down in the body, I can drop in a name tag, and I can configure it with first and last values. So I'm just going to pass in my name as those values. Next, I'm going to run the trusty polyserve module to actually preview my element. Polyserve is a little local node server that you can use to test out your component. It plays very nicely with Bower. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you can check out this video right here. We've got a full episode which explains how to get up and running with Polyserve. If you are building a lot of elements, this is an invaluable tool, so it is worth your time to check out that episode. Now over in Chrome, I'm going to refresh the page, and you can see over here, I'll kind of boost this up a little bit for you, that my name is now showing up. So I've got first and last, those binding values are being displayed there. It's a little boring, right? But at least you can see it works. And back in my element definition, I'm going to try to clean this up a little bit, because having those spans there is a little bit of a funky hack. And to do that, I'm going to use a computed property. So in my properties object, I will create a full name property. And I'm going to say it's computed, and then it computes first and last. And then down here, I can actually implement that method. So it takes first and last as arguments. It returns a string that is the concatenated values. Then up in my div, I can just drop in a binding for full name. Now, the next thing I want to do to make this tag look a little bit nicer is actually add some styles in here. So I'm styling the host, and I'm styling that full name div. And what this is going to give me when I go back to Chrome and refresh the page is something that looks a little bit more like a name badge. And you can see that I still see my full name there using that computed property. OK, I'm going to clue you in on a little pro tip now. If you'd like to declare your computed properties inline, you can totally do that. And that's really useful if you want to have a computed property maybe only in one place. It'll keep your properties object nice and tidy. So let me show you how to do that. So to declare a computed property inline, we can actually delete this full name property that we've got here. And then up in our binding, we can just call compute full name, pass in first and last properties, and then that's going to call this guy and return a value. So going back to Chrome, refresh the page, I see the exact same thing, but I've tidied up my properties object a little bit. And this, again, is helpful if you have a property that maybe you're only using in one place. Now, one last thing I want to show you is how to add a public method to your component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add like a shake method so that the name tag actually wiggles around a little bit. So to do that, I'm going to start off with a little bit of CSS. And notice this host selector that I've written here. So I'm targeting the host, and then I've got these parentheses, and I'm passing in a class name. And what that does is it allows the element to reference itself. It's basically saying, if I have a class called Shake applied to me, then use all of these styles. I'm just creating an animation here. What I'm going to do is drop in some keyframes, and these keyframes just have the element go to the right a little, to the left a little, and then back to the center. And then I've got the vendor prefixed versions of those keyframes as well. So Moz keyframe, WebKit keyframe, etc. So it looks like a lot more code than it really is. Now I'm ready to go down to my prototype, and I can actually implement a shake method. So all I'm doing is I'm saying this.classlist.toggle that shake class. So you're going to add it, the element's going to shake around. You're going to toggle it, so it'll get removed. Call it again, the element shakes around, etc. So we hop over to Chrome, and I can pop open the dev tools and use this little inspector here to select my element in the document. I can see that I've got it highlighted there. And I can hit Escape to open up my console. And I'll show you a neat trick if you haven't seen it before. When you're in the console and you've got an element selected up there, you can hit $0 to actually select that element. It's like calling query selector. So now I can just say $0, call that shake public method, and you'll see it shaking. I can call it again, and you'll see that that class that we added gets removed because we're calling classlist toggle. Call it again, it shakes. Call it again, class gets removed, so on and so on. So a bit of a quick and dirty example, but now you know how to add public properties and public methods to your element. So there you have it. You now know how to create the public API for your element. Now, don't run away just yet. Stick around, because in Q&A time, we're going to be answering questions from the audience and giving away some swag. Be sure to click that little subscribe button. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
While general purpose computing is all the rage these days, let's not forget about a massive area of computing: single-purpose machines. From point-of-sale devices to vending machines and reception kiosks to in-flight entertainment, computers that are produced to serve a single purpose are everywhere. Often, these deployments require a highly customized OS, but now Android packs enough of a punch for bespoke app developers and enough control to device administrators to meet all these needs out of the box. I'm Rich Hyman, and I'm going to let you know how to cater for single-use devices when writing your apps, and how they can be easily provisioned and managed using Android for Work. With a new focus on corporate-owned single-use devices, one or more apps gets installed when a device is initialized, and it can be locked down into single app mode. That means things like the home button and touch switcher are gone. There are also enhanced controls around the status bar, notifications, incoming calls, and quick settings menus. And of course, at reboot, it will launch you right back into your chosen application. Because updates on these devices can be problematic, we've added APIs to give IT admins the ability to accept them remotely. Admins can set an OTA policy for a device and use these APIs to control them, remotely accepting OTAs, scheduling maintenance windows, or even postponing them to give them a chance to verify app compatibility. Like all Android for Work features, COSU is designed to be supported and managed by your enterprise mobility management vendor. Once a supporting EMM is configured, provisioning your COSU device is as simple as an NFC bump, and you've got your own interactive building map or hotel check-in station. As a developer, there are a couple of things to consider when building for single-use machines. Firstly, the power state of the device. Many applications of COSU devices will be plugged in and require the screen to be kept on the whole time. There is a device policy for it, but it's also worth ensuring it's in your application, or at least make it configurable, as you might end up in a multi-app COSU system. The best way to do this is use the window manager flag Keep Screen On in your activity. There's also the Keep Screen On parameter you can use in your XML layouts. Your app should also be self-contained. Avoid things like the send intent for single-use apps. Your app should work on its own without the need for interactions with other applications, as you want to be in full control of the device the whole time. Probably goes without saying, but it applies to in-app purchases as well. These devices won't have access to the Play Store. Finally, we also recommend keeping your app within one task. Support for COSU deployments will mean you can now target a huge range of new use cases with your applications, and we're really looking forward to seeing the results. When considering the reach of Android for Work, enterprise mobility management companies make up a critical part of the availability. They integrate Android for Work into their offerings so that IT admins can manage the devices in their organizations. They install your apps from Google Play for Work, They apply security policies, set up corporate Wi-Fi networks, application restrictions, and they can even set up single sign-on by remotely installing certificates. We're constantly updating the APIs available to EMMs to give them more flexibility in their offerings. For more information on integrating Android for Work into your enterprise management product, you can contact us through the partnerships form at google.com/work/Android. To simplify the testing of your enterprise apps, we've released and open-sourced a new device policy client called TestDPC. When developing functionality for enterprise, you can use TestDPC to simulate the majority of features of Android for Work. The app lets you set up a work profile, apply device policies, set app and intent restrictions. You can even set up Kosu devices. You can find the app in our GitHub repo at github.com/Google Samples. It's ready for you to incorporate into your testing workflow. These new updates could revolutionize single-use devices whilst keeping IT admins happy. For more developer information, you can check out developer.android.com/work, whilst I go and look up some more acronyms. So for now, it's TTFN for BYOD, whilst your apps go Kosu.
Welcome.
Hi. 大家好.
I'm Rich. What's with Google Play to Mark?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My name's Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team.
Hi, I'm Bethany, a designer at Google.
One of the things we're trying to do over the next decade is to end repressive censorship.
What's my next appointment?
Today at 4 p.m., Android Automotive Monthly Update.
This is an incredible place with lots of great stuff being worked on every single day.
And we're going to incorporate one more element, so let's dive in.
The show featuring actionable startup advice.
Welcome to the lab.
Okay guys, seriously. I think that's pretty awesome.
Build better apps.
Oh, come on! Really?
That's it for this time.
That's it. I/O's already over. We hope you had a great time and learned a lot. We're all done for now, but no, it's not over, at least not for you. We're going to create and publish 100 developer videos in 100 days.
100 days of Google Dev.
We're going to inspire you to build apps, engage users, and earn money across all your favorite platforms, Android, iOS, the web, and beyond.
We'll be delivering fresh new content all summer long.
Inspiring you to build better apps.
You'll get detailed information about our new products, pro tips for solving coding challenges, and access to some of Google's crazy new technologies. So subscribe and stay tuned to the Google Developers YouTube channel.